I must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you, yeah, I'm looking for you, for you. I'm looking for you, for you. Let's get it now.
I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat.
Let's get it now.
next destinations for Rainbow Six Esports. Number 2 will shock you. Not sure about the fonts. What do you think about that, cameraman?
It's okay. We're gonna edit that.
No, but fonts are not the problem. You need something to really hook the audience.
Let me show you something. I only have a few seconds to tell you where the destinations are for the next 2 Siege events. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's good, but surely you want something more uplifting, fulfilling maybe?
I think I know exactly what you mean. Für das nächste Major und Sixth Invitational steuern wir 2 Städte an. Wait, why is the voiceover in German?
Because it's in Germany.
Você precisa falar em francês, pô. Porque é na França.
Ouais, bah là, je peux le faire moi-même en français, hein? Wait, how am I recording this? Wasn't that just seated over there? What? Good, huh?
It's all right. It just needs to be more simple. Let me show you something.
The next R6 Major comes to you from the wonderful city of Munich. And from there, we roll on to celebrating 10 years of Siege. SI 2026 takes place in the most magical city on earth, Paris.
Paris. Oh là là, c'est parfait. Masterpiece.
Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up,
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Welcome back, everybody. We have the playoffs starting today, and we have some fantastic matchups here. Divoli up against Team VIP will be our first matchup, and our second matchup of the day is going to be Wild Multigaming up against Turks LFO, which is a little bit of a surprise. Turks LFO started out super hot, super strong in the group stage. But then they kind of slowed down a little bit and dropped out of first place and ended up in third place. But for this matchup between Divoli and Team VIP in the group stage, Divoli did manage to win that best of one matchup. So going to be interesting to see if Team VIP can actually come back and get some revenge. But yeah, Caster's here. I'm Erebos, and joining me is Travi.
Hello, happy to be here. Excited to finally be in playoffs. Feels like we've been obviously having that little bit of, stage through the group stages, had all of our games played now, and we're finally at the point now where we can start to have these playoffs. We've already sent 2 teams home, of course, in the playoffs. And now we're going to be as we head into playoffs, we're going to be sending some more home today. So let's take a look at our bracket here, see exactly what the competition is going to be looking up like for the rest of the next couple of weeks here. Of course, we are now in the quarterfinals here, the first 2 games on the left side of your screen. As you already mentioned, Erebos, Diavoli, Team VIP, and then Turks LFO, Wild Multi Gaming. Those 2 best of 3s, they're going to be played tonight, this evening, one after the other. Then, of course, winner of each one goes forwards in their respective side of the bracket. Seiko Patterson, NXT awaiting the winners of tonight's games. They'll very likely be watching, assessing the competition, seeing what kind of little bits they can go. And then, of course, our best of 5 grand final, 7th of June, where we will crown our Voltage League Season 5 champion. And it's quite an exciting bracket, I feel.
Yeah, it's definitely an exciting one, especially if Turks LFO managed to beat Wild Multigaming. They took down NXT in the group stage, so NXT maybe looking forward to that rematch, try and get some revenge, or maybe they don't really want to end up against Turks LFO and hope that Wild Multigaming can actually take them down. And on the other side, Civitas, they took down both of these teams, so definitely going to feel confident no matter who ends up facing them, whoever gets through in this first match. And yeah, definitely going to be some exciting storylines going in throughout this playoff bracket. And I mean, I'm excited to take this journey with all of you. And yeah, I'm ready to get this match started. But let's go ahead and take a look at these map bands and see where these battles are going to take place on.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, we are now in best of 3 territory, being inside of playoffs. So that does, of course, mean we're not just going to play a single best of 1 map. We're actually playing 3 maps here. And immediately, I'm looking at this map ban here, and I'm going, Diavoli have gotten a bit of robbery away with getting Chalet here. It's one of the maps that over on the side of Team VIP, Team VIP, they like to ban Chalet quite a lot. It's a map they don't play very often. It's a map they don't let through very often. So seeing Diavoli take that one and pick it as their own map pick, great stuff for them. And of course, Team VIP are going to be going with Nighthaven Labs. Now, they ended the group stages with a very impressive performance on Nighthaven Labs, taking it all the way to overtime against Seiko Patterson, one of our top 2 seeded teams in the competition. So they've proven they can compete on Nighthaven Labs. And I think against a team like Diavoli, they're going to look to try and take it over the line here. And then, of course, should we end there, we're going to be going to Clubhouse outside a map. It's bread and butter map. Everyone knows it by now. Everyone's excited to play it. And I think it'll be a really great endpoint for this series to really test the fundamentals of these teams and really extract who the better amongst the 2 is, should we get to that point.
Yeah, Nighthaven Labs being played quite often in our group stage. So pretty standard map for Diavoli to actually play. And they did play it quite a bit. And then the decider map being Clubhouse is, I mean, probably the best decider map that we could possibly get. Very standard, but with a lot of flair and some personal style that these 2 teams can possibly bring to that map, and should definitely, if we go there, should bring through the best team on the day. But Chalet being our first map, definitely going to be interesting to see exactly how these 2 teams play this out, how their styles come through, because it's definitely not a map that is entirely figured out yet.
No.
It can be played in a multitude of ways. Attackers were favored before, then it was defenders, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these 2 teams match up against each other on this kind of map.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a really interesting point there to kick off our series. Of course, I believe it is going to be Diavoli there starting off of the attack here, going in towards a Chalet. So it'll be quite interesting to see how they formulate on that one. As you say, it does fluctuate between, depending on how the meta's looking at, between that attacker and a bit of defender-sidedness. I think at the minute we're sitting close to middle, a little bit in the defender-sided camp at the minute. So I think it's really on Diavoli to get a good round count going early on. So when they can look towards that second half and see how they can do, of course, there. So speaking of Diavoli and the teams themselves, let's take a look at our team lineups here to see what 10 players are going to be entering the lobby today and going to be going to shoot their shot in towards our semi-finals here. You can see it on the right side of your screen. We've got Devil, Aurad, Choose, Mara, and RWL over on the side of Diavoli. Then in the corner of Team VIP, we've got Bolton, Vherk, Mateen, Grieco, and Rooney holding their corner for their side of the team. And I'm looking at these teams and these players. Very great lineup from both sides here. Incredible players on both sides. Really excited to see what they can do today.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how these two teams match up, how these players match up in the lobby. Definitely a lot of pretty good fraggers as we take a look at the stats here. We are going to see Team Diavoli's stats. And, I mean, Kefi, a little bit of a new... the muscle sheep, as our producer loves to call them, and Kefi being a little bit of an interesting one here, not having any stats, not having played in our group stages yet. So a little bit of a wild card to see exactly how they perform on the server. But I mean, Marat's 1.46 rating, 1.31 KD, definitely the key fragger for the side of Diavoli. Going to be interesting to see if Team VIP can actually shut him down and keep him from running away with the map.
Yeah, and that's it. You look at the stats for all of these players here, almost all of them have, positive KDs. Aurad's insanely close to that. Choose typically on the more supportive role, so it's not a surprise to see, obviously, the KD suffering just a little bit there, of course. And the one thing I think I really want to see here improve for the more supportive-oriented players here on Diavoli is going to be those opening statistics. RWL and Choose more specifically, they're not having the greatest of time on those opening roles at the moment. RWL especially, 1 and 9. When you're playing those supportive roles, you're going to be playing the operators on, let's say, an attack, for example. You're playing your hard breach operators, your Thatchers, your Floreses, those kind of operators where they're very essential to how a round plays out. And dying early on in that round is going to prove extremely costly to your team. We need to make sure it's the entry players being the entry def there and not your supportive roles getting caught off early, because that early on in the round can set your team up for failure. And when that happens to you early in the round, that can just sort of steamroll from there and really cause problems from an early point.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Team VIP's stats and see how they compare up against Diavoli. And a little bit more consistent between all of the players here for Team VIP. 1.13 for Mateen, 1.14 for Grieco, 1.12 for Rooney. And I mean, all of them other than Vherk, all with pretty consistent above 1.0 rating and KDs. Rooney with a little bit lower KD, but on a more supportive role, definitely to be expected. And then with the opening duels, we have pretty much everybody consistently with the same amount, with Mateen and Vherk a little bit less. But yeah, if all of these players can show up, make sure they're consistent, and shut down Marat, then they definitely have a decent shot in this series.
Yeah, they certainly do. And as you sort of say, Erebus, it's about that team performance. I think the team in the Team VIP name really range true with these statistics. They're all performing similarly. They're all very much, I think if they're going to go down, they're going to go down as a collective, go down as a unit. Of course, towards the end of group stages, we actually got a little bit of a treat from Rooney on the Nighthaven Labs map played the other night against Psychopaths. And Rooney, just the whole entire time, crutched up on the shields. Blackbeard, Blitz, Clash, whatever shield operator was available to him, he was bringing it, using it, and making it work numerous times throughout the game. Of course, that's an opportunity for Diavoli to sit back, and if they've watched that game, they will know what's coming now. They can apply those bans in towards this game. They can apply that ban and get rid of those shields, so Rooney can't really clutch up on them. Of course, we're still on the old Siege build here. We're not on the Siege X build we saw at Reload. So, of course, we're not going to have these new banning systems where you can react to what's going on. Once the bans are made at the start of the game, they're set, they're locked in for the entirety of that map. So it could, if Team VIP can slip something through, slip a bit of a wild card strategy through that operator ban phase, if they can use it and take advantage, I could see them taking quite an early lead here on Chalet.
Yeah, and especially with Chalet being such an aggressive map, it's going to be interesting to see how, when both of these teams are on the defense, what they choose to use for such an aggression. Are they going to try and turtle up? Are they going to try and go for this top floor, which has seen not that much success throughout the group stage, at least for the matches that I've seen and casted on Chalet. But going to be interesting to see if we see the Vigil, see the Valkyrie, if the Valkyrie doesn't get banned. All of these aggressive kind of operators to really see if they can get these opening picks, because First Blood is so transformative on a map like Chalet. It makes everything so much easier. It makes the attacker's life so much harder to clear out all of these floors of the map to actually try and peel back the defense and get to the point where they can actually make and execute onto the bomb site.
Yeah, I think all of three of these maps, really, that opening pick is going to be crucial. And I'm looking at the way the statistics are kind of falling for this one. I do feel that's going to really be a big deciding factor in how this matchup goes. Who can take advantage of the opening gunfights? A map like Chalet, as you say, is perfect to get those early aggressive picks on towards teams. And as I said before, if you can get that early pick, you can set yourself up for success from the get-go, really. So it's incredibly important for teams to be paying attention to these statistics and really making sure that they're on the ball from when they load and spawn into the lobby, and not 45 seconds into the round when someone's been spawn peaked and then they're peaking windows. You need to be watching out for those little things, because whoever's on the defense, especially from a team like Diavoli, where I feel they like to do that sort of aggressive, sort of off-play spawn peak style a little bit more. That's what they quite like to do. I feel like they're going to take advantage of that, and Team VIP need to make sure they're not slacking. Of course, it's all well and good knowing what we think about the game here, but let's take a look at our staff predictions here to see what everyone's kind of thinking along for the lines, and see sort of how everyone else, of course, is stacking up, because we have made our own little predictions on these games, and, well, I'll have them up for you now. And as you can see, for this first game, I feel like a bit of an odd man out here.
Yeah, I mean, Divoli has looked pretty strong throughout, with maybe just a couple of hiccups here and there. So, and I mean, I definitely respect the Team VIP pick. Anybody can take it. And Team VIP definitely has a chance here. They showed good performance up against Signitas in that last match of the group stage. But for our second match of the day, everybody is in favor of Turks LFO. All of us believe that Wild Multigaming are the underdogs, but Wild Multigaming come into this with maybe just a little bit better of form than Turks LFO did towards the end of that group stage, because Turks LFO did slip up. They lost that first place. They lost that chance to go straight into the semifinals, but instead they're here in the quarterfinals. So it's going to be interesting to see if Turks LFO come out the gate wanting to really make a statement and say, we messed up, but we are prepared to make a run through the quarterfinals into the semifinals. We want to find NXT in the semifinals, and we want to show them why we beat them in the group stage. And I mean, it's up to Turks LFO to really show that they are warranted to be the favorites in that series.
It almost surprises me in a sense that Turks LFO are the favourites for that series. I thought that one would be a little bit more hotly contested, because one of the two teams that Turks LFO lost to in the group stages was indeed Wild Multigaming. So Turks have already lost to them once this competition. Granted, that was a 7-5, so quite a close game there. Of course, only a couple rounds difference between the two sides. But Wild did go away with the win from that one. Of course, I think it's worth to touch on here. We are now in best of threes. It's almost an entirely different game. In a best of one, an off night, an off map from a particular player, that can cost you the game and the competition. Whereas here, in now we're in playoffs, we're obviously in the best of threes. You've got a little bit more time to get to know your opponent. A bad map doesn't necessarily mean a bad game, because you get that sort of 10, 15 minutes in between as a bit of a break, as a bit of a reset button. And I think it's going to really, obviously, first and foremost, deepen the map pool of these teams. You've said it already. We've seen a lot of Nighthaven Labs here. We are still going to be seeing it a bit today, but at least we're going to get some other maps on the board from these teams. And I think it's going to really force them to dig a bit deeper into their strategy pool. And I think this is where we're going to start to see the emergence of the best teams coming through, and less of these, perhaps, what you could attribute to wins being flukes. You're now going to start to see the teams that are fundamentally better coming out on top.
Yeah, and specifically about that Wild Multigaming matchup against Turks LFO.
Yeah,
that one was on Nighthaven Labs, and it came through a Wild Multigaming fantastic defensive side. They started out on the attack. They didn't look good. It was a 4-2 half, but then they absolutely demolish Turks LFO on that defensive side. So definitely in that series, I am going to be expecting a Night Haven Labs ban out of Turks LFO. From the rest of the group stage, they've shown that they have a pretty deep map pool, so definitely not going to feel that they have to ban that many things, but Night Haven Labs definitely going to be one that I am expecting them to actually ban. But yeah, hopefully we can get this matchup between Divoli and Team VIP started up pretty soon. I think we're just missing one last player in the lobby, but I mean, what are we expecting out of the bans between these two teams? Because I mean, shields, like you mentioned, Team VIP love to run them.
Oh yeah.
Are we expecting a lot of shield bans? Are we expecting the Blackbeard, or are we expecting both teams to ban one of the shield
I think the thing
operators
is,
on
I'm
the attack?
going to look at the bans here from the perspective of Diavoli. Talking of those shields, as you say, Team VIP love to play the shields. They love them, and realistically, I'm thinking about it and I'm going, right, if I'm Diavoli, you can only ban one of the shields. So it's not a case of it's not a case of let's get rid of the shields. It's a case of which shields do we want to inevitably be going up against, because if Rooney decides to go and play those shields every single round yet again, you can only get rid of one of them on the attack by yourself, and there's 3 shields available in the game. I mean, of course, that Blackbeard you mentioned, the Blitz, the Montaigne. So there's a lot of options for the side of Team VIP to really use those shields. So I might almost be surprised if Divoli perhaps maybe don't even ban a shield. Throw a bit of a wild card in there, leave them open, ban something else. That, of course, can be left over. But of course, we'll see what's going to happen with those operator bans in just a minute, because the game is ready to be underway. Match number 1 of the day, Diavoli versus Team VIP to kick off quarterfinals here in Voltage League Season 5. Chalet is going to be coming up in just a couple of seconds. When we get there, we're waiting for it. We'll be there in a second, possibly.
And there we are into Chalet. And I mean, the first match of the day, and we have an exciting map on our hands. I am definitely interested in seeing exactly what these two teams bring to the table, because this one is sure to be an absolute brawl.
Oh yeah, this one is going to be exciting. Really looking forward to, but I think both matchups here today are going to be exciting. And of course, well, we talked about bans. It's actually going to be Team VIP removing a shield off the board. Operator ban at sticking through of the Blackbeard. It's one of the ones they like to ban a little more frequently from the side of Diavoli. They also like to ban the Blackbeard or a Deimos, but it's actually going to be the Blitz. So they've done their homework. They watched Team VIP play the other day. They decided to get rid of one of the other shield operators, leaving just Montaigne in play.
Yeah, and I definitely like both of those bans. Blitz being such an oppressive operator, especially on a map as aggressive as Chalet, can really get into the sites, clear out the roamers, and really adaptable and diverse for all of these different bomb sites. Valkyrie, definitely an expected ban for the defense here. Going to see exactly what this last ban is actually going to be for the defense. Probably expecting like a Kaid or a Tubarão or something like that. And yep, it is going to be the Tubarão. Can be extremely annoying to deal with, especially when a lot of these walls are a little bit stressful to try and get opened, especially that top floor wall that you need for
Chalet, it's a map of a lot of lurking opportunity, a lot of play to hide away, and just that extra stress of the time that Tubarão really takes away from the attacking side. It's a very valid ban to want to make him not available to play, of course, in that way you can get into those objectives that little bit quicker, and that maybe 10-20 seconds he saves you by not being on the board. That is going to be the difference maker here for these teams. Of course, we're going to be heading back down to the basement to start things off here. Naturally, it's a site that I think has become a lot stronger, a lot favoured by more of the teams, sort of as that top floor office bedroom site is fizzling out a little bit. I think we're entering a point on the Chalet meta at the minute where everything is kind of viable. It's a case of preferential down to these teams individually. Obviously, it's no surprise to see Rooney going on towards the Kaid, get those hatches reinforced off here. A lot of traps as well coming in from Team VIP. Obviously wanted to slow down Diavoli because looking at their attack, going to be spearheaded by the Deimos. We're quite interested to see how aggressive this one actually pans out to be.
Yeah, Deimos can definitely be extremely useful, especially through the floors, clearing out the roamers. Very adaptable operator to actually have when attacking this basement bomb site. Thatcher and the Thermite to make sure that those walls actually get opened up, especially when you see the Kaid on the other side. And with the Goyo, not seeing any kind of twitch, so going to be maybe a little bit down to the wire in terms of actually executing onto the site, because if they don't manage to get those Goyo canisters destroyed early on in these rounds, then an opening pick, and it's Rooney on the Kaid, getting that utility down early on and able to take down the Thatcher. That's going to be absolutely tremendous for the side of Team VIP to actually maintain these walls.
Yeah, and we spoke about it in the pre-show a little bit, how important it is for these support players to not be dying on the entry, because, as you said at Erebos, now with these teams on the attack, you're going to have an incredibly difficult time getting these walls open. It makes things so much harder for the attack here, and you've seen it's given Team VIP a little bit of a boost of confidence now to go and have a bit of explore around the map, take a bit of ground back, and it's forcing Diavoli to fight for every square inch of Chalet, making things quite difficult for them now. And as you can see it, most of the players, they're either outside the building or just making the entry in on the top floor, and we're already halfway through the round. But look, they're contesting it. Mateen's going to take a little bit of damage here towards West Main, cornered in by the side of Diavoli, but it's just getting worse for them as Devils goes down to Greco, and the attack, they're left 3 versus 5, pushing down Trophy, do get Mateen back, but it's a 3 versus 4, still a difficult spot for the attack.
Yeah, and I mean, Azami in Mezzanine on that second floor can be absolutely massive on this flank. Everybody else on the attacking side is first floor or outside in terms of that Thermite. So this flank from the Azami could prove to be absolutely devastating for Diavoli.
Yeah, and I don't think they're 100% aware of it right now, because obviously you can see RWL on the Deimos doesn't have Azami identified, only has the Kaid and the Legion spotted, so they can't actually go and track down that Azami. They might not know she's upstairs, which would be absolutely disastrous for the attack, because if they commit towards this objective, already in a man disadvantage. And speaking of as well, Boiler Wall going to be getting opened up now, pushing directly off the back of it. Bolton's going to be going down there, gives Diavoli the entry in towards the objective, but hits cold, and Rooney gets down RWL, leaves it all to Matt, who is able to get one back, but in a 1 versus 2, 25 seconds to go, locked out of the objective here. The defenders, they can just hold on, got a nice little crossfire setup, don't need to be giving themselves away here. Smoke grenade comes in, triggering the pushing from Marat, but brought so low by the impact grenade, and it's actually going to be finishing off the blow is Greco, and Team VIP take themselves a nice strong round 1.
Yeah, and we talked about the aggression that can be utilized on this map, and we saw it in spades there. We saw that opening pick be absolutely devastating for the attack of Diavoli. They didn't have any way of getting open the exterior wall outside of the snowmobile, and it just made it so easy for the defenders to just peel back, waste a little bit more time with 1 or 2 extra roamers, and they even managed to get another pick. And I mean, it just went downhill from the start for Diavoli.
Yeah, real issue on there, and as you say, it's just continually downhill from them. I wanted to see Diavoli bounce back from that opening pick. They got a good job to get into the objective, but I think losing that Thatcher, losing that man count early on, didn't set them up in the right position to be able to take anything forwards beyond that point. So they just kind of had to struggle and do with what they can. Now, though, at least they're going to be able to force the defense away from that basement, up towards the top floor to see what they've got to offer up here. But with the mirror windows and the castle barricades, as well as those keepers, this top floor is definitely going to turn into a little bit of a nightmare to attack.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick to go up here to the second floor when you have both of the first floor bomb sites open. And I mean, we have seen the second floor be relatively easy for the attackers to actually gain a foothold into, and the first floor bomb sites have been pretty strong for the defenders. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Team VIP is cooking up on this top floor. We see the standard mirror window looking into this library, which is a very pivotal point of contention here when attacking this top floor, because if you lose control of this, then that means you lose control of the balcony, you lose control of mezzanine, and it makes it so much more difficult to actually stop the progression. And we see Marat able to take down the castle here, not going to lose out too much in terms of utility, but that first pick, that first blood, going to be absolutely pivotal in this round for the side of Diavoli.
And I really, really like the teamwork that we saw there from Diavoli. Aura taking down the mirror window with that Ash launcher, which then forces Rooney out of the position, gets him to retreat away, and then immediately you have the player, Maritz, of course, watching the cross. And similar thing, almost claims Grieco, but he's just able to get away with his life. And as the attackers start to focus their attention towards the mezzanine breach now, they're also getting more kills. Choose takes down Weehurk there, putting them now in a 5 versus 3 advantage. You can see Bolton looking to get aggressive on towards the mezzanine, but Devils shuts down another, looking for it, trying to find it. The Legion walks out, getting aggressive, finds Aurad, but gets traded back immediately, leaving just the remaining player of Mateen in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, able to find one, still has to find 3 here. Definitely still doable with a lot of isolated duels, but no, Maratz shuts him down. 3 kills for Maratz, and what a bounce back for the side of Divolian. I mean, I talked about it before the round started. Second floor is not an easy bomb site to hold for the defenders, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly where the defense decides to go, and Bar Gaming is going to be the option. Definitely going to be a better choice here for the side of Team VIP, a little bit easier for the defense to actually hold, and hopefully, I mean, it didn't even come down to where the bomb site was located, because we're going to see them hold a lot of this top floor on this bomb site. They just need to do a bit better of a job of not overextending, not giving away those early kills to the attacking side.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement from Team VIP in the last round. I don't necessarily mean that in a positive way. As you say, overswinging things, getting a little bit excited almost, and that just costs them. Now, as you say, back down to Bar Gaming, of course, going to be seeing the mirrors in those common positions. Very standard looking lineup here from the side of Team VIP. For Diavoli, full 6 repick coming in on through, and they're going to be trying something a little bit different this round. A lot of emphasis on the utility. Flores Brava being brought along as well. All spearheaded by Maritz, top gunner so far, 5-1. Now, going to be heading over towards the Montaigne and seeing what kind of ground he can be taken with that shield.
Yeah, and a lot of utility to actually be picked off here by the Brava. You have the Fenrir gadgets, and you also have the Wub Wubs. And I mean, if Choose can actually gain quite a few of those, it's going to make this round significantly harder for the defense, and it's going to neutralize a lot of these operators on the side of Team VIP.
Yeah, I don't think the idea for Diavoli is a full map clear here. I think they're just going to take the vertical immediately above the bomb site, hold on to that, and try and use the utility being brought along to force the flood. They've got 4 smokes plus what's available to the Capitao as well, but they're going to lose 2 of those smokes as well as Choose, as the Brava going to be the first one to fall here for the side of Diavoli, and Library still being held on to by Bolton. Looking in now, suicide position going to be fleshed out by the asphyxiating bolt, prompting the drop, but Aurad does get one back onto Mateen elsewhere, leveling us back out 4-4.
Yeah, and all of this utility I was talking about is still going to be up on the board. Choose, I don't believe, got any of that utility. We saw the Fenrir gadget just below the window of Library, so not going to have too much effect with nobody actually playing up here, but still a couple players playing outside of Library, ready to swing in, try and get some picks if somebody actually does jump in, but if it is going to be that Montaigne with that shield, it's going to make it extremely difficult to actually hold on to this ground, and they will eventually have to fall back, but it's just going to come down to how much time they can actually waste here with 1:20 left on the clock. The Montaigne is actually going to get into sight and goes down, drops the shield, and gets absolutely obliterated. That cannot happen for the Montaigne. RWL does manage to get a trade back, however, so it is going to be down into a 3v3 with a minute left.
No, but the issue is Grieco's back up in Library. VIP have the ground. Diavoli have not done their due diligence. Aurad is going to take down that player on the extension, but now they're left 2 versus 2 in a very precarious spot here. 50 seconds to go. The only thing that you can really give for the attack right now is that the Melusi, ever on such low HP, a single bullet will do the job. 2 smoke bolts still in the pocket of Devils on the Capitao. Could use those to try and force the plant down, but they're just going to be using the vertical for the time being. Try and apply that pressure. Almost catch Bolton there hiding away in stock, but it's not going to be enough. But what will be is the catch off. Bolton eventually does go down there to the side of Devils, and now it's Weehurk. 1 versus 2. The attackers going to make their entry in towards the objective, likely to try and force the plant down. They have to read on where this other player might be coming up from now. As the kit's going down, Weehurk needs to make a move, needs to make it now. Going to be heard out, going to be spotted across. Diavoli have the intel, and they should be able to convert this one.
He doesn't know exactly where they are. Wilherk has so much to do here and not even able to find the first, as Alred able to take him down. And another round goes in favor of Divoli. And I mean, what a rebound after losing quite a few players, especially that Montaigne on maybe just too early of a push in through that window into the bomb site. And in the end, they are able to claw it back and take that round.
Yeah, I think that one's really the gun skill of Diavoli showing on through, right? Because look at that round strategically. They shouldn't have sent the Monty in. They should have cleared out Library sooner. Shouldn't have let Gryko retake that position. There was a lot of should-haves for Diavoli in that round. And I think on a strategical level, VIP certainly were a better team there. However, they just lost the gunfights at what was ultimately. Diavoli had the players in the correct positions to respond. And it's what ended up costing VIP that entire round. Now, though, as a bit of a benefit for the defense, we've seen them lock it down before. They're heading back to this basement. It was a strong sight for them in round number 1. I'm not expecting any different from round number 4 here. It's a question of how differently does it go for Diavoli.
Yeah, and they're running pretty much a similar lineup here. I believe it is the same lineup minus the Fenrir. I don't believe they brought that along last time around. So going to be interesting to see exactly where those gadgets end up being placed. And when we're looking at shoes, we can't have this Thatcher go down early like last time. We need these walls open for the side of Divoli if they're going to make this a more competitive round here. And they have to be able to get those walls open, put the pressure on the defense, make them uncomfortable. And this drone is definitely going to be vital to this. And they're able to find the pick on to Grieco. That's going to be the Goyo down. That's going to be a fantastic gun down. And another goes down. Alred single-handedly clearing out this top floor with 2 kills onto both of those roamers. We saw the Azami on the second floor, on the mezzanine, and needs to go for an aggressive peak here to try and get this man count back to a more manageable state here for Team VIP.
Yeah, yet another example of immaculate teamwork there. You kind of highlighted that drone in Solarium. You push the player across, you spot them out as they're making the cross, and Aura just comes in to mop up the mess there. Beautiful teamwork from Divoli, definitely deserving of the man advantage they've got right now. And the remaining players of VIP, they're a little bit split all over the place right now. Wilherk and Rooney going to be moving a little bit closer towards each other, giving just that couple inches more of the map over to the attacking side as they can make their way down towards the bomb site now. Hatch is going to be eyed up. Should be able to be relatively easy enough to get open as long as Wilherk here can't go for a massive flank. Murat's, of course, going to be pressured here by the side of Divoli. Hatch, roller wall, sorry, going to be nice and opened up, but I'm concerned about this flank for Wilherk. Going to spray, give away the position, still playing it, and it's a swing out from a team, going to be punished. Already on the triple, and a minute 15 to go. The side of Divoli can start to look at this execute now.
Yeah, C4 going to come out. And it is going to connect. It's going to connect onto 2. RWL and Shoes both go down. Murat's able to find 1, though, so it is still going to be in favor. And Devils cleans up Rooney, shuts him down, doesn't give any opportunity for the clutch. And, I mean, what a round from Alred from the start to the end. Just absolutely picking apart Team VIP. And after a really good start from Team VIP, they won that first round on the basement bomb side, but Divoli bounce back, win 3 in a row, and Team VIP is absolutely scrambling to figure out how to adapt, how to come back from such a deficit, as Divoli has all of the momentum right now.
Yeah, 3 attacking rounds in a row, a full rotation completed for Divoli, and it's been a strong rotation as well, right? All of the rounds that Divoli have taken, bar maybe that second one they took, were fairly dominant, really. That previous round, there was like 3-4 people alive at the end of it for the attackers. Divoli have looked pretty good so far in the rounds they've won. For VIP, it's been that slowdown, and it is a little bit concerning to see that, you know, not able to convert the basement through on the second attempt now. And this Divoli can't be stopped here, and they can build up a bit more of a lead. They'll be really, really comfortable here going in towards this second half.
Yeah, as going to that first floor bomb site where they had a bit of a strategic advantage last time around, need to make sure not giving away early picks, making sure that they take advantageous gunfights and don't give up that second floor, that library so easily, because last time around, there wasn't a lot of pressure onto that player. There was 1 firebolt, but no bullets coming in. There wasn't pressure from the other window. They were sitting pretty and just decided to back off and give it up way too early on in that round. And I think that that can make a huge difference in this round if they can manage to hold on. And that's going to do absolute wonders for their side, taking down Allred, shutting down the hot hand of Divoli.
Yeah, and not to mention it's the Ashgon as well. Normally an entry fragger operator, but insanely important from the utility perspective for Diavoli for this round, because Team VIP are relying on that mirror yet again, and both windows, I believe, are still standing. The Ash did not get a chance to take either of them down, and it's going to make taking this ground, especially towards Library side here, a real challenge for Diavoli. However, Maritz is able to catch Bolton as they're forced out of the suicide position there in Library, giving a little bit of ground here, but look at this. Martin could just continue to hold the mirror window, by the time, slow them out, and it's a good position for Team VIP to be in right now, but the attacks, they're starting to make the move, they're starting to push across. The question is, can the Legion win the gunfight? Sprays on forwards, trying to look for the support here from the rest of Diavoli. Got to wonder, why is the Monty on his own? Because the longer he's here alone, the more of a difficulty it's going to be. RWL's going to fall. Martin eventually does go down. We're back even 3 versus 3.
Yeah, a wonderful job there for Mateen to actually survive for so long. So much pressure put on that player and managed to waste quite a bit of extra time. Could have dropped down to the site and given it up a little bit earlier, but it's going to be interesting to see if that actually plays a role here as the Montaigne in a gunfight. But no, Devils is actually the one to take down Rooney. So it is going to be 3v2 advantage for this attacking side as the Monty goes down, but it is going to be a trade into a 2v1 as Choose taking a lot of damage from the SMG as starts to calm down a little bit. 50 seconds left. The attackers, only 3 drones left, need to calm down, need to slow this down as Devils able to take down Greco as fantastic round, which just came down to clearing the top floor. They didn't have to go down to that first floor at all, and Team VIP didn't make them.
Yeah, that's it. Diavoli, just phenomenal bounce back potential from there. And I think that's the thing that's really impressed me from them right now. A couple of times we've seen a disaster from Diavoli, whether it's losing a Thatcher, an Ash, or whoever early on. Someone really important early on goes down. And it doesn't seem to matter too much to them. They just seem to bounce out of it. And I think rightly so, Team VIP have prompted a tactical timeout, because if they're going on to their own attacking half 5-1 down, I think that's going to be an absolutely disastrous way to be kicking off the half. Now, we'd like to put the caveat in, of course, here that it is going to be Diavoli's map pick, so there is the expectation that they'll win it, but it has to be closer than this, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Divoli have just had all of the hot hands here. Team VIP is maybe feeling a little bit pressured because they are losing these gunfights, so they feel that they need to take some more aggressive angles. They need to try and be more in Divoli's face. They feel that if they turtle up, then they'll just get whittled down by the gun power of Divoli. They need to catch them off guard, but it's just not working. It feels that they're not working as a team, which we highlighted at the beginning of the show, that what has worked for them is the team. All of the players have showed up day in, day out and performed, but from the side of Team VIP, we're not on a single kill yet. It really hasn't been a team performance for them. It's really just been Rooney with a couple impact frags in that first round, Greco with a couple of frags here and there, but nothing really that helps them win the round. So it just comes down to they need to have a little bit more teamwork going into the rest of this map, and they need this last round on the defense to have a chance when they move over to this attacking side.
Yeah, this round here, it's going to be a little bit of a turning point for Team VIP. You come out of your tactical timeout, you need to be winning it. You need to be starting it off strong, and you need to make sure you're sending it all the way through. Legion out towards games. It's going to be spotted early on there. That is, of course, going to be Bolton. Well, they didn't quite get the identification on it, so he won't be able to be hunted by the death mark. A key factor in arguably keeping that sole defensive player alive here. Of course, there is quite an extensive roam throughout this map here for the side of Team VIP. All of them looking to get aggressive. It's punished them before, but perhaps after a timeout, things might have changed. I think the key is they're playing a little bit closer to each other in a position where they can kind of try and attempt to trade each other off here, kind of playing little roaming duos throughout the entirety of this map here. And I'm really curious to see how Diavoli choose to crack it. It seems like they're going for a sort of an equally split approach of their own here as they make the entries.
Yeah, probably the slowest round here at the start. As I say that, Alred able to take down Grieco, and Alred has been absolutely devastating on these opening picks, taking so many opening duels. Lost the one last round, but didn't end up mattering. Ends up picking up the one this round, and onto Grieco, the one player that has actually had some impact on these opening frags, is not going to have any say in the last round of this half.
Yeah, we said how important a team performance can be for Team VIP, and well, so far it's all been Grieco. I'm looking for the rest of the team to really step it up now, as they're the only ones left standing here. Deathmark over towards Mateen is going to be coming on through there, but maybe not going to be able to capitalize it just as of yet, as Devils gets to start working on the vertical, facing towards Kitchen there, looking down above and getting more control here, really. For Diavoli, it's a well-paced attack here, just slowly forcing the players of Team VIP back towards the objective. However, WeHerk here in a key position to cause some chaos, going to just retreat away, decides not to take the gunfight and put his team into a further man deficit from that position. Because if you lost that and it's a 3 versus 5, that one would have been near impossible for Team VIP to win.
Yeah, and it looks like this wall is going to get opened up, as still not going to have that snowmobile wall open. They haven't had that open a single time on the 3 times that they've actually attacked the site, as looks like some duels are going to happen if they actually come through. As, yeah, like you mentioned, the trick, as Bolton able to take down RWL, as the nade going to come out, should be able to get rid of this zombie barricade, as MX-Teen able to take down Alred. That's going to be the hot hand for the side of Diavoli, actually going down here as a man advantage for Team VIP, as Mateen takes down so many players, but Marats with a double kill evens us up into a 2v2. The goo mine has to be pulled out here with just 6 seconds left. That diffuser has to start to go down here. The overview has to happen here for Devils, and able to happen, but no, Rooney! Rooney clutches it up for the side of Team VIP, takes down the planter, as Team VIP with a much needed round in the last round of the half, able to clutch it up.
That was a crazy round. And for Team VIP, I have to put it, into perspective. I think if Diavoli hadn't have had those woes getting those breaches open, if that impact trick hadn't have connected onto that boiler wall, because all of Team VIP just facilitated it in a way where Diavoli had to funnel through that doorway, and they couldn't get anything done from that position. So close, but Team VIP, off the back of a really great impact trick, able to take the round and walk away with a 4-2 half, which it's definitely not great. There's no two ways about it, but it is definitely workable for them from here. They can now look towards this attacking half, as for the time of Diavoli, they're actually going to be started up on the top floor, going away from the mirror, a more trap-focused lineup, Legion and Ephemera, as well as supporting it with the castle barricades, those Sazami Kibas as well. A lot of standard things for this top floor on Chalet, right? You just work your way across it at the attack, and for the defense, you turn it into a real fortress for yourself.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick here for Diavoli. Now on the defense, opting for this second floor bomb site. We saw it go horribly for Team VIP last time when they picked it on the defense, but that came down to a lot of overextension. So going to be interesting to see exactly how Diavoli go about this. And we see the castle, which is definitely a staple for the second floor, makes it a little bit more difficult for all of these angles to be gathered for this attacking side, as we see this Nomad on this window, which is a pretty common angle to hold, and we should see the castle barricade block off the doorway that makes this window so diabolical for... Wait, is that going to backfire? No damage, so it might have gotten off of the window for the attacking side, as the castle actually might have gotten that reinforcement off.
Yeah, very, 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 very lucky there from Marats to get that one done, but good things for Diavoli there. Look, it means it so Bolton can't be pressuring from that window, because he's probably bringing the stun grenades there on the Nomad, so going to need to either find someone else to open it or get a second entry in elsewhere. Now, look towards West Main Stairs here. You see the Montaigne of Rooney starting to make an entry here, wanting to apply some pressure on towards Allred here. Very difficult spot. Oh, Mateen almost takes the head off the Choose there, but focus on this floor below here. Rudy's making the entry on in. Devil's supporting them behind here because the defenders on this first floor, they're getting pinched in right now. Bolton's going to be the first one to claim the kill. Aura's going to go down as well. And a beautiful pincer movement from Team VIP there to get a couple of early picks for this one.
Yeah, and absolutely wonderful job from Team VIP to get those opening picks, and it comes down to a bit of overextension. I mean, and another kill goes for Wihurk onto Marat, as it's just going from bad to worse, and this second floor is not what you need from the defending side. It just does not work, as RWL does manage to find one kill, but I mean, surely you can't find the ace clutch here. RWL has so much to do, but no, able to find another onto Wihurk. It's becoming doable, as these three players need to make sure that they hold crossfires. They need to make sure that they do not give these 1v1 gunfights, as we have the player on the rappel, should be heard here from RWL, but no, drops all the way down. Just gonna back up, and Rico actually going down. The Montaigne, the shield, has to make sure that they don't actually give this up. So much time wasted. There's not enough time, as no, it's just gonna be the BM double melee as Rooney cleans it up. A valiant effort from the Legion to try and give himself a bit of a chance into that round, but I mean, Tivoli just can't be doing that, especially on that second floor bomb site.
No, that one was just, unfortunately, a complete dissection there from the attack. All the way from that realization that the players down below on the roam, it's great to have a couple of people committed to that, but if they're not supported and backed up by the utility, they're not going to be able to make it work. They're not going to be able to survive and, more importantly, escape with their lives. Team VIP saw that opportunity, pinched them in, took two opening picks. I think the rest of the round just kind of tumbled on from there for them. Immaculate work from Team VIP, and as you say, a really, really great attempt at a clutch there from Diavoli, but I think 1 versus 5 with the diffuser down and a Montaigne on the other side. It was never going to very much happen unless the stars truly did align, which is a very rare sight here. So for Team VIP, they're going to probably be quite happy to say they're attacking the same bomb site yet again. Diavoli, things need to change. I think it's more about that roam game, either finding some success of it or cutting your losses and just running away with your lives, more importantly, early on.
Yeah, and Devils going back onto this Fenrir last round. I mean, overextended, peeking that open doorway in the main lobby, and there's so many different angles you have to consider when swinging that, and just ended up dying to a player on rappel and didn't stand a chance at all. And like you said, it just kind of snowballed from there. And we can't have that for the side of Divoli if they want to have a chance of taking this bomb site. And I mean, I definitely don't like them going back to the second floor. It is not a good bomb site to defend. It opens you up to so many different sight lines that the attackers can actually hold, and it just turns it into a really uncomfortable, tight space that you can actually hold. But Devils getting retribution here on this first floor, able to get that, win that opening duel.
Yeah, and it's the Montaigne down as well, right? If you're in a post-plant situation as a defender, the last person you want to see is the Montaigne. And our Soul Shield operator, who survived the ban phase, is not going to be surviving in this round. Devils is going to be targeted by the death mark there as he tries to make his retreat away. The hunt from Mateen not too far away. The question, of course, is how they decide to play it. Grenade's going to go, force the player back up the stairs into the Cowan Hives. It's going to give the game away. RWL wanting to support a teammate here. Good bit of team play coming in from both sides here, but what they don't know about is Ulrud, but a couple of windy shots on towards Mateen, leaves the Lamos in a really sticky spot right now, but finds the back of Devils, takes down the Fenrir. It's a 4 versus 4, it's back even now, and Bolton takes down Ulrud as well. The call's been given. Team K coming in to support teammate after teammate after teammate, and now it's just a day Legion left alone on this extension.
Yeah, Zombie just trading some bullets here. Is RWL actually able to find Mateen on the flank, on the roam, but does get shut down by Bolton. So that is going to maintain the lead for the side of Team VIP. As a bit of damage going down onto that player on the balcony there. It's starting to just slow down just a little bit as it ticks just under a minute here. Execute needs to start to happen. These players need to start to get pushed back as Marat's able to find a kill on to Boltan here as it's going to even up this man count and it's going to bring this one down to the wire as they need to clear this player out towards Piano. As Grieco able to take down Maratz, it's just going to leave Choose on the Azami. The diffuser is going to start to go down. The leg going to be spotted, and the down is going to happen as it's going to come down to the 1v1. Not exactly sure where this player is on the mezzanine here, as the zombie barricade is going to come down, going to make it a little bit easier to actually try and find this out, as Choose going to get finished out here as Grieco rather going to get finished by Choose as the swing's going to come out, but no, Wilrick able to take down Choose in another round, back-to-back round wins as the prone going to catch the Azami off guard as Team VIP making a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, and that's it. We're now back evened up. 4 versus 4. Diavoli get the message now. Top floor really not working in their favour. Let's try something a little different. Head back to Bar Gaming with a fairly standard looking lineup for the objective, of course. We've all seen it plenty of times. You have the players up towards the library on up above. Hold that position up around mezzanine as long as you can. Retreat away. Whatever else needs doing. For Team VIP, seems like we might be having a little bit of a similar go at things here in terms of attacker lineup here. And I liked what I saw from Team VIP in the previous round. Using all of that intel provided by the Deimos and the Grim to just force players out of power positions. And then once they're forced out, there's always someone else there to mop up the kill, get the elimination. And it just kept Team VIP incredibly competitive in that one. Really great stuff from them. And of course, that 1v1 at the end. What an exciting one. What a way to end it. But of course, we now look towards round number 9 here. One of these teams going to be taking the lead. Question is whether Diavoli will be able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going for an extremely aggressive pick here. The Amaru, maybe hoping to try and put pressure on the library player in Suicide and catch them off guard with the Aruni play. Or maybe they're just looking to get into the window after they clear out that second floor and then just get right back up the hatch and hold from above. It's going to be interesting to see exactly how they utilize this operator, as Mira going to make it extremely difficult to actually get this plant down in that default position.
Yeah, indeed. And as you see the Bravo here from Grieco coming on in, trying to get some utility, is eventually caught out here. Elsewhere though, the hop-in is going to be made from Boltan here. Start to apply some pressure towards this library. And you can see Grieco's on the other side there, looking to apply some cross-fire pressure over towards RWL. Mezzanine's being held strong now, so there's still a bit of breathing room for the Soul Fenrir as the drones of the attack come in now, work exactly how they want to press this one. A key component of it is going to be this Montaigne, but he is taken down there. Devil's going to get the first elimination of this one, and yet again, another huge loss for Team VIP.
Yeah, and I mean, that's such a common angle to be held, especially on this bomb site. You have to be so much more careful as the Montaigne. You are the primary point of attack for the side, and no, another player getting completely caught off guard. You have to be aware that these angles can be held. You only have 4 drones. The drone work has to be so much better. You have to make sure that you have the information on these players, and it's just been a dismantling of Diavoli for the side of Team VIP as another player goes down, as or rather from Diavoli is dissecting Team VIP. And I mean, again,
how do they not
with
know?
A triple kill. How? The drone economy is just so horrible for the side of Team VIP.
Yeah, and even though the drones are down, surely someone should be saying in the comms of Team VIP, hey, Devils is peeking the library window time and time and time again, and he's killing us time and time and time again. But no one's feeding that information through. They seem blissfully unaware of it, expecting the defenders to have retreated by that point, but they're 5-1 up in a man advantage. They're not going to retreat. They're not going to run away. They're going to stay committed, and finally, Diavoli crack their first defensive side, hold on to the leads that they've had throughout the remainder or the so far portion of this game. And now the question is, can they do it on a different objective? Going to be going up back towards the top floor site again. A couple of changes to be made in the operator lineup this time. No more Castle, no more Azami. Oh, no more Azami? There is an Azami. Instead, they're going to be bringing out the Frost operator pick here. Operator that. Perhaps you've seen a bit of mixed results on her since her rework about 8-9 months ago now. Of course, you can bring yourself back up from those frost mats, but still insanely valuable for doing damage onto players. And 9 times out of 10, you still can recover the player before they pick themselves up. So a great operator to be bringing here, and for Team VIP, see what they got to be bringing to counter it.
Yeah, and I want to see Divoli be a little bit less aggressive here on the roam game. The last 2 times around, they gave away quite a few picks. Even though last time they did manage to find that opening pick, that was about it for the side of Divoli in terms of good things that happened the last time they defended this bomb site. And I mean, they need to survive later into the round. They need to waste time. They need to deny entry into that top floor, but they need to make sure that they aren't giving away their lives. They need to make sure that they are keeping that man advantage, or at the very least, keeping an even man count.
Yeah, that's it. They need to make sure things stay relatively even, because otherwise they're going to have massive, massive problems. For now, though, it's going to be a bit of a slower start here. The attack just kind of assessing their options here, how exactly they want to make the entry. Library should be relatively easy to get into. It's more so to taking territory from there that I'm worried about for the side of the attack at the minute. Diavoli have great players in great positions right now, and they can just sort of hold on, burn away the time as the attack here. We're a minute into the round almost now, and they still feel like they're only just looking to make an entry through into their building. Needs to be a bit pacier from the side of Team VIP here. Cowan Hive's going to come in, give away the position of RWL, forcing him to make a little bit of a retreat down the staircase, but still going to be holding on to it. Blank Watch from behind on the FNAT. It's going to make cracking this for the attack insanely difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, a good start for Divoli, not giving away any lives, as the Montaigne taking quite a bit of damage, but giving a lot of damage back, as there's quite a few players on less than 50 HP here into this round. But a minute 30 left, and the first kill comes through for Devils, as Devils manages to take down the Montaigne, but does get traded out here as another kill for the side of Team VIP, as they manage to gain a hold of the man advantage here. 3v4 is going to be the number, as a minute left, still plenty of time on the clock for them to actually try and make this execute. But for the side of Divoli, it definitely has looked worse on the second floor, as not a lot of players are actually ready for this execute going into this sub 1 minute mark.
Yeah, and that's it. There's not a lot of readiness for it. However, Aura down below on the C4 for the mute. That could be a massive turning point here for the round if that one can connect on through to a player or two on the attack. They're going to start to look to make their entry now. Going to start to look to try and assess how they can make their way. And they've got the map control. They just need to clear out these last couple of players, this piano position of the Azami, and then they can make their way in on through towards the objective itself here. Question for Team VIP is exactly how they're going to do it. Some Cowan Hives expanded in the map control phase earlier on in the round here. Devils as well has joined the rest of the team back up on the objective now. Already going to be coming up to support them as well. Inevitable execute is going to hit now. Question is, how can Diavoli hold on? Well, Plant's going to be moving in. Players are going to be moving across, but Devils goes huge. The C4 from Aura connects, and it's Greco down on the floor with not a lot available to him, and Diavoli just locked that end of round out and take themselves up at the map point.
Yeah, and I mean, the Frostmat actually managing to pick up that final kill, and a really good adaptation there for Divoli, as they are going to have to go down to their tertiary bomb site, kitchen and dining room. Haven't seen them play it yet, as they won the last 2 bomb sites back to back, as Divoli looked to close out map 1 without having to go to overtime, and it looked a little bit dicey early on in this map, but they still have to close it out, still need 1 more round. And I mean, they weren't as aggressive in that round, in that hold. They managed to stall a lot of time, bring it down to the wire, and it felt like Team VIP panicked a little bit. They didn't know what to do. They didn't have a significant advantage in terms of the map control when it came down to that sub-minute mark, and it really showed a massive difference.
Yeah, and speaking of massive differences as well, despite how the round count is not too far away from one another right now, one thing I really want to highlight right now is the eliminations on the board, rather. Look at Diavoli. Aura, Devils, and Marits are going to be over 10 kills apiece, 10, 11, and 12. Versus on the side of Team VIP, a single player is yet to break double digits, and only one of them is currently going positive here. It's a stark contrast, and I think it's really showing how exactly Diavoli are applying there what seems to be at this point superior mechanical skill to this game here, really taking advantage of their guns and their ability to use them, and it's winning them round single-handedly, because we've seen a few positions in this game. VIP have had a heads up strategically, have had a better performance in certain instances, and Diavoli are just able to shoot their way through the problem. And obviously for Team VIP, it's how do they address this? They have the idea on where the players are, now it just comes out to how exactly they remove them.
Yeah, and this library control, this mezzanine control is going to prove massive for as long as they are able to hold it. It means that Team VIP is going to have to clear this out if they want to gain any kind of verticality onto this bomb site, which is 100% necessary to actually bring and execute, as library push is going to come through, as this gunfight is going to happen as Devils goes down, but Rooney also goes down. It's going to be a down trade, as we're going to be able to pick up that finish, as the revive is actually going to come through here. So advantage early for Team VIP with quite a bit of time left on the clock, and this is how they managed to win those rounds when they were attacking the second floor bomb site. But it may look like they are actually attacking the second floor, but it is just going to be that prep, as no, Warwick, you're not ready for it. This choose the late kind of spawn peak-esque kill there, as through that window, going to be able to even up this man count.
Yeah, Bandit tricking game now going to be played over towards the mezzanine balcony. However, Breach will be getting open without much contention. C4's thrown from RWL, doesn't find its mark at all. Bolton instead finding a mark on his own head a little bit here, taking quite a bit of damage here. Player behind the half wall, player all the way back in towards the bedroom here. Keep in mind the objective is below. This is only the vertical control that VIP are fighting for right now. Catch RWL in a bit of a cross there, bait out the swing of Aura, take him down, and 2 quick kills from Rico bring the round back towards the side of VIP. However, C4 from Maritz keeps the Diavoli competitive in this one. 2 versus 3 now, but look at the HP on the remaining players of the attack. 1 bullet is enough. 1 more kill for Choose, and it levels things back out 2 on 2.
Yeah, and Choose was on the flank and went completely unnoticed there. And the HP for the side of Team VIP, 1 bullet is all that it's going to take. And both of the players, and there it is, Choose with the triple kill onto a Rooney. It's just going to be left up to Voltan. Can he keep Team VIP in this? And no, it's going to be GG's in the chat. The first map is done and dusted, as Diavoli with a little bit of a hiccup in that second half, but managed to clean it up with 3 straight rounds after a bounce back, as Diavoli take map 1 and look to cement themselves in this series to really try and gain an advantage and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's there to be the expected, I feel, there for the side of Diavoli, right? It's their own map pick. It was 7-5. I think we expected them to win it, as we sort of said a little bit earlier on. For Team VIP, they did do a good job to bring it back. At least on the start of their attacking half, things were looking a bit better. But as soon as Diavoli got the read in, as soon as it feels like they got an understanding of how to make those defenses work, they got the connections through, and they got the 3 rounds that were required from them to take it all the way through in regulation. So I don't think it'll be a massive, heartbreak there from Team VIP to lose that one in that way. However, it does place a lot of importance here on this second map here of Nighthaven Labs. The own map pick of Team VIP, they're going to be starting it on the attack here. Curious to see how it goes through. And of course, well, Nighthaven Labs, it's going to be quite an exciting one for this, I feel.
Yeah, definitely going to be an exciting one on Nighthaven Labs, but going to give the players a little bit of a break, as we actually head to a very short break, and we'll be back very soon with map number 2.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now.
I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat.
Let's get it now. I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now.
I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat.
Let's get it now.
I'm
And welcome back to Voltage League Season 5's playoffs here. My name's Travi. We've done a little hot swap on the casting desk here. Erebos is going to be stepping aside for a little bit to join us as the observer. I'm joined by the wonderful Drago over here. Of course, map number 1, if you guys weren't here for it. 7-4 going the way of Diavoli. Their own map pick of Chalet went the way as expected. Off to a great start. A little bit rocky in the middle, but a strong finish cemented them. A 7-4 victory going their way. Of course, we'd just like to apologise for a little bit of an extended break we have, of course, since the first map. There was a couple of issues with observing feeds and such, so production-related issues, unfortunately, happens from time to time. So do apologise for that, but we can affirm we are ready to be getting into this one now. And Drago, you've become thrown in the deep end on this one, but you know what? Happy to be here with you. Happy to have you on board for playoffs. How are you feeling about this?
I'm happy to be back. Oh, that first map, yes, there's a few production issues, but I loved the energy that Diavoli brought. Yes, they were winning hard, strong at the start. And in the second half, they just kind of flopped around thinking, oh, it's fun, it's banter. Then they chose to close it out, luckily. But this is what we want to see. We want to see some good team night. We want to see good team fights, beautiful match plays, things like that. But this isn't their map anymore. This is Team VIP's map. Seeing the fact that they've decided, you know what, we're going to ban Buck. That means they're target banning, but also playing strategically. They've looked at the VODs, they've looked at the analysis, and they know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and as well, Blitz ban, a bit of a target ban, Thon going against Team VIP as well. An operator they love to play, and Azami as well. Used extensively by both teams in the previous map, used commonly on Nighthaven Labs. An operator that makes strong positions even stronger. No surprise to see her being taken off the board here as our final defensive ban rolls on through. That, of course, going to be the 2 Brows. Sticking with that one from map number 1. Again, it's that time-wasting aspect, considering how late some of the executes for the teams here got, especially for the side of Diavoli on their attacks, how slow some of the attacks were at certain points. I can see the value in getting rid of that 2 Brow and allowing those attacks just to speed up that bit.
I completely agree. But looking at these lineouts, it looks like they're pretty sure they're not going to let this slide. Bandit, Warden, Frost, Mirror Legion. They've brought the traps. They've brought the counters for Blackbeard. They know what their enemies are planning. Yes, you can be as strong as you want, but this is our map. We know how to bring this. Oh, I've got to say, who do you think is going to win this out? Because I'm going Team VIP all the way.
I mean, I had Team VIP in my original predictions. I'm glad, Drago, you're with me with Team VIP because I was the only one backing them in the original predictions. Everyone else on production and casting desk went for Diavoli for this one. So, Team VIP, glad to see thought also. However, I think it's worth to talk about how this little extended break will impact these guys because obviously I think it's been about half an hour since the original game finished up thereabouts now. There's a little bit of a break, and I think that momentum Diavoli will have built by getting those couple of quick rounds at the end of the previous map, all of that momentum is kind of gone now, and I feel like we're heading into map 2 at a bit of a reset point.
I think you're right. I think everyone's going to be prepared to see this as either a best of 1 to end it all, or a comeback time. Team VIP should hopefully know how they want to play this. It's their map. But that extra 30 minutes might have given Diavoli a bit of time to talk about what strats they wanted to use. That's going to be their biggest fear. Not only are we going to have to see Bandit try and trick this wall, we're going to have to see Maverick just pop a hole in it so Blackbeard can take the shot. Oh, you've got to say, there's 2 things that always confuse me about how these guys hold it. When they know there's a Maverick on the board, I'm just no longer even going to worry about the wall. I'm going to run away, hold it from as far back as garage. To the moment I see a hole, I can either throw a C4 or I can hopefully get a long pick.
Yeah, Maverick. Oh, dangerous for both sides there. But Rooney back on the shields yet again. And something we spoke about, I think he did before last time on Labs. Loves the shields operators, he does. And going to look to make some more entries on it. Bolton makes the entry towards the lobby now. Greco taking a lot of damage from that Maverick footholds. As you're saying, Drago, so dangerous for both sides.
You're completely right. But there's the first pick by Bandit, getting a lucky shot on the Nomad and also tapping the Maverick a little. That's not what you want to see starting early with a 5v4 disadvantage. But I don't think these guys are going to give up just yet. They understand how important this play is. They're going to get this wall open, get the line of sight in the Legion, hopefully get him through Electric. Yep. Ace knew the line of sight, knew what was coming through. But now it's time to execute. No 30-second meta here. We get in, get close.
Yep, that's it. We've got to start pushing in towards the objective now. But for Team VIP, it's all falling apart a little bit. A 2 versus 4 to try and force this execute with C4 still in the back pocket, but I don't think Diavoli are going to need him. Maritz takes down Rooney, leaving Bolton on their lonesome 1 versus 4 here. Caught in a crossfire, gets Ulrich, but can't get many more than that. RWL close that, and Diavoli pick up where they left off and get a very comfortable first round here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs.
Looking at how these guys have played out this first match, it's a bit terrifying knowing that they're not going to let this slide. They see the aggression and they're going to raise it. Diavoli knows how they want to play this map as well. This isn't two teams that don't know what's going to happen. Terrifying to see.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be very, very scary one there. But of course, we are just going to have a quick hop over of the clean feed there. Of course, as we said, there were some little production sided issues between this map and the previous one. We are still fixing a couple of them. Hopefully, with this change, we're just swapping over to a different clean feed. Hopefully, all things should be resolved. Everything should be good. So we'll be back in the game in a couple of seconds for you. Don't you worry too much about it. And just like that, we're back in.
Gotta say, we didn't miss anything from the prep phase. Looking how these guys have played out, it's come out perfectly. They know where they're going. They know they're going downstairs. They've drones it out, luckily. So they just got to set up for it. They know how they like to play it. They've looked at the tapes, as I said. Extended roam. People are upstairs. You got to clear them out first. But then you also have to be prepared for that long fight. If they don't clear out the back, they're going to get completely smashed if they try to only take from the front.
Yeah.
I'm worried about two things I got to ask you.
Yeah.
Looking at how these guys play it, they bring a Goyo. They bring these things, but they're not really bringing anything to deny the wall. Are they just planning on fighting it out, do you think?
I would assume that's the game. I mean, Team VIP, they're going for something quite extended up here. You've got Choose and Maritz on the top floor, so I think they're going to play something a little bit more extended out. Right, they're going to focus on the map as a whole rather than just hunkering on that objective. And I think if that goes wrong, you're going to need that ability to buy yourself time, right? That's where the Goyo comes in. Maritz as well with the Legion can spot out anything. So I think it's a good pick, but I think it's going to be an aggressive one here from Diavoli on the hold.
I do believe you're right. And the fact that Ram is planning to take the Legion directly in a gunfight is not what you want to see. But it's going to work out perfectly well for them with Blackbeard opening the hatch as Legion's dropped. Hopefully trying to get this pick on the person hiding in Kitchen. If Kitchen does go for the rotate, Dokebi might be able to catch it off. No, he's going to try to go for blue stairs, but he's just going to keep getting pushed around. They're not going to be able to get up to the second floor again. Oh, there's the down. You do not want to see Ram going early as well. Goyo hiding in the corner, luckily getting the pick. But Blackbeard refrags onto the castle. It's now a 4v4. I'll pass to you.
Yeah, with how coordinated it's been so far, it's a little bit disappointing to see VIP drop one, but Grieco's making sure that's not going to keep the way this one's going. Maritz goes down here. The pressure towards the basement is applying. Arad falls, Devils falls, and Choose goes as well. And just like that, so incredibly quick, Team VIP take themselves around, level it back up one apiece here. Looking a lot better in the second round there. I think it's really off the back of that team play, right? They're pushing the roamers out effectively, and they're making sure when they can run away from these positions, when there's a pause and so in between these rounds, there's a position here that's good for them, of course, to be able to really sort of force the player away and catch them off as they make the retreat there. So believe it, we're going to have to head to a little bit of a tech pause here. As you can see, the rehost is going to have to come on through for this one, as we've now, of course, unfortunately had to go through without a player. So just going to get this game back on tracks for you. I mean, it wouldn't be a bit of Siege without some technical issues, right?
No, but as you can see, even the observer could not pause the game, so the game's a wee bit glitched. If you're not actually the host, it doesn't work for you very well. It's just how Siege is. So you'll come back to see our lovely faces in a second. Rainbow Six, a game where it's 10 years on and it's still broken as the day it came out. We had Operation Health 1, we had Operation Health 2. Siege X is going to be Operation Health 3. So let's hopefully they get it right in the third try. So the bug he's talking about, the FPS bug that you see in the chat, everyone, is a 30-second FPS bug. You're just straight down. You have no FPS no matter how strong your PC is. It's like a memory leak in the RAM. It's not something that you can just fix by going like, oh, Alt-tabbing, doing this. I've tested it for hours. Does not work.
Yeah.
Have you had it ever, Travi?
Yeah, you know what? I've been lucky enough. I have a rarely bug-free install of Siege. I see everyone with all these issues, and I'm quite lucky. touch wood. Never normally have too many issues with this game. I've not had it myself, but everyone has it. I've seen it happen plenty of times. It's, as you say, it's a problem, unfortunately. So just a quick rehost. We'll get back into the lobby as soon as possible. We're still early on in the game, so I don't think it's going to interrupt anyone too much, I would assume. Right, Drago?
No, but I do have to question that. The fact that they have... Nobody realized the site was downstairs. I think that's where the problem came. Everyone was on the second floor and everyone was on the first floor. Mira tried to swing up the staircase to come up to the first floor. She was the only one on site. So I'm a wee bit confused how they're playing it. If they remember that this is an objective-based game by default, apparently not. It's swing or be swung in this game.
Yeah, and that's it. I think it was a bit of overcommittal from Diavoli towards that top floor, right? They were all the way up there on that second floor with a very deep roam, which is a valid strategy on the basement objective. But I think the key real factor why it didn't work out and got absolutely dismantled was how coordinated Team VIP were on that roam clear. You saw it when players from Diavoli were retreating, they were being caught up on that rotation by one of the VIP players. So great stuff from the attack there, much better than we saw in the first round, because admittedly, that first round was a bit of a mess from the attacking side. So, of course, we're going to just have to see how this one pans out, of course. I mean, it's 1-1. No one's really taken an advantage just yet, Drago. And I mean, you've watched a little bit of both of this games now. I suppose, obviously, it's the first couple of rounds of it you've seen. How are you feeling about the teams now? And how are you kind of feeling about how maybe this one's going to progress onwards?
This match is all about capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes. This is where they'd pull out the art of Sun Tzu, no, thy enemy do this, and it's like, yes, but also no. They're playing it like it's ranked, and I love the ranked energy coming out from both teams of, if we just swing hard enough, we'll win, which seems to be working quite well, actually. But we'll see who can punish that and who can't. I believe we're going to go into a break quickly from what I can hear in my ear. So
Yeah.
we'll catch all the guys back in a second.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. Let's
Once again,
Welcome
folks,
back.
we are
You go first.
back. Voltage League Season 5 playoffs. Do apologise again for the extended duration of that rehost there. Took a little while and longer than we anticipated to get the players back into the lobby, but we are here now. Drago, welcome back on in. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good looking at how these guys have been playing out this match. I'm hoping that couple minutes break was enough time for them to be tactical. Remember that this is an objective-based game. Everyone sit downstairs. Not, oh, let's go all first floor and try to gun this out. This is where utility's going to come in key, and it looks like they've thought this through now. Yes, there's only 1 to 2 people getting ready to prepare upstairs. Yes, it's going to be a similar hold. But you don't need to have everyone upstairs. They know this. The opponents haven't changed their lineup. Nobody's changed. It's just going to be a repeat of the last round. But hopefully it'll be executed differently.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the goal for the side of Diavoli here. Not lose the opening pick so early on, not get caught off on that rotation back to the downstairs. I think that's going to be the goal here. Obviously, you've seen a fairly similar play out to how it was in round number 2. Team VIP themselves not changing up too much, really. Blackbeard, Deimos going roam hunting. Rooney going to be hopping in quite early on here to the top outside of Cargo Stairs. Going to be pressed out by 2 defenders here. Has to be careful not to be caught off. They have the awareness that there are 2 players playing it. A bit of foot damage here. Forces Rooney to bring the shield down, go for the fight, but boxed in by the castle barricades. It's going to make it a really difficult spot for this Blackbeard.
Well, now he's going in a 2v1 situation while his teammate's stuck out the window. So he's either got to go for the fight on the Fenrir, but it doesn't matter. The Legion gets tagged off from upstairs, so Blackbeard's just going to swing and get the kill on the Fenrir. This is not how they wanted to play this. But lucky there's still a Goyo upstairs. He can still get the Ram if the Ram doesn't know, but it looks like she does. That little pixel peek. He can see the shoulder. He's just going to be tempted to hopefully get the headshot. He does. It was too tempting, and he took it. Now it's a 2v4, but Mira's still on site this time, which is a better position to hold it. She knows whether there's 2 above her, so hopefully the C4 can get one, but no, Goyo gets taken out, but the C4 refrag becoming a 3v1. I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, really difficult spot now for Aaron. Sees the one below, takes down the Deimos. It takes that 2-1 versus 2, but stuck on the back of Cargo Stairs. Position is going to be known. Vertical is opened up upon you. There's not really a whole lot you can do in this situation, but try to run away with your life, but not going to be able to do so. WeHurk's going to be closing out there. Team VIP going to be getting themselves a second one back here on Nighthaven Labs. This basement bomb site not proving too successful for the defense here. VIP just able to punish that Roman time and time again. Diavoli struggling on it, and I think a change of course is going to be appropriate here, and rightfully so. They're going to head back upstairs to the one site they've won so far, Commands and Stivers.
I've got to say, the fact that they're planning this out, they're not bringing Fenrir, which is the default pick for going upstairs, they're bringing the Frost, so they must have some sort of plan that they want to use, whether it's a different iteration or it's, hey, we want to set this up, take the long angles, take the fights. It could be one or the other, but looking at how they've thought this through, they're setting up so they can take the gunfights, but they're also setting up so they can easily back up and reinforce this time, which is a different play style to what they had downstairs. My only concern with this is that Warden's going to have to get aggressive and get electric. These Frost mats as well. Every rotate is a danger point for the attackers. But the attackers decided to switch from Blackbeard to bring Monty, which there's a change for the attack.
That's it, and we've seen the effectiveness of the shield so far from the Blackbeard on Rooney. This time going to be giving things to go over on the Monty. Of course, the Blitz was banned, I believe, by the side of Diavoli, so won't be able to use that one, but having the big shield in there, certainly be able to take a lot of ground here from that rock shield. So let's see how that one plays out, of course, as this round sort of starts to follow on through, but for Team VIP, it's just going to be a standard go at it for Labs, right? Get those breaches open, start to pressure up on the bomb site, box the defenders in, and go from there, really.
I completely agree. Looking at this, I think they're going to have their plan ready and set. Hold the angle, take the shot, hopefully get anyone out of rafters early, and then maybe just push the Frost, get a couple early picks. But I'm really concerned about the Legion. If he just jumps out the window, there's no Claymore on that window yet. So the biggest concern will have to be that Frost for now. And Monty's just coming up, trying to get through the hole. Oh, he could actually fit through the gap. Blandish is going to have to swing and get the kill, but he does not. He's still too afraid. The C4 is the deterrent, and it gets used, but nothing comes from it. They now have that quarter safe and protected. You just got to be prepared. Maverick's going to have to open this wall in a second to hopefully get the bandit charges, then Ace can go for the wall. But it looks like they might be trying to flank going for the other side as well. Now there's the Maverick hole. Is he going to be able to get the line of sight onto the bandit? He's going to have to wait and be careful. I'll pass back to you.
Add a bit of dimension to this attack here. That's really going to be the goal for the side of Team VIP right now. Get the players going around towards the meeting side of the map here. You can see Devils aware this wall is very likely going to be soft any second now. Going to be prepared to respond on towards Grieco from that one. But it's hard on 5 versus 5. The players of Diavoli holding a nerve right now, not really giving anything away. And oh no, that could be a critical mistake there. Grieco goes to try and confirm the wall, gets his feet spotted out in the process. Eventually, Mateen does trade it back on towards Devils, making us 4 versus 4, a little bit even in the remainder of this one. Rooney pushing up towards the objective as well. Connector control goes the way of the attack. There's a bit of a spat in the all chat, but what's focusing on is the objective. Rooney unable to catch the Legion on his run away. Goo mining foot has to pull it out as C4 comes out, takes down the shield. Bolton one on to choose. Equalised back out now. 3 versus 3. The attack need to try and find the opener into this one, but Mats isn't going to give it to him.
One way or another, he would have had to jump in. I'm pretty sure that Frostman is still down. Putting those 2 really good guns, though, into a 2v3 situation so they can swing it. They just got to bait the enemy into it. 30 seconds left. This is not how you want to do it, but a trade comes out from the Ash and the Frost. Painful, leaving Bolton on his own. He's going to hopefully have to swing and get a pick onto the mirror, but no, he gets taken. Not what you want to see at the end of that round, but it works out well for Diavoli.
Yeah, not so much at all, really. Diavoli going to be happy with that one, of course. Able to crack that top floor site a second time around. Question, really, I think for me right now is, can they get one of these other bomb sites over the line? A 3-3 half for Nighthaven Labs, you know, that'll do. That'll be good enough there for either side, really. Obviously, defense, I think, would be happy with a 4-2, but right now, I think for Diavoli, the goal is just to get one of these other either secondary, tertiary bomb sites across the board. Because right now, all they've been able to win is that primary bomb site, and they're not going to be able to play it again this half. They need to try something different, and they need to win something different. So it's going to be this first floor bomb site to give it a go and see whether it's going to be the answer for the Diavoli.
No, I completely agree with you. Looking at how these guys have been playing, I think Diavoli's ready to answer that chat back. This is where the pain's going to come into. This is where the plays, the smart, they can jump in and plant. They can jump out. They could quickly just rush A. They can clear upstairs. It's about which plan do they want to use. They're known for being quite, let's say, tight-handed with this. And as you can see, the chat is not letting anything slide today. So they're going to have to hold this from upstairs, but then they also have to be cleared by the attackers. I don't think the attackers are going to care. They're going to rush this. They're going to hopefully go for the plant. Having set up with Blackbeard instead of Monty like they were originally planning. Now we can do Kebby. They're just looking for as much as they can. Getting this early pick, maybe causing as much confusion. But no, Maverick goes down. I believe that was a C4. Yep, C4 from Bandit. Getting a pick onto the Maverick, downing him, but not being able to finish. He can hopefully bait his teammate. Or he might be able to go out and get a pick early on this Kebby who's outside. It just decides on what's going to be the outcome now.
Yeah, that's going to be the Maverick getting up and recovered here. And the issue with that really going down is how low HP the Maverick is now, because a single foot gets exposed while trying to make those breach holes as before. We saw the difficulty Grieco had doing it with full HP. Now try doing it with 20. Going to be insanely difficult here. Pressure coming up towards Connector now. Marit's on the front line, of course, with a C4. Bert not going to be able to use it on the shield, but doesn't need it. Has the gun, takes down Rooney, and that's the Blackbeard gone earlier on, but it doesn't matter because Weehurk's there for the trade and already aggressing over towards the players inside a server here. Top floor hold for Diavoli right now is being heavily contested, but Bolton and Grieco on the cross angles are giving it a good amount of dimension here for the side of Team VIP. The question really lies on how the players of Diavoli can play it. They're going to bring RWL up here to support the rest of the players to put a bit more emphasis on his top floor, and it pays off. Mateen goes down. Diavoli take man advantage here. Choose extends it further, and it's a 2 versus 4 for the remaining attackers.
And a beautiful down from the Ace, getting a nice pick onto Frost as well, finishing it off. But the Legion comes up the staircase and swings him. Now we have the Maverick on 25 HP, and a Dream has to swing, but the smoke gets the headshot. That is not how you want to play it, but it does come out in the end. Diavoli are now running away with this. That couple seconds due to break has really lit a fire under them.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, as I sort of said, Diavoli need to crack one of these non-primary bomb sites. They've just gone and done that. And they've actually not only just done that on a secondary site, but also gone and done it on an objective that isn't the typical secondary either. They've gone to control storage, the typical tertiary. Basement's unlocked, or they go kitchen cafeteria. I don't really see it will likely be heading all the way down. But before we can get there, tactical timeout. And Drake, I've got to ask you, what is the discussion going on for Team VIP right now? You've just lost a couple of rounds. You really want an even half. How do you do that?
They can talk about how the fact that, yes, this map is known for being defender-sided and they've done well so far, reinforce their teammates, understand that, hey, just get out of your own head. Remember that this is a team game. It's not about going for picks. It's not about that. Just leave the person who's chatting alone. Turn off all chat. Just focus on the match. Only the captain should have it on. We can win this. They just need to bring back to the strats, bring back to the basics, can win this. No dumb peaks being there for refrags. That's been their biggest problem. I don't even think the drone economy's been that bad for them. They've had the drones up or in their pockets still, just not been able to use them.
Oh, well, that's fair enough, and hopefully for the side of Team VIP, they'll be able to bring that through, and I think you're right on the mark there. Rely on that fundamentals a little bit more. For the side of Diavoli, they've played this objective a couple of times now, not been able to win it because of an overcommittal on the upstairs roam game, getting caught on those rotations back down. We've seen it twice now. It's played out the exact same way twice. So for the side of Team VIP, they're going to be doubling down on this roam clear. I think we're going to be seeing that Deimos be picked onto there by Mateen, try and hunt the players out here, supported by the Blackbeard and the Dokkaebi. Seems like VIP want to double down on this roam clear game.
You do, you're probably right about that. The only problem is going to have to be the fact that there's no Goyer on the board, so attacking site isn't that dangerous right now. You wouldn't have to waste that 30 seconds waiting for the fires to burn out on any of the entrances. You could probably rush straight down, maybe even drop through the hatch and get the early pick, but I do think they're not going to be prepared for this. It depends on how they've joined it, because it looks like the attackers have decided that they're going to bring Thermite. They know that there's nothing to stop them. There's no bandits on any of the walls. Yep, this wall's going to get open and breached. There's only going to be Mira in sight. If they can pick her off early, this could all turn out in the favor of just Team VIP going for the early plant.
Yeah, that's it, and cause a bit of ruckus on the objective. The remaining defenders all over the map, they're going to be panicking, they're going to be running, and that's exactly the situations where we've seen Team VIP pick up some freebies in rounds gone by, and as Deimos gets even more and more intel fed to him and more options available on the death mark tracker, he's curious to see exactly what Diavoli's response is going to be here. Choose looking to get aggressive up towards Aqua, swinging out here, unaware of the player on the roof, not going to be too far out to just get caught by it. So instead, it's going to have to be this top floor clear coming through for VIP now. Deathmark goes on towards the Ephemeria of Choose upstairs as well, but they're unaware of Maritz, who kicks us off with a pick on towards Bolton, and a good early start here for the side of Diavoli. And it gets even better as Rooney goes down as well. That is Soul Player and Connector in a really tough spot.
Gotta say, having a 3v5 situation when the wall's already breached and site could have been handled, but they have now trapped people upstairs. They know the Fenrir is stuck up here with enough drones and enough insight to be able to stop them. But Dokkaebi gets tagged in electric while Fenrir gets blinded. He's got to rush down the staircase. With Mira now getting swept as well, Thermite is now able to rush into site and plant. He's got to only have to worry about the castle and Fenrir coming back to site. He knows he's one of their teammates are being tracked, so they know they're coming back to site with Deimos as a gadget, but he pulls off the plant, luckily saving his own life, but now confirming that there's two in sight. So it's up to him to decide how he wants to swing this. He knows where the castle is. He's got a general gist of it. I'm going to pass this back to you because it's a bit electric.
Yeah, that's it. It's about to kick off here. I feel a little bit up. Plant attempt failing just because of Devils on the Warden. Any smoke plant attempts being made, so they're going to give it another go. Try and get the plant down while the pressure from the death mark is applied on towards the Warden, but Rico doesn't seem convinced, doesn't want to commit to it. For Team VIP, it's a bit of a rotation all the way around here, back in towards the basement directly, but you can see Devil's already prepared with the goggles activated. Entry from Animus going to be coming on in. Rico takes down RWL, giving an opener into this round for Team VIP here. However, they haven't cleared the vertical. A box in, a tag team from Choose and Devils gives Diavoli yet another comfortable round here. And I don't think the right call there, because you saw in Team VIP, they knew the Warden was up above. They knew he was in control. You have a choice. You can either go for him or go direct towards the objective. Diavoli there choose the Team VIP, sorry, they chose the latter option there, and Diavoli fully capitalized on it, using the vertical that was not taken from them against the enemy team, and it catapulted them into a very comfortable win there. 4-2 up now as we cross the halfway point.
I feel like that's one of the situations where They had the idea, they had the plan, but not everyone committed. They just had to keep pulling back and pulling back. It's like, we have a Deimos, you know when people are coming down, as long as you watch the staircase, they can't rotate. It was forgetting the basics at that point. Hopefully this time they'll be able to renew it and bring back the energy. But they've decided to bring a class out. So I'm hoping Team VIP understand that this is their first defensive half. This will set the precedent. So any one-shot or special plays are just going to have to be deciding. It will set how they want to play it the rest of the match. If it becomes a 7-2, that could be possible. Or if it becomes a 7-4. Just a clash hiding from the drones as well, trying not to get pinged.
The thing is, it interests me why they're still trying to attempt to hide the clash here, because DFOly have obviously done the homework on this map, banning the blitz from Team VIP's game the other day. And in that game as well, Team VIP, Rooney especially, always on the shields, especially on this top floor, on the clash, and that one was against Seco Patas. Used it to great effect here, likely going to be doing it again, same here against DFOly, but they are prepared for it. They understand that that clash pick is likely to be coming at some point, whether it's hidden or not. The question really more lies on exactly how do they deal with it.
And the answer to that is probably going to end up being the Grim or the Deimos frags. Because unless Clash is the last one standing and you have 2 players left, the Kai's just going to trick the wall and stop it completely. Oh, Maverick lightly getting tagged by the electricity. Is he able to see the player's foot hiding behind the little wall? No, but he can hopefully see that the Grim's coming up rafters and maybe swing on the back of his own teammate or swing on the enemy. Gotta be very careful here now.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot, and it just gets harder for DFOly as Choose goes down to a C4, and that makes this breach in towards IT here very, very difficult. The flank attempt from RWL over towards Raft is going to be marked out, spotted by the Clash. Barbed Wire will eventually get open with no caution about hiding the sound now, but the Clash ever so present, ever looming. It's going to make things very difficult here. Vertical pressure being applied from below here by Allred to try and take this Clash out. However, it's not going to be successful in confirming the elimination. Death Mark's going to be activated to try and find a little bit more of it. Wilhelm goes for a run out, doesn't find anything off the back of it. DFOly now pushing up towards the objective, trying to find their way in there, trying to find the gap in the line right now, but they can't find it. They can't get anything done, and Team VIP, they're holding on.
The mute jammers are causing a lot of trouble for Deimos. Every time you ping it, oh, well, it's gone now. It's not going to be the problem. Blackbeard having to swing on this Legion. The Legion understands how terrifying Blackbeard is, but it does not matter. Legion is just seeming to be the perfect counter today with the line of sight. But Ace getting the pixel pick, killing off the Kai is not what you want. But Ace is also now being tagged while trying to run back to the electrical. Deimos versus the Legion. This is a bit of a better fight. 2 guns in hand, but that pistol is going to be a menace. He knows he has to back off and swing back, but the Legion swings and gets the pick. That's 2 down. And a 3rd for Legion. Just getting one after another, each pick going down. First the Deimos. Then you have the nice shot into late Ace, and then the last.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful shooting there from Greco to deny any shenanigans, shall we put it there, from Devils. Triple kill for the ace in the round, but unfortunately not enough to bring it over the line there for DFOly. Just struggles at the start of that round really meant when they went to the end of that round, they were going into it disadvantaged without what they needed cleared, without the utility denied of the defenders, and it just made things really incredibly difficult for them. So, difficult attacking round, but it's to be expected on the top floor. What really lies now is, of course, in this basement objective. They're expecting it. Team VIP bringing out a bit of a wacky lineup here almost. Some operators that we don't see a lot of play here. You know, you normally see a Mirror down here on the basement or Kaid, something like that. No, instead we've seen a Tachanka and a Mozzie.
Mozzie's more the surprising one for me because the Lord's viable on any site in this game. We all know the power of the Lord and Savior himself, the Lord Tachanka Kang. The fact that he has his fire can actually work similar to how smoke would work. So it's going to work out favorably just on denying the plant. But I have a feeling that they've got something more planned for this. This doesn't seem like, oh, just pick the operator you're comfortable with. Because as we've seen, Rooney's comfortable on Legion, but he's also comfortable on any other operator he wants to be. So I have a feeling this is just, all right, they brought shields every other time. We're going to punish them for that. If not, we're going to swing and stop whatever their plan is, being able to create quick rotates and clean up any rotates that you can't use.
Yeah, that is going to be exactly what we're going to hopefully see coming through here from the side of Team VIP. For Diavoli, well, as you say, it's just that clear through. It's just this get across the map, punish anyone in that extended hold. Not quite as much committed to it as we saw from Diavoli. Team VIP only really having 2 players or so upstairs. Greco is playing inside of storage as well, do keep in mind. But it's a good spread hold across the map here for VIP, and it's yet again really on Diavoli to try and clear it across. They won't be using the shield to try and force that clear, instead relying on the back of Devils on this Deimos. But considering he's been fragging out so far, I'd be very confident in his abilities.
I would be too, knowing that the Legion and the Mozzie have now dropped, that Deimos is becoming more important. Originally, he didn't have any scans, and now he's got 1, but the Sledge is still upstairs trying to cause as much havoc as possible. But they don't know that the enemies just dropped back, but which is 417, luckily gets the tag on the mute. Oh, but Bandit refrag, sorry, Fenrir gets the shot back onto the Sledge, taking him out early. Mozzie now swinging, hopefully back up the staircase. He knows that the drone's there, but he's just getting teased by it. He's got to remember that 2 attackers are upstairs with that drone. It's his choice, either turn back to site or just try and cause as much trouble. There's a minute and a half left. I'll pass back to you.
Yeah, you can see Diavoli struggling a little bit with this one. Now that they know WeHerk is sort of on that far, or sort of off position, oh, that could have been free to choose there. But seeing how WeHerk was sort of that far off position, it made things difficult for Diavoli because they know there's sort of a boogeyman lurking around here. Instead, the Ram boogie drones are going to be coming in now, starting to open up the vertical, allow possibilities for Diavoli to get sightlines in towards the objective. But look at this, WeHerk's still not being cleared out here, still up in cafeteria, hiding away. I presume Diavoli think he's run off by now, but that it couldn't be any further from the truth. And a flank, time it right, and it could be round defining for the side of Team VIP.
I do believe you're right, because I think he's just going to sit here and wait for the last 30 seconds and hopefully sneak up behind these hackers. It does look like that's going to be the case, because it looks like they're all planning to go for the drop. No one's going to rotate his way. He's going to be able to get a massive pick if there's no drones or no anything to stop him from being able to push through. He's just barely passing over the side of Ram, but he can hear her, but Ram can also hear him if he moves too quickly. But Ram thought it was a friendly, and she gets tagged up. Deimos now getting shot. Now they know that Fenrir is up here. They cannot just go for the drop and plant. Deimos is going to have to swing and try and cause as much trouble as possible. He does know who's up here, which is lucky. Here comes the nade. He gets the pick. That's a beautiful shot. Now, the first floor is completely up to the attackers, but they can't drop into sight.
Yeah,
Ace is now going for the plant while Deimos is 1 HP and Dream upstairs, holding a 2v3 situation.
The cover's good. No, the fire! The Tachanka fire! Oh, that is tragic. The Tachanka fire forces the player off the plant, and that is a real tragic one there for Diavoli. But I think we highlighted it right there. WeHerk single-handedly turned that around back, because what was looking quite a convincing execute for the Diavoli side, it went so quickly. The minute that flank came through, they had no idea that there was a player behind. They had to set the Deimos to panic and try and clear the flank out, and then because of that, they couldn't focus enough attention on the objective itself. Fuse went down, and it was just absolute disaster for Diavoli late round there, and Team VIP very well deserved win, and they tied up the game on the back of that as well.
Exactly, and seeing how the Tachanka worked out, as I said, being used as a makeshift smoke, just to burn the attackers and cause enough trouble, tells me that they're not done yet. They're wanting this to go to a 1-1, then a 2-1, hopefully in their favor. They want to see the third deciding map.
Yeah, will we get there? Will we go to Clubhouse?
I'm thinking that we will, because of 2 reasons. Now that I see how they brought the pulse, they're not playing just with the hearts in this point. They're playing big brain strats, using things that are out of their comfort zone. They've completely electrified all the walls with the bandits. You're not going to be able to get into Warehouse, very likely. Actually, I do have a question for you. Warehouse.
Yeah, Warehouse.
Do you understand if I said garage? Would you understand what I meant by that?
I would, because I'm so mentally attuned to Clubhouse, and for some reason I always get my Clubhouse and my Labs call-outs really confused. So I will just call out. I'm guessing you're a fellow garage caller outer as well.
Yep.
I would call that garage sometimes. It would slip out, and 9 times out of 10 I think I know what people mean, even if it's wrong, technically.
It's just because it's built the same way as garage is. It's just there's no vehicles, there's no cars. It's just the giant empty lot for now. It does not matter. This wall is now going to get open, and that's just a key piece. Breach open. Now they have the line of sight into rafters, knowing no one's there, and being able to cut off the point. But the pulse below has not been droned out, so he could actually get the early pick onto this ace. which is exactly what he's going to want to do. Set up his team, give the call out, and hopefully swing the ace breach. Now getting a second breach wall open, and there's a third. Garage is now open as well.
Yeah. Well, not a lot of kills have really filtered through so far for this, but it does feel like the pressure is on Team VIP right now. The spots they're in, they don't have a lot of wiggle room. A lot of attackers watching cross angles here. You can see already Martin in a real difficult spot right now. He's tucked in that corner on rafters, droned out. They know he's there, caught in a bit of a cross. All they need to do is tag team him right as he's crossing and ducking, diving between doorways. Legion, he's spotted his time on this earth is almost very much numbered, but he's not going to go down without a fight. Takes down RWL. Devils goes for the swing, eventually confirms the kill. 4 versus 4, we're even back out now, but there's a flank coming in from Aqua, spots the barrel of the gun. WeHerg can try and throw a bit of disarray into this one yet again, but going to think better of it and retreat, leaving us even still with a minute to go.
Well, no longer even with 4v3 kicking us off. Thatcher's breach shard is coming in handy, causing as much trouble as possible. But they now know Mutes in warehouse going into cafeteria with Pulse just being terrified. All of this, nobody's on site, but they know they can't drop. There's still too much danger on that first floor. They're going to have to kill this mutant, then hopefully go for a plant in B or A. But they know where he is, but they can't do anything about it to push him out. I don't even think they now know that Pulse has dropped downstairs, and I believe he's still got a C4 in pocket.
Yeah.
It's 2 C4s in breach. Just going to be very careful.
Yeah, this is yet again a similar repeat of the last round. Diavoli going into the execute with a decent position and decent sort of situation for themselves, but then it just falls apart here, whether it's a pulse flank from below or a case of going to be a flank from above. Greco's going to spot out the defusing player there, but only going to give the information through. The cover from above is good on Shoes. Diffuser actually gets stuck through. Now it's a massively winner all round here for the side of Diavoli. Bolton gets one, immediately traded back out. Greco falls. And what can this Soul Mute do? Goes for a run outside. No one out there. Does have a C4 to play with, but with the vertical being used against you, you've got to try and make the cross. Got to try and find the head of Ulrad. Can't do it. Maratz confirms it. And Diavoli hold on to their lead here. 2 rounds away from taking the map, taking the series.
This is what you want to see. It's good gameplay, good, smart movements. It looks like their tactical time has finally worn off on the buff. So Diavoli's trying to hopefully run away with it. But it was only 1 round on the worst site to try and hold that isn't kitchen. So I do think that they've still got this in their back pocket for now.
Yeah.
We head back upstairs with Legion.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be it right now. Team VIP, we've seen they can defend these tertiary and these primary bomb sites, so they should be able to get one of the next couple of rounds. They should be able to get 2 of them. That guarantees them an overtime, possibly a way to take it in regulation. Yet again, going to be taking the clash, bringing her along, going to be hiding it in the corner there. Rooney on this operator that we know he loves, all the time on it on this site. No surprise to see it coming on through. Going to be hiding it away inside of the corner. Diavoli, they're likely going to be aware of it, but yet again, not really bring anything too committed to dealing with it. Instead, just going for a bit more of a brute force traditional take up here, really. Focus on the breaches, as you do on Nighthaven Labs. Really try to get these walls open and just spot that. I think they have the idea that the Clash is on board. RWL onto the Nomad.
That quick switch saving them a lot of trouble and hassle, but also being able to cover up as much trouble as they can. The only problem is that Deimos has only got 2 people tracked. It's not the Clash. So he's going to have to hopefully get a drone pick early or have his teammate ping the shield, which might not be the case. You do not want to peek that just in case there is an enemy behind it.
Yeah. Clash is very, very scary, and even, you know, pre-reworked Clash where she's quite limited in her mobility, she is still incredibly intimidating to be going against here. Run out going to be made from Reherg, but going to be punished by Choose. A bit of over-aggression there. I do have to question it. Player February going to be going down early on. IT breach getting opened, and I don't think from the side of Diavoli you could have asked for a better start to this round.
No, but the Claymore is now getting talked about. The fact that it did not even touch him is not great on both sides. But looking at this, we've got 2 minutes left. The player is down and Choose is already half. So just have to be very careful about this, trying to swing the person on stairs. Mute's unable to control the recoil, barely missing, but they know somebody's on rafters now. Just sneaking up on them. They try to close it early. I believe they actually did get it. So now they have to hopefully go for the wall breach and try and cause as much trouble as they can. That Fenrir now getting taken out.
Proving costly, not having the Fenrir. What interests me though is the Clash is on a little bit of a solo roam, it would appear here. Rooney on his lonesome on the Clash, currently going 1 and 5. The support from Mateen, the tempted, but going to be taken out Red into here. Perfect position for Aura to get the gunfight, but no, going to be downed instead, making it a 3 versus 3, and that makes it worse here for the side of Team VIP because now they've got themselves a 3 versus 2 advantage rather here. Diavoli now left in a difficult situation to try and force their way in. Bolton is down, maybe recoverable actually. Maybe able to try and pull the revive across here. Rooney is close by, but then that's relying on Greco to hold on. It's going to be forced out of the position by the ping of the Nomad. Going to be forced to be taken out of that one there. RWL and Shoes now low HP. All players that remain are low, but Bolton has a cross, takes out RWL as the attention goes towards the Clash. You should be focusing on Bolton because he's locking this one down right now. He's prevented Diavoli from getting any further into this one. Shoes is on limited time, limited health, has no idea where to look. A bit of a turnaround and Rooney pulls off the turtle, the 180, and Team VIP keep this one tied, keep it close, 5-all.
The absolute pain and punishment. Unlucky for Thatcher not being able to get the 2 headshots in a row when they lined up perfectly. But it goes back to 5-all. That is not what you wanted to see. This match could go to 7-7, could go to 8. And then just whoever wins that final round wins. This is not what you're ready for with an overtime. Sledge, Twitch, Deimos, Ram, and Ace being brought out. They're not even worried about it. They know they're going downstairs. It's just about how they defend it now. They've set the precedent that, oh, we like to roam too, but we will drop back to site. No to Shanka this time, bringing Goyo instead. Hopefully going to cause a little bit more trouble. No castle, so they're not planning to play it the same way Diavoli does, or the default rank stat. So they've got something else cooking in the pot.
Yeah, and for the side of VIP, they'll really hope it's cooking right now because they've got to start to feel the pressure at this point, right, Drago? You're 5-5, you're 2 rounds away from seeing your playoff dreams here crushed a little bit. It's a very tight situation for Team VIP to be in right now. Of course, Diavoli, they did win their own map pick, 7-4 at the top of your screen, as you can all see. So they do have a map to burn, theoretically. They would like this done in the 2-0 fashion. They'd like to win this here and now, but if Labs doesn't go their way, okay, go next, go Clubhouse. For Team VIP, it's still die on this map. They have to be getting this one done, and as you say, digging deep into that strategy pool, pulling out something that we don't see as often, that might be the difference maker here. That gives them that advantage.
I think you're completely right in the fact that they're bringing Mute. They just completely fed up with these drones. Mute and Aussie, no more drone economy going to be allowed at all. They know they like to bring the Twitch, so they know they want to shut it down. Deimos' gadget also going to be hindered by that. Luckily, Legion and Aussie are still upstairs, causing as much hassle as they can. But I am wondering about 2 things. Are these guys going to hopefully swing back to site early now that a minute's passed, or they're just going to try and hold first floor? Because Deimos hasn't been able to track anybody. Nobody's getting Deimos pinged anymore, and that mute jam is going to be there. But Legion obviously gets the pick onto Twitch before returning to site. Just welcome home.
Yeah, and I think that's the perfect point to retreat now. You've got your opener. You don't need any more from that for the side of Team VIP. Contest the first floor a little bit if you want to, especially towards that cargo stairs, but don't give yourself into anything that's not going to be an easy retreat away. That's not going to be an easy run. Just hold it comfortably now. You've got that man advantage. Use it, work it, take full advantage of it, because Diavoli, they're now going to have to be the ones to dig themselves out of this little tough situation. And you can see as well, Devil's not getting any better on the Deimos here. Still only got 1 defender identified. And Diavoli, they're almost chasing ghosts on this first floor here. There's not really too many contestants coming in from VIP, but they're still looking for someone anyway, and it's someone that's not really there.
No, and I don't think they know that the Legion's just going to sit and hold cargo stairs at the long angle. Yes, they're droning him out, but the Deimos track could have been perfectly used as well. Everyone else is back inside, hiding, waiting, hoping to get the pick. It looks like Goyo's trying to shoot through the floor to cause a little bit more hassle. But here we go, Deimos, knowing where the Legion is, being prepared for that gunfight, winging nice and long, hopefully going to get the pick onto the Legion if he gets aggressive. But no, Legion's just going to back up after a quick pixel pop. Now it's a 4v3 with Ram becoming their biggest devastator. This is where we get to see if their execute plan like before gets to work out or not.
The execute point is where we've seen Diavoli struggle quite a bit throughout this entire matchup here, so I'm hoping to see some difference here in round number 11 of map number 2. Drop into Animus has been made. Maritz is close to Pillar, wants to try and make the cross towards into the objective, try and get that diffuser down, but it's going to be difficult if your team's falling around you there. Maritz does get one back, stem the bleeding temporarily, but he's going to have to pull out a 1 versus 4 here if he wants to keep his team alive, and with 20 seconds to do so, Mateen's gone nuclear with a triple of his own, gets one, but unfortunately, Greco's right there for the trade, and Team VIP take themselves up on towards map point now. One more. If they can get this tertiary bomb site done, buckle the trend a little bit, they can get this done here and now. For Diavoli, it's overtime or clubhouse.
The pain from that Goyo's face when he just got tagged. He wasn't even prepared. He was just running by, hopefully trying to help, and gets punished just for trying to be nice while Mute swings and gets the kill, luckily saving us the round and now putting their team in a favorable position. Defense control room, the place that they've won quite handily in the first round, is now going to show up that this is their map. They picked this for a reason, so we will go to that 2-1, I'm believing. I'll be prepared for this, though.
Yeah, you never know what can happen. And I think that's almost a concern here, really, I think, for me right now. You know, we're going to sit here and go, oh, it should be comfortable for Team VIP from here on out. But you never quite know for certain. There's always a little bit of worry in this one. So we'll have to, of course, wait and see how it goes. I'm just looking at the overtime sides here quickly. It's going to be Diavoli starting on the attack should we go to overtime, which throughout this matchup has been certainly the more troublesome of the two sides. So, of course, Team VIP being their own map pick, they're going to get the favoured side, which I think will be a comfy net for them, but they're going to want this done here and now, aren't they?
You're completely right. The only issue is Diavoli get defense next round, which is going to become even more of a problem for Team VIP. So they're going to probably want that early pick now, which might just push them into a bit of aggressive stance, which could end up hindering them. Looking at how they're playing this with a smoke, being ready to swing anyone who tries to peek them. That's not going to be the case. They're going to take it slow. Diavoli know how much this risk is worth to them. They're going to play it handily, know what's going to happen, know the plan, know the strat, no surprises.
No, that's it. It's, it feel like, you know, when games go on like this, especially elimination ones, you do sometimes see it revert back to that default. A little bit of safety, as you see. Diavoli here doubling down on the hard breach to make sure these walls get open. Bandit trick going to be attempted by Bolton, but no, not going to be able to commit. And that's put him in a real difficult spot. Tied up to the wall, though. He makes it work, but traded back by Allred keeps it even. 4 versus 4 now.
The Bandit was a little bit too cautious. He just tried to get it down, but couldn't make it. But Arden was put to half, which is a great pick and hopefully an early decider for his team. They know where he is now. Lesion's now got to back off again. Hopefully, they're able to hold electric and cause as much trouble as they can. They know one's on rafters now as well. The ping's coming out. Both teams using as much intel as they can with the drones. The drone economy's been good, but it's always causing problems when no one's able to capitalize on it. But the refrag comes out luckily to save it, calls it back to 3v3.
Star player with it goes as well for Team VIP. Mateen, 16 and 7 so far, over a 2 KD on this map, but not going to be staying alive much longer in this one. Weehurk spots the players out towards rafters, does some damage, but not enough to confirm the elimination, giving Diavoli some space here on the top floor. Start to get this vertical work underway. Just over a minute left to play here for this one. Pixel angle being held by RWL. Just moves off of it at the one time, makes the hop down, trying to catch this player. Misses the shots on Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diavoli right now. RWL goes up huge. Devils finishes Weehurk off, and we're going into overtime for this one. Diavoli want this done 2-0. And for Team VIP, the next 3 rounds are survival.
We get to see how their overtime play works out for them well. The fact that it's now 6v6. And as you've said, I'm not looking forward to this. This is going to be intense. Either they walk away winners for Diavoli, or they have to get stuck into it on a painful map, which both teams know very handily and well.
Yeah, it's very scary prospect. Obviously, Team VIP, as we said, they've got attack, they've got defense first. They do have the advantage here. They should win this on paper, based on how this matchup has gone so far. But if we know anything, especially when the pressure is on in a game of Siege, it's not a game played on paper. It's not a game played by these statistics. It's a game where anything can truly happen in this lobby right now. And as you say, as the pressure dials up for Team VIP, they're going to try different things. Possibly, they're going to be getting a little bit excited, want to try some new things, and that is normally a massive make or break high risk moment for them.
I do believe you're right, and the fact that they're bringing out the Clash means bring your favorites, bring the operators you can swing and get your kills with. They've chosen never to change that Legion. That is their go-to pick, picking up the 15 bomb just to cause a little bit of trouble. Sorry, 16. My brain's not there at the moment.
I mean, it's a massive amount of kills there. Mateen, like as you said, 16 and 7. That's over a 2 KD. Having such an impact on these rounds. And operator like Legion as well. A lot of survivability being brought through. Certainly the standout so far for Team VIP.
Got to be prepared, because now this is where the plan comes into play. This is where you set your precedent. You make sure that nobody comes in. This is your site. Waste as much time keeping them outside as you can. Knowing that the Clash is being brought to hopefully waste a bit of time also tells me the fact that they're not going to be afraid to swing in the last final seconds. Have they been able to get the drone? I do not believe so. Ace going for the far wall. Luckily, being able to get that connector terrace open. But they don't care. They're just going to close it up with Fenrir. Servers is now safe. There's no protection. Nothing to worry about.
Just a bit of a checklist going through for Diavoli right now. And I think the thing that really echoes how Team VIP are feeling right now is up until now, where they're having a bit of a dance around warehouse, they've not really let anything crazy go through. Rooney deciding the gun's a bit better, but Bolton's going to be the first to fall, actually. And this Rafters position increasingly heating up by the second. Cowan Hive's going to be going up here, spot out the players. Mateen, though, continues to do the damage, takes down Allred here. Holding this spot into a little bit of a defender fortress right now. Mute Jammers obscuring the positions of these VIP players up here on Rafters, making it a very difficult spot to clear for Diavoli. As you can see, they've lost the Deimos, they've lost their main source of pressure. They have the drone to confirm the information through, but it's going to be insanely difficult to convert it through here for the attackers.
Everyone's moving just in the last 5 seconds after you've drawn them out to try and confirm the kill. The timing, just siege timing working out handily for them. Mute's hopefully trying to go for the wallbang, but unable to get it. If Clash can hopefully get the call out while he's passing, he might be able to swing and get the pick. But the Legion Gearmine goes right into Fuse's foot. Fuse is losing half of his health. Legion also getting tapped. Here we go with the Mute swing. Nope, but Fuse does go down.
And it's Mateen continuing to go huge here for the side of Team VIP. Takes down Marat, takes down the Fuse, and it gives VIP a well-needed advantage right now. But RWL doesn't want to go down without some swinging back. Continues to fight, continues to go, levels us back out. Even on the scoreboard right now, the attackers still locked out on Rafters, need to try and make their entry on it. They're aware of where the Clash is, staring into her face. The questions right now are Mateen and Weehurk. Where are they hiding? Where are they standing? Because they're going to be the difference makers with the guns up in hand. Prone player spotted. Triple kill for Mateen right now. Almost on the 20 bomb. And the players of Diavoli, they've got no choice but to rush on in. Choose gets one, unaware of the prone player. Stands up. Weehurk gets one. Caught in between two. What can Devils do? Charges at one, but not good enough to get it. Weehurk close it out. And Team VIP take themselves map point yet again.
Match point again and again. These guys are not wanting to let this up. If they were able to bring this sort of energy last round, they could have had it ended and us going on to Clubhouse. But Diavoli will not let this go. The 7-4 the first round on Chalet, I'm calling it now, was just because of map difference. This is where they actually show their skills in their hand. And the Blackbeard being pulled out as a crutch, I believe. So we're going to have to wait and see how they play this out.
Yeah, that is it. And this is, you know, obviously it should be Diavoli taking the defense right now, but for the side of VIP, this is an opportunity to sort of, as we say, buckle that trend of defender wins, buckle that trend of attacker losses, get something going. It is that top floor site that's been ever so difficult to crack so far. Both teams really find it nigh impossible, really, to do on the offense. So Diavoli, they should be good to take this one all the way to 15 right now. Of course, I think the question for me is more exciting in the 15th round, but we've got to get there first. We've got to get through this round. And what exactly can Diavoli really get going right now? Because they're 6-7 down, 2 rounds in a row required. It's a tough spot to be in, isn't it?
It is, and it just goes to show the fact that they're planning this for the long game. They know that they can win this handedly, but they want to be able to shut it out completely. VIP is now trying to change up their playstyle a little bit, be a little bit more on the aggressive, but also be on the smarter plays. They started that off in the first round, and they were able to win. They just need to capitalize on it now. They know no Fenrir is being brought, so it's just about what drones you have, be prepared with the smokes, be prepared with what you can. Blackbeard hopefully being able to punish everything, and hopefully not get caught in Frostmat. The fact that they now know, okay, that's perfect. Deimos has Frost, Mira, Bandit, and it looked like Warden tracked. No Legion, though, which is a bit of a problem with that 5th operator hiding.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, the 4 is a lot better than the 2 we saw previously. I think I'd take that there from the side of VIP. 4 is plenty enough to try to apply the pressure. Bandit batteries on IT wall, they'll be spotted out, taken out as the wall gets opened up. Nice and easy here for the offensive side, and they can start to look in at how they want to make their entry on through. Drones supporting the pushing from inside here, letting them know that there's no one there, and Maritz opens it up. Devils gets another, and Diavoli just aren't letting this attack get anything going at all. It's all onto Rooney outside of meeting and connector right now to try and bring it through. Almost finds the head Devils, but he still has a C4 in pocket as well. Gonna use it, finds it, almost there, gets there. Rooney to look away, and the attack of Team VIP, it just is in shambles right now. 2 versus 5, over half the round to play with. What really can they do?
2v5, got to hopefully bait and cause as much havoc as possible. Ace maybe being able to get the wall into the Bandit, but he's not going to be able to with Maverick down as well. That wall is electrified still, so he's got a 1v5 situation, a minute 20 left. He's just going to have to play this how he thinks he should. At the moment, it's not going to be easy. I do miss the old days when those windows, you could look through them and see into the site, but that's now been blocked up. Oh.
And impromptu tactical timeout going to be called here. If you're new to Siege, if you've not watched a lot of Siege before, this is something teams will commonly do when they're in an unwinnable situation such as this. Take a couple seconds to take a little bit of a pause and basically just have a discussion amongst the team. Sure, it's not like a regular tactical timeout where you can discuss with your coach, but it's still all that valuable and very essential breathing time for the team to sort of discuss how they want to try and get this final defensive round across the line for them. And well, Bolton going to be left 1 versus 5 to make the entry, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be lasting too much longer with Choose already looking to contest it.
Oh, there it goes with a 1v4. Maybe he's planning for a 30-second execute. He was just getting his bearings, making sure his aim was right by throwing his ace charges because he knew they weren't going to be useful. Now it's his time to hopefully swing for the last 20 seconds, maybe getting all 3 in this lineup because they're all lined up. No. No. Just teasing the attackers and teasing the defenders. Not fun, but it has to be done.
Yeah.
Hopefully trying to get this another pack just to pad his KD on this map. Nope. Just one after another getting punished. Everyone taking the shot. Warden getting swung, getting a little bit of tap damage, and then trying to get the mirror, but could not finish it. But Frost gets it at the end.
Yeah, you see that mirror window there with all 4 players behind it. Not a lot you can do in that situation, really, for Bolton. I don't think that one was going to be winnable, hence the sort of impromptu tack timeout, whereas now they're going to be heading, of course, back towards the attack. Now, this is the basement, a site that has gone both ways. Unlike that top floor, this site is still defender-favoured, but it is that little bit closer to a possibility for the attack here. For Diavoli, as I say, it's do or die now. It's overtime match point. The winner is going to be progressing onwards. For Diavoli, they win the series, close the game out. If Team VIP win this, we've got a Clubhouse left in us, and of course that could go either way with how foundational Clubhouse is and sort of how fundamental it is for these teams. It's one of those that typically goes the distance, typically goes the way. If you ask me, a great place to end the best of 3, but I think for Diavoli, they don't want to go there. They want to get this done here and now.
I am wondering a couple of things now. The winner of this team, I believe, goes up against Psychopatas. It's going to be a terrifying match to go up against them as well, the winners of the group stages. So this will be a history in the making of, do you want to fight against somebody you fought many times, or do you want the newbies to go up against somebody terrifying?
Oh, that is the question. It's going to be a tough battle either way. I mean, Psychopatas, we saw how well they can play against either of these teams in, of course, the group stages, and it scares me a little bit. But at the end of the day, I mean, they sit here, look at this now. I've just got to wonder how Diavoli changed, right? Because their attacks on this site have been hit and miss. They need to try and find some opening here to try and change what the history has been.
I think that you might be right about that, but I'm also kind of worried that because they brought the Jackal, Devils is not letting any roamers get away with sneaky plays now. They're planning to shut them down as quickly as they can. There's no need for the Deimos when Jackal can just ping you and tell you where he is.
Yeah, and obviously Team VIP anticipating the Deimos pick going on towards the Vigil, but fun fact, the Vigil can't counter the Jackal ping. So nice bit of adaptation there from both teams, bit of 4D chess for Diavoli to think 2 steps ahead, anticipate the counter, go on towards the other roam clear operator. And it's given Diavoli a fairly comfortable clear of this first floor now, or second floor now, rather, as they can start to eye up this first floor, which won't be too heavily contested by Team VIP, but still could be problematic as we've seen before.
It does look like you're right, but Ace does take a little bit of chip damage as well, starting us off with the first bit of damage shot in the game. I am wondering, because everyone's now back to side except for the Legion. He still wants to hold the staircase and be as aggressive as he can be. This might come out to just maybe a Legion ace, starting us off, ending it for Team VIP, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's it. Now we're looking towards the bottom of cargo stairs here, looking at the entry here. More pings coming in through from the Jackal to try and find out where these players are. But the real secret is they're all over the place. All 5 players of VIP still standing. All 5 attackers still standing. One of the slowest rounds we've seen here throughout this entire series thus far. But I don't think that's going to last for too much longer as the Boogie drones begin to get to work here. And the hot drop for Diavoli, they want to wire up. But do they know about the player Anonymous? I don't know if they're 100% aware that there is going to be Bolton tucked away in there. He's on the Vigil. He's completely hidden. They have zero clue. There's a player behind him, and Bolton is going to kick us off. Maritz goes down, and Diavoli now have to try and make a response.
More trouble being brought. They need to make sure that they can find this Vigil. Have to be careful. That line of sight's all being held. Only one person upstairs, Sledge, being able to hopefully push somebody out. But no, Ram gets pixel damaged and gets shot from the cross as well. But Legion does get a pick onto the Sledge. Now it's a 1v3 with Jackal down. Jackal gets picked, but he does get refragged by the Legion coming out. I believe that's a 22 bomb, right? I
believe that was incredibly impressive, regardless of what it is. I think there for Matin, certainly doing a lot of the Chevy lifting for his team against the muscly sheep of Diavoli. And now we are going to map 3. Clubhouse is going to be required. 21 and 9 by Matin. That is going to hurt there for the side of Diavoli. And now we're 1-1 in the series, Drago. This one is anyone's game, and I feel as we head in towards the Clubhouse, it's one of those maps where it's a little more open, I feel, a Clubhouse. Anyone can take it. There's possibilities for both teams to excel here, and I couldn't be more excited to see how this one pans out.
I do agree with you. The fact that this has been pushed out, I don't think any of these teams are going to be prepared. I don't think we're going to be prepared for what we've seen on that map. 21 bomb, Legion keeps his team into the game. That's perfect. I'm looking forward to the interviews. I'm wondering who we're going to have. But regardless, 2 fantastic teams showing their work, showing how they like to play this out. I'm wondering, is this going to be as handed as we thought? Or do you think Clubhouse can go maybe more in the favor of Team VIP?
I think Clubhouse is a very even footings for both these teams, right? I'm just going to quickly pull up both of these teams. They don't play it a whole lot, really. It's not one of their favourite maps, and it's a neutral ground, I think, is the best way to describe it. And I think now, as I say, now we've been in that best of 3 territory, it's going to be an opportunity for one of these teams to excel, to prove which one of these 2 is the better team, because they've both proven they can take their own respective map picks. Sure, one a lot closer than the other, but the question really is, on a Clubhouse, on a map that's all about the fundamentals and your foundations as a team, who is built stronger from the get-go? I think that's really the question, and Clubhouse is going to be our answer for that. So what we're going to do, we're going to throw us over to ourselves to a quick little break, and then we will be back in just a couple of minutes this time around. Promise you no breaks in between like we had with map 1 to map 2. Nice quick one this time around, and we'll be back. Clubhouse, the decider of Team Voli versus Team VIP, coming your way, just a couple.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got an interesting match for you. Diavoli versus Team VIP. It's been going on really well, really hap-handedly, I can say. We get to go on to round 3. Clubhouse, a map that I love, especially as a Habana main. I can open up everything. I can have fun. Nothing can stop me. So, Trevi, you ready for this?
I am ready for this, Clubhouse. Sort of alluded to it throughout this matchup, where Clubhouse being that's such a fundamental map, it's a great decider for a best of 3. It's our final sort of settle point of the maps. These maps, you know, Chalet, Nighthaven Labs, they all have their own little quirks in their own little weird ways. Whereas I think Clubhouse is kind of as raw almost as it can kind of get, really. Test your fundamentals as a team, and whichever one of these two teams is better at a base level, they will be coming out on top here. And I think that's, you can say in confidence, whoever wins this is the better team tonight, and they will be sending themselves through to a semi-final date with Seco Pass.
Clubhouse is a map that I love, but I also hate, because this is where Doc mains and its Sammys live. I'm hoping to see a Sammy ban around for the second time, but if not, it'd be quite weird to see a Doc ban, just saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of your bands you can play here with Clubhouse. I mean, as we say, it's a fundamental map. Everyone knows it. So you can't really throw too many new curveballs on it. So it's really interesting to see exactly what is going to happen on this map. And well, it's ready for you, folks. We're getting ready to head into a Clubhouse now. Map 3 decider, Diavoli, Team VIP. Of course, before we get into the game itself, you know, we can take a look at the map here. Obviously, I'm sure everyone has seen this place before. You've got Bedroom Cache, all of these iconic locations coming on through for Clubhouse. And what are you thinking about this one? What are your predictions for it?
I've got to say, looking at the bands, I'm hoping for something special. Let's say the Maverick goes, the Two Bravo goes, Standard, or Blackbeard. But I'm also wanting to see some weird ones. Blackbeard, Industry Standard, of course, it has to happen. But now we get to see maybe a Ying Candela ban, maybe a Finka ban, a Blitz ban. But we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, it is indeed going to be that waiting game, and we are going to be getting a Blitz ban coming on through for our second ban. I think Diavo is still trying to target Rooney there, as a Blitz being one of the favourites of his. So a fairly standard set of bans here for the attack. But defense, what you got your eyes on, Drago?
I'm thinking a Rosami ban, then maybe a Fenrir ban. Just keep it standard.
Keep it box stand. Well, we will see. It is going to be... Oh, it's actually going to be the Two Barrel ban persisting on through 3 for 3 for Two Barrel bans this series. As we said, we've seen attackers, especially Diavoli themselves, struggle with those late round executes, who struggle with that clock. I'm not surprised to see them continuing to double down on the Tubbs ban.
Ooh, and Kaid, that's painful to see go, especially for the cash hold, or just for the gym bedroom hold. He's used so much in every part of this map, but now hatches are fair play and free game. You just got to be prepared for this. There's 5v5. We get Warden, Castle, Mirror, Mute on defense, with a Scopos being the surprising outlier.
Ooh.
No Asami this time.
Yeah, you know, I really like the Scopos on this basement site for Clubhouse. I think it's one of the few places where she really is a viable pick and not just a bit of a curveball, a throw card almost. Obviously, you have one idle shell down played in the basement, and then you'll take the other one and play actively on the top floor and retreat and turn away between the two. Because Clubhouse, the rotations are downstairs are limited all the way down. You've only got a couple of options bar hatches. So there's very few ways where you can get yourself downstairs. That's where the Scopos comes in. Teleport down, skip that middle buffer zone, and get yourself back down to safety. I like the idea, and of course the question comes really, how did the Diavoli adapt to it?
Well, to adapt to it, looks like they're switching to Deimos from Flores, and instead of Ace, they're bringing Grim. Habana is the only hard breach they're going to need. Actually, no, Ash gets switched with an Ace. But gun, this is a swap from Devils to Choose. They're not worried about the gunplay, they're worried about who's going to be the most effective on the attack. Deimos only having Castle as a scan. It's not who you want, because he's normally staying in sight, but it looks like this Castle's playing from bar.
Really what you want to see is you want to see the Deimos going for the hunt on the Scopos. I believe that's the idea right now. Try and find out where this robotic operator is playing about, because like, Mateen can be anywhere, and with the game he just had a minute ago, you know, dropping 22 kills, I believe it was in the last one. It's impressive statistics, and he'll obviously be looking to continue that here into map number 3. They do have the red pings. They know roughly about where the Scopos is playing. Pre-fires coming through from Alred. None of them able to quite connect through, but Mateen is bought insanely low HP. And now Scopos has an option. She can either hide and try and swap off, or do what she's doing right now, continue to take these gunfights. It could be costly, but it could work out in your favor, and it will. Howard goes down, and an early pick goes the way of Team VIP.
Having a buck taken off the board, that's a lot of utility gone early. But now Scopus might be able to get a nice line of sight, hopefully, on the Deimos to pick him off early, but no. Deimos is just hiding. She can hear somebody coming up red. It looks like she's going to go for the switch. You were right. That second body is now going to be gone. But Mira's being prepared. Oh, almost tags the Hibana, but Hibana also shoots back. They've taken now top floor control. They can't forget about the Deimos. Well, sorry, they can't forget about Scopus, but they cannot forget about the Grim either, who gets 2 picks. Mute and Castle gone. The pain of it all.
Absolutely huge for Devils there. Gets a round opener there to the side of the Evoli, and it's making things difficult for Team VIP, now in the man disadvantage. We have looking to try and contest these first floor attackers, but spotted out by the Beehive. No choice but to just fall that little bit further. But you're caught in a cross between the hatch here, but elsewhere it's Mateen responding back, but teammates are falling around you, and he falls himself. Double from Marat, and it leaves it all on the shoulders of Rooney. Going to be droned out here in Moto, retreats back towards behind the bar. What can you do in this situation? 55 seconds to go. 3 very eager attackers trying to find you. And now you've got a death mark tracker on your back as well. Going to be jammed out, so not going to carry on through. But it's still not an ideal position for the defense right now. 1 versus 3. Rooney just has to hold on, just has to try and bide the time here. Try and isolate these engagements, but with hatches open, it's going to be a very tall order, very difficult one here. Deathmark attempted for yet another time as the drop towards Boiler comes on through. Sandwich, indeed, and Choose finds it. And Diavoli take a round 1.
Oh, the Deimos just the worst time. That Mute Jammer being destroyed earlier really hurt them in the long run. But luckily, only the first round. It was on a much more difficult site than they would want to lose, but they're going to have to run it back. They wasn't close. Like, it wasn't that bad for them. No. Mira in a 1v3 is not what you want in that round, so maybe they can do some fix-ups. A Sami now being brought instead of the Scopus. That's what I was expecting last round, but not this time.
Yeah, and that's it. I think the Scopus not having quite the desired impact. She had a good start, to be fair, but just not being able to get anything massive going. I think the Azami's a safer pick here for the side of Team VIP. And of course, you know, we have to talk about it. The basement bomb site here on Clubhouse, it's one of the stronger ones in the game at the minute. You can't really be losing that if you're Team VIP, especially in a fashion where the enemy team have 3 people left standing at the end of the round. That's just quite ultimately not at a high enough level. So you do need to reevaluate, change up how they play at this time. And I think it's just going to be more about getting away safely from that early round. They actually had quite a good early round, Team VIP, but the minute the pressure mounted up, they just sort of fizzled off a little bit, and that's when it cost them.
It looks like this castle hold upstairs in bars can be very important to the craft. Sorry, I'm wondering 2 things. I'm pretty sure that dirt is completely soft. It's not reinforced. And there's only 1 person on site. Okay, no. Asami was able to get it in the end, but it just took a couple seconds for her to run and get it the last bit. They don't know that no one is upstairs, so this is going to be quite easy for them just to take. It wastes time, yes. But if they take it, they'll be able to take hatch just handedly, hopefully dropping into billiards and causing as much trouble as they can.
Yeah, it should be easy, but of course this clear is going to be the first point of priority. Drone is now coming in here from Choose, spotting out any defenders on this top floor, which there will not be any, as it's just that sole castle there of Greco playing behind bar, tucked away in that position, trying to catch someone from Diavoli off guard. It'll give them free control of this top floor, let them start to make the entries, and they just sort of start to continue through this checklist that we ever see so common here on a Clubhouse. Work their way down, work their way through. Castle is indeed going to be droned out there, prompting the retreat, and now the map is free for Diavoli.
That's a lot of big picks taken off the board, and Buck with a long angle from upstairs to hold that main staircase. They understand now that there's nothing they can do now to slow it down. They can't go back upstairs, otherwise they have to go through blue, and they're going to be tracked or pinged by the cameras. There's only a minute and a half left. This is the time where the XE is going to become important. Dame was dropping right in, almost getting damaged by his own friend's breach. Just got to worry about that church hatch. If they drop it, it's going to be a very tough battle to get out of that tiny courtroom.
Yeah, that
Buck's still able to get line of sight. Oh,
Yeah, the execute can be a real difficult one here, I feel, for the side of Diavoli on this. Like a 5 versus 5 is very difficult. You want to find an opener like that, but it doesn't last for long as Rico finds the trade back there. So we're equalized. 4 versus 4 right now. Boltyn playing from behind the mirror window here. Sees the ace with a Selma in hand, takes the opportunity and finds it as well. And this is exactly what we wanted to see from Team VIP. Getting a little bit aggressive, not just forfeiting this control. And it's working wonders for them so far here. Because Diavoli, they're down a man right now. 45 seconds left on the clock. They've got to try to hype how they get down to this objective now.
The A short just decides to activate the moment it falls off of the diffuser. 3v4, everyone's in sight. Not what you want as a post-plant situation, especially with a Warden on the board. And I don't believe there's any smokes in hand. There's only 2 frags left, I believe.
2 stuns and a couple stuns and 1 beehive as well. So not a lot of utility here, really. The drop is going to come through regardless, though. Oh, what a shot there from Marats. And what a second one as well. Turned around, right around. Boltyn left with it all to do. They're just going to go for the kills. They know where he is, but Boltyn has the pick, but won't last much longer as Devils close it out. And Diavoli 2-0 up on a basement bomb site of Clubhouse.
That's where information was key. They did not have the diffuser when they dropped the hatch, though. So Habana was actually going to have to try and run back up and either grab it or go for the kill. And only with 8 seconds left, the latter was probably the best option, but it could have went horribly wrong there. Diavoli are still rushing this. They're not playing solidly yet.
It's a little bit worrisome for Team VIP right now. I mean, Basement, as I said, it's one of the stronger bomb sites in the game right now, and they've just lost it twice in a row, and pretty convincingly as well from Diavoli. Of course, you have to give it to Marats, a massive, massive performance in the previous round. Devils as well in round number 1. Some individuals getting it over the line for Diavoli, but over the line, none the less. Team VIP are going to decide to change course finally, head back up towards the top floor bedroom gym, and what can they get cooking on this top floor bomb site?
Well, looking at how they're playing this, it looks like they're just planning, all right, we're going to go for an easy open breach, switch a banner for Thermite, bring the Thatcher, bring the, well, Fat Mag. How do you do the relationship between Thermite and Thatcher? How do you call it?
I haven't really thought about it before. Thermite, Fatmite. I don't really know, actually. I've not really given it much thought before. I know people do. I've not really given it much thought. How do you do it?
Well, that's the thing. I either call it Fat Knight or I call it, as you said, Thermture. But
Thermture, yeah.
Easiest way of thinking of is these are the 2 best brothers in this op. Yes, you've got the sledgehammer, but then you've got the explosive thermite charge, which is going to be very key to opening up as much of this garage wall as they can and just push right in. They're not going to even worry about it.
Yeah, it's going to make things hopefully quite easy for these openers here on the attacking side. Of course, defense going to want to have a bit of extended presence over this floor, right? They're going to want to try and hold on to as much of it for as long as they can. Jacuzzi has been opened up, construction as well. So Diavoli doing a good start of things right now. They just need to start trickling away at this defensive utility.
All the scans, all the picks, and all the drones cannot save them with a long angle being held by Zofia. Sorry, by Flores, my mistake. But he's just causing as much havoc as he can with those Flores drones detonating it. But unluckily for them, they get swung. The mirror will get opened. But now Warden is going to hold it close.
I really have to question there for Devils. Why go in early? Why go in before the breach is opened up? Weehawk is at least going to be taking some damage here, trying to escape away with his life. Knows there's a player outside of gym window, going to ping it across to the rest of the team. He's in a real difficult spot right now to Warden, but Boltyn's in an even worse one. Goes down trying to support the teammate. Swing comes out from Weehawk. Instead gets slapped back in his face here. And yet again, Diavoli are forcing themselves into a little bit of an advantage. An effective 3 versus 3 right now as Marats confirms the kill over towards Boltyn, and now it is even. But Greco makes sure it doesn't stay that way for long. Ulrich goes down, and the defense is holding on strong here. Diavoli have to try and force the plant down, but the cover won't last. It's all on the shoulders of Shoes right now in a 1 versus 3. Players of Team VIP watching from every possible angle. He takes the one towards construction. 1 Logi, 1 in gold right now. This could be an opportunity for Diavoli to cement themselves a 3-0 lead here. But there's 2 VIP players standing in the way, but there's still 50 seconds to play for. Plenty of time. Camera going to be probably disabled by the EMP, giving an opportunity here for Juice to bait out a plant, but M-Team is going to hear it, swings out off the back of it, and Team VIP finally get themselves on the board.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I didn't think that Mira could see just perfectly into that default
No, I
Japan
didn't
spot.
think. Not the only one.
Learn something new. But now we're in a 2v1. But I'm wondering about this. Looking at how these guys are playing it, Team VIP is good on this map. But I'm wondering how comfortable they are on the attack, because this seems to be a very attacker-favored round, going round and around in a circle at the moment.
Yeah, this one, compared to our Nighthaven Labs, is quite attacker-favoured so far. I mean, Diavoli, obviously, we're going to be going back down towards the basement. And I think this will be the cementing round right now for Team VIP. If they can get this, it's 2-2. They've cracked the curse of this basement bomb site. If not, Diavoli get the 3 rounds, which is enough for the entire half, in my opinion, here on Clubhouse. They've got a 3-3 split guaranteed for themselves. And Team VIP, what really can they do? Because they've got to pick other sites at this point, because Bedroom Gym's going to be locked for another round.
I do believe you're right. But I am thinking one thing, since they've just changed their entire roster, switching out except for the Buck, they weren't expecting this. They were expecting them to go cash. So the plan, the strategy might not be there for them yet. They'd have to talk it out. Yes, they know how to attack it, but it's whether or not they just sink back to the basics or not. That's how it's going to have to be played out.
Keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate things. It feels like that's a bit of a motto for Clubhouse as a whole, really. Amateen looking to go towards the contest any entries from a drone, at least. I don't think anyone's going to be opening it up just as of yet here. It's actually going to be Maritz going on the drone here, all the way up towards CC. Support the entry from the rest of the team as they just do the standard, get things cleared out here, but a very reserved hold from Team VIP. No one playing extended, and they're all just going to be hiding on the objective itself.
We do get to see some dirty plays here, though, using the IQ to scan for the date. Sorry, Deimos was removed, but using the IQ to scan for the Valkyrie cameras and make sure that they know where the cameras are. They know what they have to clear out if they try to go into the kitchen and then detonate it. See, pinged right there. IQ got it for him. Buck will now get that, and there's even less of a chance of a C4 running out, except for by ears.
Yeah, indeed. And that's really great use of utility here for Diavoli. And they're doing good time for things right now as well. We're only a minute into this round. They're already starting to think about opening up the vertical, opening up the hatches. In a good position, certainly right now. The attack, good pacing. But look at how many C4s are being bought by VIP. They have 4 of them. Combine that with the Black Eyes, and they're looking to make an explosive response for this one.
I do believe you're right, but I'm wondering how many people are going to just save it or die with it in hand. This is where the big concern is going to come out. Whether it's going to be used for post-plant or whether it's going to be used for killing tool. We're not going to know, but the Warden knows that the wall's open, so he could actually go for a late flank, but he will get tracked if he goes out there.
Yeah, that is going to be it there. Cameras being spotted out here, trying to deny the impact that those C4s can have. They're aware of the player pushing up main stairs. He's very likely dead, but not before he can get one of his own. And oh no, RWL! Oh no! Bolton gets 2! Disaster for Diavoli as they're left 3 versus 5, scratching their heads with not a lot left to do right now. Hatches are still closed. No more X-Kairos remain, and what can they get going? 40 seconds on the clock, and this one should surely go the way of Team VIP.
I do believe you're right. 5v3, diffuses down. They've got the angle so they can make sure nobody drops, but he goes for it anyway, swinging for as many kills as he can. Luckily getting refragged by Mira, but that's putting it down into 2v1. 1 left with Ace above, Habana's down. 3 left, Mute, Warden, and Mira. They know where the Warden is, hiding in dirt away. They can't just easily go for the safe drop because they could have a cross angle, but he's going for it anyway. Gets shot in the back and lightly tags the Warden. Not downing him, but he knows he's there. But he has to go for the flank and gets shot in the back by the Mute.
Oh, Bolton absolutely nuclear that round. I believe a quad kill there. I mean, you got to give him the respect he deserves for going up main stairs, swinging onto the player, and not only that, catching one back on the retreat as well. And it was just disastrous for Diavoli there. That was just not the way it needed to go for them, and it cost them dearly because now we're even back up here, 2-2, and suddenly this half is a lot more open for Team VIP, who the last couple of rounds have really looked themselves. You compare it to how it looked for the first few, and it's a totally different team we're seeing now from VIP. Looking much better, and I feel the nerves have settled a little bit, and that's going to be really, really important because this game is huge for both these sides.
I do believe you're right. Okay, they're not going to reinforce the second half of this wall. They might be trying to play it aggressively maybe, but there's a Chanka being brought out is what makes me so happy. But I don't believe he's got the turret. He doesn't. He's got the SMG. So he's being brought not only for his gun, but mainly his utility today. So we just got to wait this out. See how they play this out.
Yeah. On the Chanka, are you an LMG or are you an SMG more person?
LMG, just the ability to make
LMG?
perfect rotates, also
Yeah.
causing as much trouble as you can. And the fact that I just love it as a two-tap for most operators in the game.
That is, it does hit like a truck, to be fair. I mean, I'm more of an SMG person because of the ACOG, right? Obviously, you do get the option for the ACOG on the 9x19, and it's already a pretty good gun. The ACOG makes it a little bit better, but we have to wait and see. I think we've had a round of each so far, haven't we? We've had one team with it, the LMG, and now Bolton on the SM.
Actually, I believe it was VIP both times that brought it. Oh,
Yeah, I
Ace
think so,
getting
actually.
tagged. A painful way to start. Castle luckily taking a little bit of chip damage off of Ace, which is going to cause a lot of trouble. But now they have the line of sight to hold downstairs as well. Castle is going to play it as aggressively as he can. Make sure that they can't do anything too sneaky, like sneak in the garage. But the wall is going to get open and breached. Oh, Sammy almost getting picked off by the Ace. Luckily being able to back off at the last second.
We are playing with fire a little bit there, getting a little bit too close for comfort. But speaking of close, how about Mateen down below in lounge? The attackers circling around. They want to take down this castle. The only question that remains is how. All of the attacking might locking them out right now. As you can see, it gives enough time for the defender to retreat as they're spotted out. The breach comes on through. The swings are likely to follow suit. But the double down from the defense prevents the space being given to Diavoli and just gives VIP the opportunity to back off, slip away, and a bit of an approach change going to come in from Diavoli. A bit of a readjustment in the mid-round here because obviously pushing up east stairs has been read into. They need to try and find another way into this site.
With a minute and a half, yes, you can probably crouch to do that, but putting yourself in a disadvantaged position when you're trying to go for a plant is not what you want. Yes, they still have the smokes in the pocket of Capitao and a couple of flashes and EMPs left, but it's not what you want when Castle goes down for being aggressive. Well, Tachanka holds in his own fire, burning alive while getting swung by the Ace. That's a 5v3 situation. I'll pass to you for the last minute.
That's it. It's really unfortunate there for VIP. I mean, as you say, Bolton caught in his own fire a little bit. It's not what you want to be seeing on the Chanka. But Marat's going to be wanting to make the hop into the objective now as Zorid finds another. This is just going very well for Diavoli. Total contrast to what we've seen from the past two rounds. With Greco down, it's all on to Weehurk here. Diazami all on her lonesome to ace clutch up this round. Isn't going to be able to revive the teammate. And a flawless round comes through for Diavoli as they guarantee the even half. And they get themselves their third as we go towards this final round here of the first half of Clubhouse. Bedroom Gym's going to be unlocked for the side of the defense. There's no surprise to see them immediately hop onto it.
They were able to hold it quite handily last time. I am wondering about two things, though. Are they going to change their setup? Or are they going to run it the exact same? Because I'm even more concerned now. The fact that they've seen how these guys like to attack cash. That was very quick, very open, very direct. That Thatcher is going to have to be careful about that.
Yeah, that's it. We've sort of seen the opportunities here. We've seen the possibilities for it. And it's kind of one of these where you do have to just wonder exactly how they're going to change up the approach, how they're going to give things a slightly different go here. Obviously, right now, Team VIP, they're in the deficit. They need to catch a round up. They need to catch back up by one. Whether they're going to be able to do so or not, a lot lies on this round here. And I think this one's going to be insanely important for tempo setting for the rest of this match.
I do believe you're right, but this time they should hopefully clear up from their mistakes, making sure not to push that mirror before it's actually breached. Being prepared just for that long angled office, maybe clearing it out. Then also just, having Bandit trick it might be a problem that they may not be expecting. But we'll see, because they're not Castle blocking that B window, so it's going to have to be the Sammy Barker trying to protect him.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult spot for Bolton to play, but could be absolutely huge if it does work, though. There's a possibility of it. I suppose it lies on how Diavoli read into it and whether they play into it. Of course, we have that Fat Mike combo that we spoke a little bit about earlier on being brought. So it should be easy enough to open up Jacuzzi if they can take this Bandit down. He's going to be the massive difference maker in this one, I feel.
You have to be very careful with this Ash, looking for every reason to use that R4C for damage dealing. She could see the Asami, but she just couldn't pull the trigger in time. Luckily, backing off, also saving her own life, but now she knows somebody's behind matches as well. She can't just go for that Bandit in the wall, but she's going to try and cause as much trouble as she can.
at the point we're at in the round right now, Diavoli have a very good read on things. It's just more of a question of how rather than a question of what. Breach on Jacuzzi's side is going to be getting opened up, but so is Aura gets taken down there by Weehawk, and that's an opener that you do not want to be seeing if you're a fan of Diavoli as Team VIP start this round off strong.
You do seem to be right about that, but now that the wall is open by our favorite duo, they're going to have to be prepared for the split push. Not only do you have Flores and Ace pushing the other side, you have that wall open for Jacuzzi. They're going to hopefully try and maybe go for the plant, but they know Warden's there. That's going to be even more terrifying for them.
Oh, he goes for the bandit trick, but Devil swings in and punishes. Devil doubles down, finds a second onto Weehawk, and that's the opener for Diavoli right there. Rico does get one back onto Marats, which stalls them out temporarily, but RWL and Choose with one apiece, leaves it all down to Mateen. The star of Nighthaven Labs left in a 1 versus 3. Goes for a flank, goes through main. Is there a cover on the plant? No, there is not from behind. 2 versus 1 now. Sees the player hopping in, swaps to the Deagle, can't quite find it, gets 1, and it's now a 1 versus 1. RWL is low, it's winnable, and it is going to be done by Mateen. Continuing where you left off from Nighthaven Labs, and Team VIP stealed around the way from Diavoli.
The absolute pain of it all, just looking at how that gets pulled out. That is not what you want to see, especially not in the last 5 seconds when you have it handedly sent to you on a platter, but nobody's watching the Diffuser. Diffuser wasn't far enough forward or far enough back to save his own life, and then he gets taken out by the mirror. The flank just coming out and saving the round. Now putting them in a 3v3, getting switched to finally their attack. Let's see how they handle this.
Oh, that was disastrous for Diavoli. That should have been theirs. By all metrics, that should have been their round, and now we find ourselves even tied up, as you say. Grego, and this one, it could really, yet again, I feel like we might have another overtime cooking on our hands here. I feel like there's a possibility we could be going a little bit farther with this one here, as Diavoli, they're letting things slip by. You know, the 3 rounds that have been taken by VIP, I don't want to take away from their wins and the massive plays there. You know, Mateen in the previous round going absolutely huge, but I feel like Diavoli should have a couple more rounds right now. I feel like VIP have been stealing things away quite a little bit, and Diavoli been making these large blunders that have been costing them massively.
I do believe you're right, but looking at how they're setting this up, is he going to be able to get this wall in time? It looks like he will, but they're still going to know somebody was last in dirt. Nobody's going to challenge him, though, luckily. So he's going to get it, and Gribb's not even going to go for the pull shot to try and check. Luckily enough, everyone's safe. There's no spawn peaks. There's no worries. But you only have one person upstairs. You've got the Sammy on the first floor walking through, while the Ash might be able to sneak up behind her, maybe get the lucky shot, or just sneak in the side. Both options are viable right now.
There's certainly ways to play this one, as you say. It's all about where that Azami comes in from. She's going to be playing on the staircase down, so easy retreat if she needs it, which she will take now. Inside the Team VIP, Cav, they have map control now. Early on, not really too much attention being given to it by Diavoli, just letting the attack work their way through this one. I mean, this is the point of the game where I start to feel the pressure's going to mount for these sides, right? You're on an elimination game. Your semi-final spot is on the line. You need to do it. You need to get it now. It's very high pressure because next 4 or 5 rounds could be make or break within this season for you.
As you were bringing in before, having the Sammy be able to change the site so quickly, so differently, just by using her gadget and then having the shotguns, means that it looks like they are preparing for this fight. They're not going to worry about anybody else causing them problems. No rotates. They're worried for, all right, we're here. We've got Fenrir. We can swing everything that you guys can, and we don't have to worry about getting caught in the mines.
Yeah. Now, we start to look down a little bit here, Team VIP. They're starting to open up the verticals, start to really mount up this pressure on the objective. X-Kairos going to be placed on the kitchen hatch now, start to get things open, but you can hear the C4s being ripped from the defense. 3 of them in pocket. One's going to be thrown, not quite going to hit its mark, but still 5 versus 5 in a minute to go. Diavoli holding on strong. Team VIP looking for that crack.
With every hatch now opened, it's drop, swing, or try and hopefully get a lucky pick on somebody. The floors are completely wide. There's nowhere safe from the attackers. Just wherever the Asami set up our Kiba barriers to keep you alive. But Habana might try to go for the dirt rotate, maybe, and just trying to cause a little bit more pressure. But now push down main while 2 people try to drop the church hatch.
Yeah, that's it. Drop's got to come in really soon for the side of Team VIP. Otherwise, they're just pushing the clock just a little bit there. Feet spotted out here by Rooney, unable to confine the elimination, though. So they're just going to have to push in towards Church here. They're just going to have to push in, but no, they can't get the wall open because of the mirror window, but they can get the head of Devils wide open. Greco gets one. It's back leveled 4 versus 4, but they're unaware of the player. You highlighted it perfectly, Drago, and it's the star factor in this round. But over on the side of VIP, there's a star of their own. It's Greco. 3 so far. The 1 comes in to Church, but it's a C4 takes down Bolton. Ace clutch required, but Barrett holds on, and Diavoli keep themselves going, keep their advantage, and take the first defensive round, but only barely so.
That Ace is really unlucky getting the C4 like that, but having to walk in on it the last second. Abana surviving just by a little HP, even though it was right next to her.
That is tragic. Oh, I cannot believe that one. But we're going to head back up to the top floor now. Of course, for the side of Diavoli, they won the basement site, have to go to something else. So let's see what this top floor has in stock for us.
Bedroom now seems to be the deciding factor between these two teams. It looks like everyone's prepared for it, but they're bringing the same operators. It's just a key, maybe. They know exactly what has to be brought for the site. I'm not sure if it's becoming standard because I always went Castle. I'm not really sure if everybody plays it like this now and I've just not changed, or what the situation is.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's, you know, I think it's Clubhouse. In my mind, Clubhouse is a map where there's options available to you. You can kind of pick it how you want to see it. So there's quite a few valid options here in Clubhouse. I think that's the way I kind of look at this map now. There's a lot of ways you can play it, a lot of options, and there's not always a right or wrong answer. It's more so you have to adapt your strategy to the team, and it's something we've seen both these sides really do a lot throughout this matchup. Right, they have been adapting to what each team is bringing along.
But does seem to be the case. Diavoli's maybe just testing the waters using Team VIP strat against them both, a bit more of an extended hold into red stairs. I'm wondering 2 things I gotta ask you. Looking at this play, I'm wondering how integral Mute's gonna become, because they brought the Deimos, they understand that, and the Mute Champion's gonna be there to hopefully cause enough trouble. And Diavoli has not brought Thatcher, so that Jacuzzi wall is gonna be even harder to breach. Doesn't even look like they're gonna try.
Yeah, I think the Mute's a really great pick, right? He's one of those operators. Oh, speaking of Devil, he's been spotted out by the Deimos. Question is he going to be found or not? No, he's hiding on a Mute jammer in bathroom. He'll be fine for the time being. He's an insanely powerful operator with so much utility, and yeah, I've seen him so much in this matchup, rightfully so. I mean, a question for VIP right now is how do you crack this east side, right? Because you've got 2 players holding on to it for Diavoli. C4's going to go, not going to find its mark, and I feel the push is imminent to come on through.
The nade coming out of the Destroyer shield, but that's still not going to be enough. They can hear somebody trying to go for the crossbar. The Bandit tries to save his own wall. Well, Monty's going to have to try and push in and cause a bit of trouble, but he's just going to dance around dodging bullets. Never seen somebody so fast.
This is a duel. Swing out from RWL. Needs to go massive here. Unfortunately, can't. Instead, it's Rooney coming up huge. Yet another hero play coming through from VIP, but Devils keeps the side of Diavoli in it. C4 goes up at a second for Devils. Heroes on both sides, but we're not quite level yet. 2 versus 3 advantage still going the way of Team VIP. Diavoli have a disadvantage, have 1 less man to work with here, but in a minute to hold on. The attack should be pretty comfortable for this one.
They can be comfortable, but they will not be allowed to plant. This will have to come into frags with a minute left. Ash outside. Thermite trying to go with his drone to find out as much intel as he can. And Habana, there's no Monty, there's no chance of them being able to plant. They will have to go for the frag to try and cause as much trouble as they can.
40 seconds, this crossing over towards construction. It's going to be pivotal for this one here. So Ash Charge takes down the keeper barricade in towards Jim, opening it up, making it difficult for the defense. And look, you can see how much pressure a VIP are applying right now, doing a great job of using that numbers advantage because it's making things difficult. Devil's completely blinded out, has no choice but to hide back. Chu's going to come round to support, double down on this push here. They're locked in, they're boxed through, but with the plant going down, they have no idea where it is, and the 2 players from VIP find 2 quick kills, and they take themselves around back of their own.
Just unlucky lining up. Thatcher getting the damage onto Sammy before Ash gets the kill. The just indecisiveness coming out to not work for them. Luckily, Team VIP rounding up to 4-on-4. I'm just thinking, Has the Monty been way too aggressive? Rooney is just too oppressive at the moment. Should have banned him too.
I think we've seen a lot of shield uses, especially from VIP throughout this one, right? Haven't we, Drago? And I think a lot of the time, especially from VIP, shields are getting caught on their own without support. They're going in, getting a kill or two, and then they're just not getting killed. They're just getting shot immediately because there's no one by them to support. They're just playing the solo plays. It does need to change for VIP, I think, because the shields, they're having an impact, certainly, but I think they could do so much more.
I do agree. Maybe not walking on a C4 might be one of those. But Devils is not letting anything slide. They're showing their name and they're showing their sake. Only problem is they've changed the site now. They're still going upstairs, but they're not playing it the same way. They're cutting off as much of cash as possible with their reinforcements. Well, hopefully bringing the friend rate and maybe cause a little bit more of a disturbance. No need for the mute this time. No Deimos is being brought inside of the attackers, though, which is quite a good counter pick.
Yeah, that is indeed going to be very useful here. And now we just have to wonder what exactly the game plan is going to be for VIP. They roughly probably know what to expect. As we say, it's that clubhouse. You know the expectations by now. It's just those micro details, those cross-across, and how exactly they deal with that one. So for the side of VIP, well, now they're going to have to make that look in, right? CCTV is partially opened up, but they've got to read into the hold. Diavoli now going to have to try and get a response going.
It does look like you're going to be right, but we're just going to have to wait for this cash fender now being open to help protect the bandit. Well, he keeps getting the drone. This drone economy is not good, lads. Losing it all before the first minute of the round is even up. Luckily getting a nice shot to push the bandit back, but it's still not going to be enough to open the wall. Ash hopefully maybe going to be able to get a line of sight. No, she won't be able to see anybody in sight either.
And the question now comes, this push across here for Team VIP. How exactly do they force these players out? They know where they are, but I think there's a little bit of hesitation right now, Draco. How exactly do they get these players, Maritz and RW, how do they get them out of this position?
Well, here's the thing. They have two Cube Virus in pocket, so they know they have to waste them and burn them. But for now, the plan is just going to have to be open line of sight, try and cause enough trouble where Thermite can go and get a pick. There we go. Benner being taken off the board. His drones, his things are still active. But since they didn't bring a Thatcher, they have to play it by line of sight. Ash now being able to open up Bandit, still going to go for the trick. Hopefully he can get it. Yes, he can. But now there's just more trouble. AMPs have to be used to hopefully slow it down. Well, Bandit could still either take the play or get the kill onto the Ash, which he does. He's not going to be able to get the breach, though, so he's going to have to go for the C4. Monty's still going to be able to cause trouble, but he gets the Thermite. It's another big pick off the board. But Rooney's using his namesake as Monty just to clear out the opponent.
That is huge there from RWL. Single-handedly really keeping Diavoli in this one there, because now it's a difficult spot. How exactly did these final few players of Diavoli hold on? Well, not very well. As WeHerk just walks in, whopping them up here, gets two, gets a third, and VIP out of nowhere take themselves up one more match. And one more round goes their way. 2 rounds now stand between them and a victory here, and a little bit of a reverse sweep in the series could well be possible right now, because as I think both teams, especially from Diavoli, it's getting a little bit sloppy, I feel, some of it. We've seen them play so well up until this point, but I think over-aggression is just starting to seep into it. And I've got to ask you, Draco, do you think that's nerves starting to seep in here?
I do believe you're right. It does seem to be nerves seeping in, but it also seems to be they're trying to play passively when they're up against an active team. They understood how they played for the last 2 matches, but I think the tank's now just running in a bit on empty. They were not prepared for this going to the third map, and now it's coming back to bite them.
Yeah, and I think that's it. I mean, this one, probably, I think, looking at the previous map of Nighthaven Labs, shouldn't have been a 3-mapper. Diavoli should have been able to close out a couple more rounds. Just hero plays from Mateen, particularly on Labs, kept them alive, kept Team VIP going. And we now found ourselves here where I do have to wonder, stamina, as well, might be a bit of a question into it. It's been a long best of 3 for these sides.
5 seconds left before insertion.
The only short game was that 7-4 on Chalet, and even that took a lot out of them. Every round was coming down to the clutch moments. And then this is not being any easier. We got to see whose mental state is going to be able to keep going through, because if not, Team VIP can get 2 rounds and walk away with this.
Yeah, it's very much a question of how now, I suppose, this final couple of rounds here plays out. Can't be too much longer to go, and very fine margins between these two. Valiant effort from both, but only one can be the victor at the end of the day, as the standard here for a basement attack and clubhouse starts to pan through. Start at the top, work your way down.
That does look like it's going to be the case, but the Asami's going to hold this blue stairs. She does not let it go. No matter what, Devils loves his staircases and will not fight. But I'm wondering two things. The fact that they're going to clear upstairs quickly. They're going to go down, go up, down, 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 down. I'm wondering if they're going to try and get any early pot shots from anyone roaming, because they've just droned everything. There's no one roaming. It's 4v5. Ash is going to want to try and get in as quick as she can, check as much, and maybe just rush straight down site.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, if you make her execute on this site 5v5, it's a real coin flipper. It's so difficult to convert from either side, and it just really becomes down to who can go massive. For the side of Team VIP, they're going to want to get that opener, as you say, right, Drago? They need to find that one pick on towards someone to give them that 5v4, to let them play the trade game. C4 goes up, very narrowly misses, and it keeps things even 5-on-5 still with half the round to play.
I'm pretty sure Ram's life just flashed before her eyes, and I'm sure it was a good long one, but it almost came short. Had to be very careful about C4 throws. But Martz does get the pick on the Monty. That's a really enough, but that's a big pick gone.
And
know what you wanted.
Yet again, the Shield is on his own with zero support. What is he do? Why is the Shield on his own? I really have to question that from Team VIP. They are eventually going to get Maritz taken down, though. They are going to get the punish, but look at that. They've already sent another player up to dirt. Now Devils is on the firing line here to try and send things through and see if he can convert it across. It's going to be a very tough cross out either way. Going to eventually be found out by We Heard From Above, and it keeps Team VIP in this one.
It does seem to be the case. Luckily, they were able to save the diffuser this time. But being put in that 4v3 situation with two guys above, they can't just go for the drop smoke because they don't know where the other ones are. They have an idea, but there's no solid evidence. Somebody could be watching from blue, somebody could be watching from boxes. Warden is just holding the angle so they cannot walk in. It's a Warden that may not be the play, but he does not actually see it because it takes time for him to activate his ability.
Activates his goggles, perfect position, and then goes for the knife. I think I can see it in both our face cams after that one. And it leaves Auron in a 1 versus 3. Diffusers down. C4 goes, it finds its mark, but unfortunately a little bit too late here now for Diavoli. A 1 versus 2. Team VIP have the vertical. They can just play this carefully. They can just hold on from above. And it's going to have to force a massive clutch up here from the Mirror. I think she's going to go up main stairs to try and find the engagements, but you've got to do it quickly because the clock is against you. Zero idea of the one behind bar. Forced to reload, knows the player's gone for the cross, but yet again, it's just time wasted now for Team VIP. They should be good for this one. Yes, they will be, and they will take themselves up here on this matchup. They will bring themselves up onto a series and map point, and for the first time in a little while, it's Diavoli having to catch up 2 rounds.
It does seem to be the case. The pain of this match has been the fact that everything is coming down to that last 30 seconds time and time again. We are back in the 30-second meta, and these guys don't want to let it go. Neither team is done with it yet.
This is going to be one for the ages, I feel. One for the centuries here, because right now, Diavoli, 2 rounds required to bring us to an overtime. A head towards the basement, and on any other matchup, Drago, I would say this is a defender safe haven. A freebie for the defense, but we've seen anything but so far this game.
That is right, and the fact that they lost this last time makes it even worse worrying for them. The attackers only have to change one thing, change from Dokebi to Ram. They're already set and ready to go. They've got time now to talk and discuss what the plan is, how they're going to try and get all the roamers, if there is any. But they always know now that there's not. Diavoli does not like to roam on this site for some reason. They like to turtle and hunker down, which can work out for them with their gun skill, but you have to be prepared. That dirt wall is still not reinforced.
Yeah.
And there's a drone now to even tell them that it's not reinforced. So they might have to just rush it. Ash is going for it early. Hopefully they can get the pick onto the mute, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the idea you can play out here is if you wait a couple of seconds, you hear the reinforcement place down, and while catch them in the animation, 3 easy wall bang. That could be the idea from VIP here, from Diavoli right now. Maris is just going to sit there listening for any breach attempts to be made. Elsewhere, though, a push across the map, but they're totally disregarding the X Factor in this round. The difference to every other round we've seen on this basement so far, that's going to be Devils all the way on second floor, hiding away.
The Monty mute. This is time for revenge. Monty will not let this go, being aggressive, getting ready for some hostility. But Mute's going to try and spare his life and try and get out of there this time. Trying to be as aggressive as possible to make sure to pull out that C4. He gets the down. The revenge has been gotten, but the Fenrir there to cause a little bit of trouble and havoc. But now it's just Monty's just there as a mountain to stop them from being able to do anything. Coming down to a 4v5.
4 versus 5 now. Man disadvantage for Diavoli. Team VIP, they just need to play the numbers that they've gotten themselves. FNAT Mine is going to make things difficult for Rooney here. You can see Devils thinking about swinging off of it, but just not going to give you anything just yet. You can't play risks right now if you're Diavoli. You just have to let this one go. Bait attempt, bait sound from the barricade, but it's not going to be placed. And RWBL going for something a little bit cheeky, but Rooney is smarter. Rooney's not giving it away. And you can see right now, Diavoli, they're stalled. They're struggling. How do they crack this defense?
The defense is tighter this time, and especially with the aggression from this Fenrir on the Monty. He either has to play it aggressively or he has to go for the kill and win. He does tag the Fenrir to scare him a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Rooney is also damaged as well. And you get the swing. It's on the... Nope. He's just going to have to back off and wait. It's a 5v4. Monty on 2 HP in a dream. Oh, but it does not matter. Ash gets the long shot, killing the Fenrir, and now Monty's on the door. There's nobody to switch that Fenrir gadget. Has to go through the keeper barrier with 40 seconds left. I believe she's got a couple left in her back pocket as well, so she can just keep putting these up.
Yeah. Execute should be solid here for the side of Team VIP, but Aaron has something else to say about it. Gets down Greco. Montaigne is in the objective, and that's a problem for the defenders. They're going to throw the C4s at him. They're going to find the mark, but it doesn't matter because the kills are still coming through, and the kills are not favouring either side right now. Bolton drops in, but Mateen is getting the job done solo. Has to provide the cover. Devils, it's been a star so far for Diavoli, but has to shine bright here, but won't be able to do so. And Team VIP will narrowly take themselves a 2-1 victory here in the quarterfinals of Voltage League Season 5. They will be going on to the semi-finals. And for Diavoli, I've got to feel for them because that one felt like a pile of sand slipping through their fingers.
The pain of it all today. Just looking at them. And got to give it to MX team. He worked out well for them this time. Looking at how they played, can't say anything bad about either team. It always came down to the wire in every round. The stats do probably show that, but nothing's going to be as good as actually watching it live.
That is going to be a tragic one there. And I feel, you know, congratulations, of course, to Team VIP, right? They've done a phenomenal job through that one. They will be going up against Psychopaths in the semi-finals. That will, of course, be Monday's matchup. But congratulations to them. Of course, commiserations to Diavoli. They have played impeccably well throughout all of Season 5, throughout the group stage. I'm sure you've watched them quite a few times as well yourself, Drago. They've done really well. I think they'll be a bit disappointed with today's results. I think they could have gotten a little bit further, but sometimes we just have, you know, unfortunately, and I think the momentum for Team VIP, they really built on it, right? As soon as they won that second map, they just kept on going.
I completely agree. Luckily for them that they've now won this out, they've won it handily, but now everyone's got that VOD. Everyone's going to know how they play it. This is where they got to start going back to the drawing board, bringing those strats back out. They didn't keep anything on the table. Everything was left out. So I'm thinking, let's go in and talk to them for a little bit. Let's go have a quick interview with the players from Team VIP.
Yeah, I think we're just going to hold to a little quick break before we get in towards that interview. Just got to get, of course, the players in. They're going to have their own little celebrations, post-game chat. But before we do get our second matchup of today, because, you know, we have been here a little while and we've still only got one match done. We've still got a whole other best of 3 to go. But before we get there, as you say, Drago, we're going to have an interview with one of the players from Team VIP to see what they've got to say about this one. That'll be you'll coming your way in just a few.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
right?
Welcome today. I've got to say, fantastic 2 games. We have the captain of Team VIP. You want to give a quick introduction, how you felt?
My name is Bolton, and we just won fucking 2-1 against Diavoli. It was a hard game. We had like issues with getting used to them, but we finally read them, how they play and everything. It's actually easy to counter them. Actually, they just keep repeating things, and we just gotta adapt. And we're a team who's good at adapting. We're just a new team with a long-term potential, and we're just gonna win against Psychopaths now. We already played them. We already played them Monday. We already know how they play. We already know how to win against them. Just gotta focus on that now.
Beautiful words. You couldn't have said it better. Which of the 3 games do you think you did personally really well in? Because I want to hear your personal opinion, then I'm going to ask about your teammates after.
The 3 maps, you mean?
Yeah. Well, which 3 maps?
I think the last map. I think the last map was the best. On Chalet, like I just came back from work. We had issues to warm up, get in the game. We already knew how to play them, how to counter them, but we just didn't commit. But like on Nighthaven, we made also like huge mistakes. But I think on Clubhouse we made like really good attacks. We played really good, and we just finished them with 7-4.
I completely agree. And then just having your teammate drop a 22 Bromo on Nighthaven Labs just had to just help boost the ego all the way up to 11. How happy was he in the chat with the call?
Bro, I think he was just nonchalant, bro. I can't lie. He was just saying it like, guys, I got this. You see this? And we were just screaming the whole round, bro. Like we were just screaming. He was like staying nonchalant, guys. Listen. You see this? My name is Martin, bro. And believe me, Martin is a huge potential as well. I played for a long time with him. He's a really good player. In general, my team is really good. I know Martin dropped 21 kills, I think.
22 on Nighthaven. It was nuts.
22, but this game is still a team game. And Martin dropped those kills because of the team, and we all played good. It's not all about kills, but Martin helped us a lot though. But yeah, we all played good. I'm proud of my team, and we know we're gonna win Monday and go to the grand finals.
Great to hear. I can't wait to see you guys playing that. I've got to say, when it's come to you guys playing in other leagues and stuff like that, how did you guys think about this? How do you feel about Voltage League? How did you like it? Like it, not like it?
I think Voltage League came like really fast as a big tournament, because yet I think ESA, or I don't know what it's called, ELC. There's also like long term a bigger tournament, but like Voltage League, I think Voltage League did it like really good by putting the prize pool high and inviting good teams, and that's why I think it's a good tournament. I think the ID behind it's really good.
Then you were talking about also going to the final. So where do you go from here? Are you just going to go win Voltage League, go to Challenger League, win that, then go to Pro League, win that, then just go to SI and win the whole thing?
Easy, right?
Yep. Sounds about right to me.
It sounds easy, and it is easy, bro.
I look forward to hearing you guys do it as well.
We're going to win everything.
Completely agree. But I'm wondering 2 last questions. Anything you want to say for yourself or your team? Anything you want to say to your opponent, Psychopaths?
Psychopaths, you're done, man. You're actually done, man. You guys are finished Monday. We'll see it. And my team, I'm proud of you guys. Get this week ready because you have no day off. And we're going to smash everyone. Okay, that was it.
Perfect. Thank you for the interview. We'll head you back and we'll go on to Psychopaths.
Thank you. Thank you.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Welcome, everyone. We are back at Voltage League. Today we have Turks LFO versus Malta Gaming. You've just seen some fantastic games from Diavoli versus Team VIP. Are you prepared for this one, Travi?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you know what? I'll admit it was a long best of 3, right? We started it quite a few hours ago now. Technical pauses, plus a free mapper and a really, really great game. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit tired, but you know what? Nothing to wake me up like a really phenomenal side between these two teams, because I think this one, I was looking at this going into this match of the day for me, right? Because Turks LFO, I think a lot of us have the expectation on them to be one of the top competing teams here in Season 5. But in the group stage, Wild Multi Gaming were actually ones to beat one of the few teams that did beat them out. So I think we're going to have an insanely exciting best of 3, and I can see this one easily going the distance as well.
I completely believe you're right. Let's hopefully think the pick and bans for the maps are going to be just as interesting.
Let's take a look at our map, Vito, see exactly what we've got cooking. Of course, we are now back in towards the playoffs here, so we're best of 3 territory, and oh, that's all good, because we have got ourselves a border to kick things off, and nothing to wake yourself back up like a map like Border, because Drago, I'm sure you know, Border, it's a bit of a brawl house.
It's very, I'm not even going to say attacker sided. It's whoever's got the gun skill can win this map quite easily. But I am interested to see that this is Turk's pick. So theirs to start an attack, Wild starting on Clubhouse again afterwards, and ending with Chalet as a decider if we get that far, which I have a feeling these two teams will go the distance.
Oh yeah, this one certainly I feel has that potential to go distance. And with another map like Clubhouse, where it is quite, it's sort of both fairly sided. It's all about your fundamentals. I mean, I'm just going to look at the stats here for the teams here, right? Border recently, Turks LFO have been doing quite well on it. 3-1 up since about April time across everything they've played here, registered on Liquipedia. Not so great for Wild Multi-Gaming. They've only played it once and lost it once. So I've got a feeling this first map, great pick, great choice from the side of Turks. Clubhouse is a bit more even for in Chalet as well, fairly sort of both mid-tier maps for both these two teams here. So quite curious to see what they've got cooking up for it. But I think we've got to focus on that border, right? It's going to be an absolute frag fest to start of this game. And as you perfectly put it, it's whoever's got the gun skill is going to be taking the lead quite early on.
All right, let's hopefully go into the player stats now. And let's see how they've been doing, because I've not been here since groups. Seeing these two teams hopefully cause a bit more havoc is what I'm waiting to see. But there's the players' lineups. Dolph, I hope he's still being as much of the demon as he was before.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm hoping Falcon actually might be MVP this round. What do you expect?
I'm expecting some really, really great performances here. We'll pull up the stats for each player individually in just a couple of seconds here. But obviously, perfect, just on cue. And obviously here, you look at the Turks, look at those performances. Everyone has a positive rating. Almost everyone has a positive KD. Everyone has a positive opening. They're one of the better teams in this league. And despite losing a couple of games in group stages, I've got a feeling now we're in these best of threes, now we're in these longer games, I've got a feeling that's going to suit them up, the experience that this 5-stack bring, and I'm really excited to see them flourish in this sort of longer matches.
I do gotta say, there's a couple outliers looking at this team. Not only do you have, one player below positive KD, but he's also the one player that has, he's also the second player that has double digits opening kills. So he's always getting in there early and quick, but he's always being impactful as well. The average cost of everyone on the team is above 50%. So that just goes to show that Wild has a lot to go up against. And especially having Border as their first map, I'm hoping they've got some secret strats to counteract these plays.
Oh, yeah. It is going to be a very, very interesting one. I mean, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, right, between these two. It's going to be, especially for Wild, rather, it's going to be that uphill battle, right? Because you look at it, their stats aren't quite as flashy. I don't think the entry stats, they're maybe not as impressive. It is very much a David versus Goliath matchup. But Wild have proven they can do it. They have beat Turks before. That was on Nighthaven Labs in group stage, 7-5. So an insanely close game, but still one that went the way of Wild, earning themselves solid 3 points there. And they'll be looking to repeat those results today. And they've obviously proven they can do it once, right, Drago? So who says they can't do it a second time?
I do believe you're right. And the fact that Nighthaven Labs is not one of the maps they're going to, that means Turks have looked at those stats feeling that they cannot go there again. 7-5 victory is still kind of destructive for them. It's a confidence breaker. They got to make sure that they go into this handedly. So let's hopefully go into Border and win this match out. What do you think? Who do you think is going to win this?
Oh, I have got my predictions on the side of Turks, as I believe most of the rest of the staff did as well during our little sneak peek at the predictions earlier on. And also, speaking of the predictions from earlier on, I don't know if we can pull them up again, but I would just like to take a moment to ego flex that I was the only one that predicted a Team VIP win earlier on, and I hear a Team VIP win. But for this time around, of course, it is going to be Turks LFO. Everyone is betting up the Turks here. And I think that's a fairly confident one to be, right?
You can be as confident as you wish. My name is not up there. I believed in Team VIP.
That is true.
I was right then. But I will go with the underdogs, even though I love Turks. They know this. I talk to them. I DM them. I beg for a jersey and a T-shirt whenever they make the merch. But for now, I'll have to go with Wild just because, I like to be the outlier.
Yeah, I respect that. And I think Wild will put a good showing in here. I think, obviously, like we said, group stages, they've done it. They've proven they can make Turks bleed. There's something about the way Wild play that make them able to take down a top team like Turks LFO. So you never know what can truly happen. And I think that Border is going to be a really exciting place to start us off, because I think we go from two extremes, right? We go from Border, that frag-heavy map, that really entry-heavy opening map. And then we go to Clubhouse, which, if you ask me, is the exact opposite. All about the strategy, all about about these fine micro details that they're just two totally different battlefields, and we're going to get a really good showing of what these teams can do on both ends of the spectrum.
Looking at how these teams play out, from what I know in Groots, I know that Turks can do this. They're gonna be pretty aggressive. These are two aggressive teams, but as I know, it's going to come down to whoever can rise to the occasion, whoever can get that spawn pick, whoever can be the aggressive and take that advantage and not lose it is going to win. Whoever can run away with a couple of score lines. But now it's a best of 3. Endurance is now becoming a factor. I don't know how these guys do during long-term matches.
I mean, I would put the Omen on Turks here, right? They're a very experienced team. They've been together for quite a while now. They're always competing at the high levels of sort of the T3 and even sometimes the T2 competition. They're a very well-known, well-respected stack of players. And I think that experience is going to really give them the endurance they're going to need in these best-of-3 matches because, you have a best-of-1. We saw it quite a lot, like the Reload event, for example, recently. In a best-of-1, anything can really happen. A team can have a really bad couple of rounds and losing that 3-4 rounds at the start, that's enough to lose the whole game. Best of 3, it requires a lot more errors to really cause that loss, right? You have to be fundamentally better to get a best of 3 over the line. And I think that Turks, personally, I think that experience is going to really help them here. But, Wild have taken maps off them before. We can't count them out of this one at all, can we?
No, we cannot. We're just waiting on one more player, so I'm getting ready to expect this. Tell me your border plans. Tell me your pick and bans. Tell me what you're expecting from this match.
Oh, I'm honestly expecting a border with, obviously, a lot of shields. I think that's a fair prediction in the modern meta of Siege and the way we played a minute. A lot of shields, a lot of shooty action. From the defense, it's going to be your Goyos, your Smokes, Malusi, quite a good one on border as well, I feel. Anything to slow it down, control that pace, because it's all about getting the read on what the attackers are doing. It's such a small map, you don't have a lot of time to respond or relocate players, so you need to know what's coming before it actually hits. That's the key of border. You need to have that understanding and that intel game. Whichever team gets on top of that first, I think they're going to find themselves a quite comfortable map here.
I do believe you're right, but I'm also expecting some turtle strats, some pocket things that we're not going to see, because this is Turks we're talking about. The amount of things in group stages that we've seen were really surprising, even to me, to the point where I didn't realize what they were doing. So if I have any questions, I'm going to ask you. I'm finally up to Plat 2 now in game, so I can finally understand this. Get ready. We're going straight into it. I'm just hearing everyone's ready.
Yeah, we just get told. Game is ready. Map number 1. Map number 1 of border. Going to be coming on your way, folks, in just a couple of seconds. Turks LFO Wild Multi-Gaming, our final quarter-final match of the day. One of these two teams will move on to a semi-final showdown against next. One of them, their dreams of a Season 5 victory will be gone by in the next few hours. Only one can make it happen. Only one can stay alive. And as the operator bands have seemingly started a little bit ahead of us, we are ready to get into this one here. It's Blackbeard, Fenrir, and a Valkyrie. How are you feeling about those ones, Drago?
Dust Storm don't even get to play on their own map. That's actually kind of devastating. Blackbeard and Valkyrie's map, they got added with this, and then they got told no. It's painful to see, but it makes sense. Fenrir is so destructive holding upstairs. You can basically put them outside as well and just make sure nobody can go near that wall. Armory Lockers as the first site, having Ela, Echo, Asami, and I believe I did see a mute. I didn't see a Goyo. Yeah, that was an Ela and a mute. I'm wondering to see Ela no shotgun, so this is going to be played for the aggression. As I said before, this is not going to be anything nice. It's going to be played aggressively, spawn peek maybe a couple of times, hold server. Nobody survives this round. This is going no plant. I'm calling it out. There's not going to be a plant this round.
This is going to be a wacky border, I feel. Looking at that lineup on the defense, especially, you've got operators that are fast. You've got for example, you've got Slayer over on the Ela. You've got a lot of trap operators. Then you've got operators like Echo being bought by Falcon, where they're slower. They're a bit more objective-oriented. It's a bit of an all-over-the-place strategy, covering all your bases, perhaps, here for the side of Wild Multi-Gaming. Turks, on the other hand, no, a bit more standard, right? You've got the shields, you've got the hard breach, and everything around him to support Nomad. I feel exceptionally valuable on this map for how quickly a flank can formulate and go from nothing to being a problem. Nomad, exceptionally helpful here on border.
especially with the idea these guys aren't going to be gentle with this. You can see it already. They've set their drones up. They've picked up as many people as they can. This Legion may be going for his early swing out, but then you've got the Echo who can also take the nice long angle. Biggest problem is, as I said, they're not going to be planting, so this Monty's just here does a third drone just to make sure that, hey, we're going to pick every corner, we're going to face check, we're going to swing, and we're going to execute as many people as we can.
Yeah, it's putting Slayer in a little bit of a tough spot right now. They know where he is, and he probably will be marked out by the windows there. It's elsewhere, of course, on the rest of the map. A bit of a slower start from Turks here to what we used to perhaps seeing on a border. Elamine does temporarily stun Shoxall, but not going to be enough to really play anything off the back of us. Makes the push across the balcony here. Going to get tagged up by the Azami there of Hodka. Needs to be cleared out, needs to be done so quite quickly. Fire's going to be taken on in, taking a little bit of damage backwards, but there's still Azami still playing. Hodka's still alive, and that's going to be a problem right now for Turks. And as well, there's a backup as well. Pityu going to be playing over towards security, facilitating the cover and the retreat back. And Mild Multigaming doing a good job to hold on right now as Salim hits the deck.
That is Ace going down, but still able to be revived. Got to be careful, though. Oh, there's another one going down as well. Got to make sure that Ash can get as many kills as she wants, but Legion's going to be there to pick up the frag as well, taking out Ash, stopping her in her tracks. That's Ace back up in a 4v3 situation, but with little health pool remaining.
It is, and you know, you look at two of those Turks players, low HP for both of them as well. No Vulcan Gannis's or Toxic Babes to do any kind of chip damage here, really. But as the clock does start to dwindle down a little bit, Wild are doing in good, decent shape right now, and if they can get a pick back their way, they'll be looking quite comfortable for this round. Gutter been sent down below to play this vertical now, start to open things up, but it's going to be turned right back against him as he takes a little bit of damage, and Wild, they're holding on strong.
It looks like the plan is to go for a B-side plant. Sorry, an A-side plant. Just being prepared, though, may not be enough. Isami going to rotate to find the Twitch and make sure that she can't do any of her sneaky plays anymore.
She's gone, though. She's long gone by now. Wild don't have the intel, but Twitch, Gutter is back outside on the window, causing damage to Pityu, but Pityu's able to find the pick back, levels things out 3 versus 3, but with only 15 seconds to go, Turks need to get a move on, and they need to do it now. Push in towards the objective. Salim takes down Pityu. Azami in through Fountain. Hodka gets one back. Plant is going to be down. It's going to be attempted stick, but no, the Echo's still alive. The Fuser will not be able to be stuck through, and Wild Multi-Gaming will take round 1 on time alone. Yokai drones coming in massive clutch there for the defense.
Knowing that the kills weren't important, focusing on the objective, that's exactly the play. That Echo drone being hidden for so long, ending up becoming a giant problem. Turks are going to have to maybe bring the IQ to try and track those down, or just be prepared. Find every drone, kill it all.
Now, round number 2 looms upon us. What can this one offer? That is the real question right now. How exactly can things change? Because for Turks, I don't think that was a bad start to the round, right? The start of it went all right. They got some picks, they got the territory and the map under control. But then they just seemed to sort of lose that ability to really capitalize off of the back of it, and the time went from their hands, and Wild took full advantage of that.
Does seem to be the case. Looking at how these guys have played this out, I'm a wee bit more concerned. The fact that they're switching Deimos off for Nomad means they understand that there's no shields being brought. They just need to cut things off. Changing most of their time lineup now. Salim giving Bud off the ace means that they're not planning playing aggressive. They're planning to play this for plants, which is good because they're not upstairs again. The best way for them to defend this is to attack it.
Yeah, that's it. With Border, I think a good defense is a good offense. And, you know, I think the line between the two roles does almost get a little bit more reversed, I feel, sometimes on Border. There's certainly that facilitation where you sometimes just see defensive teams just getting aggressive, in fact, taking back territory of their own. So we'll have to see if that's going to be panning out here. Round number 2, of course, we're still fairly early days. Turks, of course, 1 map down at the minute. They're going to be trying a similar thing. But what interests me, Drago, is going to be that Sense pick.
Sense is actually quite strong, especially with the fact that her gadget now has the ability to turn off and on again. And the fact that there's no longer a relationship between her, Glaz, and Warden means that she's now just the only operator that doesn't have to be affected by it. Mute still has it, but no. Oh, wow. A beautiful early pick, taking off the Nomad before she can do any real assistance.
And that is a crucial operator down there for Turks. All of that flank watch capability just completely gone null and void, and they've not really been able to get anything off the back of it. Azami Hodka still sitting up strong inside of security without much pressure. There is the Montaigne below to catch anyone on a retreat, but there's no one from Turks to force them to make that retreat in the first place. Wild Multi-Gaming could just sit comfortably for this one, buying out the sort of final minute 40 of this round, and they're pretty good right now unless Turks can get some picks going their way.
I do believe you're right, but I'm thinking that since how the site extends into that courtyard, they're going to be prepared, trying to hopefully pick off that castle. Oh, but the drop from the mirror called at the wrong time. That is siege timing, dropping right onto Ace's gun. They know one is still above. Unlike with them, there's only a minute left to plant.
Yeah, and the issue is for Turks here, they're just completely disregarding this top floor, and that's exactly why it's going to cost them. Pity takes down Gunner, but Bodolf does get one back onto Hodka, Salim with another as well, and Turks, they're fighting for this one. They might not have the map control they need, but they're still in a decent position here. Salim going to make the rotation round towards security. It's advantage for the side of Turks right now, but they need to recover the diffuser and then try and eye up this plant. With only 50 seconds to go, it's a lot to do with limited time.
You're completely right. Looking at how this is 3v5, but Diffuser still has to go down. Site still has people on it. There's still Goyer canisters needing to be cleared, but Diffuser is in line of sight of the defenders. You cannot try to swing anything without clearing out that site. You cannot clear the staircase. Sands is going to rush down, get swung by the mute, but the refrag does come out. Only the Goyo's alive, but he does have line of sight on Diffuser. They have to either drop Goyo's hatch or drop into courtyard and try and go for the swing, but it looks like they're going to try and take the courtyard approach.
Yep.
With a 2v1.
Two flashbangs in pocket as well here for Turks. This should be able to be doable, just force utility, but they have no idea where Shox is. They're going to get across, try and stick this diffuser down. The cover from Salim has to be perfect here. Impact grenade goes, doesn't find its mark, and Salim takes down Shox, and Turks LFO answer back with a round of their own.
You're completely right looking at this. The impact did detonate the Goyo, which probably would have cut off any other form of support or trying to jump in to help stop the plant. If he'd probably done that a couple seconds earlier, he probably would have been able to kill the Ace just because of how low he was. But hindsight's 2020, and this is now a 1v1. Gotta be prepared though with the Monty coming out again. It looks like they've set their strat. It's always going to require a Monty on the site.
Yeah, and they're very much basing their shield strategy around this shield, aren't they, Turks? They like, I think it's a lot of comfortability on a map like Border, isn't it? It's, you can take a lot of ground with it with less risk than sending someone without a shield in. I think that's the key, really, for the side of Turks, and they are loving to play it. And speaking of attacking picks as well, they're actually going to switch off from the Brava, swatching a bit around here, but we end up going to stick with a Buck and an Ash pick sticking them through.
It looks like they're going to try and take above first. Not even worrying about the hatches, using the Ram now instead of the Monty. So it looks like Turks' plan is to just be aggressive, take upstairs as quickly as can, don't even worry about any first floor roamers first. But now, oh, the Twitch coming out to hopefully get that mirror is a big pick as well.
Yeah, good bit of target work here coming in from Turks. You can see they're doing their drone work and it's paying off for them, allowing them to really adapt their lineup to really apply to the situation at hand, swapping off the Montaigne to something that they feel they'll get a little more value from, right? That's the idea. How does it execute, though?
And it's going to be the problem because they know where the site is. They know they can't push it. They understand that there's no Goyer, but there's still smoke on the board. So they can't just quickly rush and take it. Having this be a 5v5 is going to be a bit more of a difficult... Oh, as I spoke too soon, Buck gets taken out as well. Mir getting a lovely pick as well.
He said 5v5, but it didn't really last that long, did it, unfortunately? We're now 4-on-4. Shoxall does get one back, at least, for the time being. And I don't know about that trade, Drake. How do you feel about that? A Buck for a smoke. I feel like the defense are probably worse off for wear after that one.
I do believe you're right, looking at how the fact that smoke just could have denied the plant altogether, but that's not going to be the case anymore. The Goo Mine does stab Twitch in the foot before she goes for the swing and gets the kill onto the castle. But as you were saying before, a Buck is somebody you need a lot more handily than you do need a Twitch, than you're going to need a smoke. So I'm not sure if it's a favorable idea because of who the operator was that got taken out and who the player is, but I don't think they're going to give up on this. 4v3, still an easy win for the defenders.
Oh yeah, this should be prime for the defenders right now. Mirrorwindow's going to be opened up, so this pressure facing top floor side is going to feel that little harder to hold on to here. But Hodka going to be up there, still remaining strong here for the side of Wild, because there's still a minute and 15 seconds left to play for here. And if they give up this top floor control now for Wild, it's going to be a very difficult defense. Turks, good positions. They're going to start to make the push across from security. Falcon down below, taking damage. Question is, how can Turks convert this one? The Legion forced eventually downstairs, and now Turks have that control.
It seems like the answer to your question is go from above, take as much damage as you can, hopefully knock out C4. Unluckily, the Ash was not ready for that. But this is where the problem's going to come. They don't know where anyone is. There's too many long angles into the site. They have to be prepared. Nobody can rotate back, yes, but those goo mines that were collected over time are now going to be used.
Yeah, and that's it. It's going to be a very difficult convergence here for the side of Turks LFO. Execute a very difficult one as well as players outside of the objective. Hodka has been sparked, though. They know where the player is. This is going to be a difficult push in now, but they've got to make it happen because only 20 seconds to do. Time is trickling down here for Turks again. A bit of diffuser past the parcel, but they're going to have to head back down to the site itself. And with the clock ticking down, Zox in the perfect position here to hide it away. They know where the players are coming in from. He can just swing. He can find one. He can find two, and Falcon elsewhere, and it's Wild. They go for massive some kills, and they get themselves a second round and hold on to their lead.
I've got to say, it's always painful to see at the final seconds of the round where they haven't droned it out, they don't know who's going to be playing what, and then they all just fall right into the lap of Warden.
They do indeed. Right, just served up on a little bit of a silver platter there. I think the clock was the biggest enemy there for Turks, right? It was just a bit too slow in the mid-round. The early round went on to a decent pace, but as soon as the game kind of went on, I think it just stalled out, just slowed down. And it's a thing for Turks. They've done it a couple times now, and it's costing them severely. They need to get better on this time management, move things a little bit faster, get a little bit more aggressive. And I think that's where, never mind, they're picking off it. I was going to say Deimos is coming in, but we're going to change off to it. We're going to be going back to the shields.
You are completely right. Looking at how they're playing this up, the entirety, except for Salem, have switched. So I'm even more concerned now that they're playing reactively. Yes, they should be adapting, but they should have some sort of strategy set in motion. Turks know how to play border. This was their pick. So that means I'm a wee bit more worried the fact that Wild is able to catch them off guard. Yes, it can be, the whole game can be classified as defender-sided. But as this is being pulled out now, I'm even more concerned that this is not going to be how they want to win this.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, really. It's going to be tough indeed. Which, of course, really now lies on, right, the adaptation from Turks, right? Because I think if Wild can start to build up a lead, they'll be very happy with that one. They'll be incredibly happy with that. And they're going to, of course, look to be doing that. And they're changing up the operators, right, Wild? They're putting something really different every single round so far, and it's keeping Turks on their toes and guessing.
You're right about that. Even more so about the fact that they're expecting the multi, but they're not directly counting it. They don't need Norix. They don't need anything for it. They just bring good gun skill to hopefully catch them off guard by playing from above and below.
No? 2 minutes now. Oh.
We might have something a bit more interesting going on. Just expecting this multi to be a bit more aggressive with the diffuser. But they're actually being prepared to back it up. They're taking the upstairs attack, and then the Bravo's trying to hack, but the only operator you can hack is Wamai on this, with the Maestro Cams being upstairs.
Yeah, that is going to be it. I mean, there's utility available to the Bravo here, and it would be insanely valuable to be able to convert it over. But really, I think the ground is going to be the important thing for Turks, because look at how many defenders are up on this top floor, right? There is the easy drop inside of the office here for Wild Multigaming, but they're not going to want to take it. They're going to want to take the fight to Turks, get themselves the picks that they've been so good at getting up until this point. Logic Bomb's going to come on through now, giving themselves a bit of information on the side of Turks to try and spot these players out. But, you know, we're approaching the minute 10, and only just now have they made their entry, but it's immediately traded right back, and with 4-4.
The fact that it's coming down to a 4-4 with a minute left, everything's still up. Castle's there, everything to cut them off. A Castle going for the swing, as I said earlier, getting a lucky pick, but they don't know where he is, and Dokemi just running on like a headless chicken getting picked off. The Monty now coming in, oh sorry, the Fuse coming in with the green shield, but it is Monty gonna shut down the Castle, luckily.
They just had no idea about the half-wall player. How do you not How do you not know about the half-wall player? Turks, that is so unfortunate. 2 versus 3, 40 seconds to go. Bubble out up above, spotting the players, giving the positions away. And this is going to be a really difficult convert here for Turks yet again, because we're sitting upstairs, we're sitting on the top floor. The players of Wild Multigaming, they're all spread out, and should a plant attempt be made, there's Evil Eyes on the objective. And as you said, Drago, I don't think they've been done properly by the Brava. It should be easy enough here, but you know what? Wild Multigaming just want to go for the swings. PTU gets one, and it leaves it all down to Salim, who makes it a one-on-one. This might be winnable for Turks. 15 seconds to go. Plant's got to be coming through right now. The question is, can Zox deny the plant? Can they find it? Can they get the player? No, it's going to be stuck down, and that's a much fairer 1 versus 1, but Salim caught looking the wrong way, and it's another round for Wild Multigaming as they take their 3rd here on Border.
That's got to be a knock to the confidence. I do feel like a timeout's going to be coming out, if not now, but the next round. It's painful to see, but always coming down to the last man standing.
Yeah, it's a little bit painful, that one, I feel. It's going to be unfortunate for them, really. But hey, you know what? That's the way it falls sometimes. I think, you know, it's early game start right now, and it's obviously that Wild, I think, as well. I believe as well, something I do want to add here is I'm just going to confirm it, but I believe they actually had another game in a different league right before this one. I'm 95% sure I saw that in the production chat earlier. So Wild will actually be coming hot off the plate here. They will have been playing already tonight. Meanwhile, Turks, might be, you know, bar any practice games, this might be the first one. So it might take a little bit of warming up. And I suppose that's the benefit of the best of 3, right, Drago?
Exactly. Having that time to warm up. As we heard from our interviewer, he was able to get in straight after work, have to warm up on Chalet, and then win the next 2 handedly. Which also feels like this might be the case where Turks are going to have to warm up and maybe come back with a 7-3 clutch. I'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, there's a time for warming up, and I think it's really a question of how close can you keep it during that warm-up phase, right? You need to be able to still keep it competitive, even if it takes you a half to warm into the game. Because right now, Wild, they'll be happy. 3-1 up. It's a good stat line on Border. They're bringing the Echo again. It's worked for them before. There should be another defensive lockout, I feel. Turks, they need to change something up, and finally, I think we're seeing the committal of something more aggressive. We're seeing Fiza onto the Deimos.
Exactly. Each one of these changes is very impactful. And the fact that they have droned all the operators means that they can catch away with more things. I'm hoping that they are expecting the Echo since they did bring the Twitch. But you can never be sure because now they have to plan ahead.
Oh. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Salim. That's tragic. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. But regardless, wall down below is going to be getting open. Just putting a bit more pressure on Hodka here. Eventually going to be found. Wild does get one onto Fiza in the meantime. Deimos taken off the board. And as the Montaigne pressured up by that Echo drone, eventually going to force the retreat of the utility. But it's still an even pick here. 4 for 4 right now with 2 minutes to go.
Having the Sami go out early compared to having the Deimos, which one do you think is more impactful?
Oh, I think because we're so early in the round, the Azami is going to be more impactful. The Deimos, if it was later on and the Azami barricades were down already, probably Deimos. But I think Azami right now, losing us so early on, you can only place down 3 of those keeper barricades, not the full 5. And they're not going to be able to all do as much damage, especially considering that Turks, they're bringing DMRs quite a bit. They're getting through them like they're nothing.
You're right about that, but it does look like Wild's not going to let this go. It looks like they're going to try and hold the angle, maybe get somebody on East Stairs, but no, Salim was just slightly off to the right. Unlucky, now being put in a 4v3 situation with a multi still on the board, going to be able to cause a lot more trouble.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to be, and look at this tight angle here from Zox here inside a fountain. Do Turks know? Well, they certainly do now as the retreat of the defender does get almost caught out, but remains away, runs, escapes with his life, and it's still a 3 versus 4 here. Advantage for Turks right now with a minute to go. But as the Montaigne pushes in towards the objective, Salim doubles down on it, and the player of Zox is going to be tucked away in Archives. Difficult spot to get out of now, and as Falcon goes down, it's a 1 versus 3 required here. A massive clutch up coming on through, playing it close with the shotgun, but you've got to be careful because there's 2 players behind them, and Turks get aggressive, and they get winning off the back of that. 2 quick kills just like that, and they level things up here and start to bring themselves to a bit of a more of an even game.
Now we got to be prepared. This is the last round of defense for Wild. They do want to win this now at 4-2, so they have that initial lead. Because, as you know, Siege is never kind to when you're trying to attack. as Turks are finding out, there's always going to be some sort of possibility, some sort of odd pot shot which comes out to bite them later, such as Ace losing his gadget on top of the door. You'll never really be sure. Now it's 5v5 again. Let's hope it sticks like this for most of the round on the defenders' half. But we're never going to be sure with a Deimos on the field.
That's it. He's going to be, I think, the difference maker here. Able to apply so much pressure. Obviously, we didn't get to see too much of him in the last round being the opening pick. So hopefully for Fiza, I mean, that was something we spoke about in the pre-show, right? Wasn't it, Drago? How Fiza is often on the entry engagements, but has a negative KD. And here, we're seeing him on the entry, but not like the stats were where they're positive. Instead, not doing great on entry. 1 on 5 at the minute. And I think as those entry operators, you need to see that performance step up a little bit, I feel.
I do believe that's the case, but looking at how his teammates are trying to at least reassure him and try and catch up, it's still helping out in the long run. They're keeping their positive KDs. They're trying to make sure that his downfall is minimized, the best to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's Bodolf and Salim having an impeccable game. An interesting level, more supportive roles, but it doesn't really seem to matter too much for them. 7 and 3, 6 and 3 respectively. Great job so far. And on the side of Wild as well, Zox and PityU having great games themselves. Maybe not quite as high, but still punching above their weight and certainly doing a good job and contributing to the leads that they hold right now. And I suppose we'll have to see how it plays out round number 6.
Salim now knows where the Asami's always sitting and starts pre-firing and taking about half her health off. Just got to be more concerned, more careful with her own HP. Well, the Warden's hopefully going to be there to back her up, but Salim actually gets the shot into Goyo, taking him out early. That's not what you wanted to see.
That is a good pick indeed there from the Ace outside on the rappel. I believe trying to catch a little bit of a run out from Falcon. A little bit of a freebie there going the way of Turks. They'll be happy about that one. Now, Slayer's in quite a position here. Difficult one. Can try to get aggressive, but Shoxall first is going to take the head off of PityU. And Fiza and Gutter with another reach. It's just going Turks' way this round. Responding with some aggression, and now it's all on that Azami, who's normally in the front line, but instead she's going to be the last one standing, but not at all for long. Turks really responding back off the back of that previous round, swinging the momentum their way, and now 3-3. We have an even half on our hands, and not a lot has separated these two so far in this game.
Not until the next round. We're just going to have to wait and see, because now it's their defense. We get to see how Turks like to set out. We get to see if Wild has done the research or not, looking at Doc, Goyo, Mute, Asami, and Legion being brought in the defensive half. Instead of a mirror, which is still strangely not being brought at all, we're getting an aggressive Doc, we're getting the Asami, and we're hopefully going to get what I want to see as a Goyo spawn pick, maybe with an ACOG.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a treat, wouldn't it? That would be a real treat. And yeah, I think you're right there. Turks need to be getting a bit aggressive. They look like they're bringing a lineup to do that this time, so it might have been what you said earlier on, right, Drago, where you said about them getting comfortable and warming up into things a little bit, and now Turks had a half to warm into it. They're starting to look better. I think they've looked better as the half has gone on. They're now looking in a much better spot, 3-3. Considering how the game started, I don't think it's too bad at all. And for Wild, it's an opportunity now. Reset, pause, ignore the last 2 rounds, and go strong on your attack.
Exactly. It was pity points, giving them a couple rounds to make themselves feel better. But overall, I'm a bit worried because I'm pretty sure I see a Doc about to go for a spawn pick, maybe a run out here, which could end up being a difficult situation. No, he's just setting down some barb near mistake.
Baiting us out a little bit there for a moment, thinking, uh-oh, spawn peak. But no, just going for a little bit of barbed wire. And yeah, okay, that's fine. That's valid. It's maybe not as exciting as I'd like to have seen, but I think staying alive here will be very important.
Well, you're wanting excitement. I'm going to pass it to you because I think they're going to go for a plant.
Oh, we might be seeing a rush attempt here. I think you're spot on the mark here. Falcon in the corner of the objective may be able to actually stay alive. Has the fuser, so can try and force it down. Visa's going to be the first one to stall that Doc we talked so much about, and the aggression from Turks, well, Wild are getting into a new level of aggression on their own here. PityU holding out the crossfire, but not needed so far as Hodker and Slayer find 1 apiece. Turks now reduced to just Shoxall and Bodolf. Wild have an excellent read onto this round to go for the sort of rush attempt, and as Shoxall hops on the desk, he's shortly knocked off a bit. Bodolf 6 and 3 right now, star performer almost for Turks, trying to find some more, gets 2, but no more than that, unfortunately. Wild multi-gaming, a phenomenal rush attempt from them and a phenomenal round to kick off their attacking half.
Just the pain of it all, bit by bit, being dissected. At the start, they looked at the map, they looked at what operators Only Goyer was there to stop them, and even he wasn't paying attention. So they just walked straight in and planted.
Yeah, absolute 3-1 there, really, for Wild. I don't think Turks were quite expecting that level of aggression, to be fair. I think that's what you could dial that one down to. Of course, rush once, 3-game, rush twice. Normally it's read into, or at least Turks are a bit more wary of something like that happening again. So you might not be able to get away with such a freebie on the second go of it. So for the side of Wild, it might be a bit of a slower round, a bit more traditional, I suppose, what we'll see here on Border. But defensive lineup, though, we're seeing the impact of the Solace for the first time this series.
I've got to say, the fact that Solace is now coming out maybe as a counter pick to end the bulletproof camera to make sure that there's no chances of any spawn peaks, no chances of any sneak plants hopping in windows. Solace can sit above with a shotgun, make a couple holes, and, you know, cause as much trouble as possible. So they're not going to be able to rush the plant. They're going to have to go with the plant out slowly. And with the Warden, meaning smokes aren't going to be your friends, even if they are supposed to be. So as you can see, the entire attacking setup has changed to have Thermite, Buck, Ace, Monty, and Dokebi.
Yeah, and I like the adaptation there from Wild. I like it to see them changing these things up. I mean, I suppose the initial lineup probably half was them expecting a reattempt on Armory Lockers, but of course Turks wanted to complete the rotation and just continue to swap up these objectives anywho. So we'll see how this one plays out, of course. Either way, evens for the time being. 5-on-5 as a bit of an extended hold across the map as we used to see for Border. For Turks coming on in. And the attack of Wild, well, they do have a shield of their own this time as well. Obviously, we've seen how much impact the Monty can bring for these teams in the first half, right?
I do agree, but I'm also kind of worried now that the Monty's being countered by the smoke. He's getting forced to push back. This is their choice of, no, we're not going to let Monty walk in on site and just do what he wants.
No, they're not allowing him the freebies of it, right? I mean, it is Border. It's a small map. You have to fight for every inch of it. And instead now you're having to sort of get in their faces and really sort of start to apply that pressure. Of course, Turks, they're all over the place right now. Fiza is over towards security, looking to provide the cross support to teammates. And Selim putting that Spec IO sensor to work, trying to identify what he can.
He does see the drone going into archives, though. Won't be able to stop it, but will at least be able to say, hey, there's 2 operators outside in the balcony. Be prepared to swing, be prepared for this fight.
Yeah, going to be playing it close by. Look at this cross. I really, really like this from Turks. And I think the Falcon is aware of what you're walking into there. But it now becomes a lot easier because Selim gets aggressive swings and gets punished for it. But yet again, it's another cross for the side of Turks that's been set up here. And look at that. Gutter's right back in the position where the teammate just fell. And the Montaigne is gone with it, and the diffuser as well is down as the Turks have spotted. They can just play this clock and play this diffuser. Now they've got the control because if they lose this top floor, they've still got a second objective to fall back to.
The time coming out with the Ace with 2 HP and Dream and Buck already tagged down to 60. It's not the position you want to be in, but the flash does not work and he gets another pick. Bandit being able to help cover Fountain as well. They have to go for this diffuser, but Warden is there to also retake this position, making sure that no space is actually given up. Just have to be careful because it's now a 3v2. They know where one of the last one is. Get the swing. That's now a 2v1.
Oh dear, it's like Russian dolls up there by Fountain. You kill one of them and then another one pops right back out into that position for Turks. They just keep refilling that position. Really great stuff from them. A much better defensive round now. It's not a crazy Wild rush attempt from Wild, rather. Shorks does get the diffuser, is able to make their way back towards the objective, but with the clock ticking away, it's very unlikely they pull this one over unless somehow they can get a plant down for free, but with the vertical against them, this should be a free enough one for the side of Turks. Hatch is open. Drop will likely be committed any possible second. No, not needed. Gutter's going to find it, and Turks LFO going to take themselves defense and keep things nice and even for a piece.
Too many bulletproof cameras and too much intel on site, which had not been cleared, just ended up being their downfalls, not what they wanted. But having it become a 4-4 again means that these two teams are actually equally skilled now that we know how quickly this game is ramping up.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, it is that excitement, right? I sort of said this for me was the game of the day on my hands, and I think it's kind of delivering so far, right? With 4-4, we are kind of even between these two sides, and I'm looking at it and I'm going, well, I don't really know who's going to be taking it yet. Both teams have had some good rounds, both teams have had some not so great rounds, but one thing has been consistent is most of them, bar a handful, have been pretty close between these two. I don't know about you, Drago, but I can't really separate these two right now.
I can't. I'm actually getting a wee bit confused on which team is playing which, because at the moment it seems to be Wild is bringing the aggression, but also bringing the unique strats. Well, Turks is bringing the rugged rank star play that I'm not really expecting from them. I'm expecting comp strats, weird things that very uniquely defined by them that we've seen in group stages. But instead, it's a complete switch from the start.
Yeah, it's a very hard match to place your finger on, but you know what? I don't really mind because you know what? It's delivering, it's entertaining, and another competitive game. I mean, what better way to start off playoffs than the previous game was really, really close down to the wire. We had a 15-rounder, one of the maps. This map seems like it's delivering so far. I'm quite enjoying it, really. And of course, Turks, well, they're going to be trying a bit of a slower setup of their own. Vulcan Canisters, Azamis, Maestro, Evil Eyes. They're going to want to play this one a little bit slower, a bit more turtly towards the objective.
I do believe right, but I don't think this is how we're going to expect it. I'm pretty sure they're getting ready for either an early pick or an early spawn pick. Hopefully, just barely getting out in time. But now he's getting tagged back to the same holes he made. Bucks in below, gonna cause us much trouble. While Lion shooting Legion up the butt. Just gotta be very careful here. They know they're holding upstairs. They can't just walk into sight. They can't make the choice of where they want to go, where they want to push.
Yeah. And the issue is you've now got a player in customs as well here for the side of Turks, but he's going to be dealt with fairly quickly. Gutter goes down, early advantage going the way of Wild. They can now start to clear out this first floor presence here from the side of the defense. Shoxel's the only one remaining. Salim tries to answer back, does find indeed. Takes down Slayer. 11 and us back out yet again. 4-4 evens. But right now, it's just yet another point of where this game, nothing really separating these two. But I would put disadvantage Turks right now because look at the HP on them, right? Draco, 2 of them are quite low at the minute. And with how gun-heavy Border is, that's not going to be giving you any help at all.
It's also the fact that I don't think Wild know about it, but he's going to retreat. But he's also going to get a quick shot in the back as well. Unlucky, but could have been much worse. We'll call that a HP tax. I think it's probably for the best.
Yeah. Little HP tax there. Paid in full due as more and more players of Turks take damage up here. It's a minute left to go on the clock, and the defense, well, what can they exactly get going? Because right now, they're now in a disadvantage. Salim does trade it back down to Pity Udo, makes us even, back out 3 versus 3. And it's a good spot to be in right now for either side, but the players of Wild really need to start to make that push up. But look at that, Lion has no more scanners in pocket. It's going to be very difficult to find out where these players are, and drone economy is not looking all that great for Wild either.
There's still 2 bulletproof cameras up as well inside of sight. So they're just going to have to go for this push, but having Ace get tagged with the Legion Mine is not what you want in the last 20 seconds. But Salim hopefully going to be able to get this pick onto the Ace while he's just keeping to CQ. But no, he actually goes for the run out instead. Getting refragged by Salim though. But Lion also getting a pick, just becoming Maestro with a shotgun left.
Yeah, Bodolf with it all to do. Turns the 1v2 into a 1 versus 1 here. And now the clock can be used against him there. Diffuser's going to be going down from Shox here. And Bodolf's just going to sprint up on it. Knows it's coming. Can hear it going. But instead he's going to get aggressive. And Zox actually takes it. Bodolf, no! Don't need to be swinging that, my friend. Because that is going to cost you the round. That is the 3 kind of things there that give Wild advantages. And they're going to be holding on here. They're going to take the lead yet again. 5-4 in what really should have been around for Turks.
That was really unlucky, just the inability to just try and be like, hey, you know what? I want to get this plant down, then I want to swing. He thought, no, I might show a bit early. I want to run out and hopefully get a swing. Instead of testing the waters, he came around full sprint and gets shot in the head. Whoever his coach is going to be having a couple words with him directly.
Yeah, that's not the best play, right? You know what? I think you're expecting the player to stick on through. I think it's another BDS phase clubhouse basement type situation where you just assume the natural, the 1 in 50 chance the player on the plant gets back up off to swing it with like 0.1 seconds remaining. You know what? It doesn't happen often. It's unfortunate, but I can't really fault Bodolf for going for that one. I have to be honest with you. It is unfortunate though. I think looking back on that, because Wild are going to certainly be happy with that one as yet again they take the lead here.
You are completely right. And looking at this, looking at the lineup changes. So you have Ace coming out, Habana coming out. So they're planning to breach and hopefully go with the hatches. But they're also planning to just take the walls. They're not going to reinforce office walls. So Buck is still going to be really aggressive upstairs.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, Are they going to play this for we push army, or are they going to try and take office or maybe server first?
Oh, that is a good question. I mean, you got to take both, right? It is border. You have to be aggressive. So both going to need to be taken at one point or another, and it's just a question of which order they do it in. Oh, Vodka looking to get aggressive. Had a really great start to the game, been a bit quiet since then. That's what I pity you. 12-8 right now, leading the lobby up there with Salim. Both players on that 12-digit mark for kills, and always tight angle being held. Pixel peaks, shots exchanged, but no one dying just yet.
We want to be aggressive, but I would not challenge that with an ACOG. I can tell you that now.
Nope,
absolutely terrified of the idea.
Yeah, but you know what? Visa wants to keep doing it and might need to. Shoxel's fallen, but does get one back. So, yet again, it's tied out 4-4 right now. And a lot of eyes are going to start to come towards this player in security right now. Needs to be cleared out for Wild to progress this attack any further. Need to get rid of Visa, because otherwise they can only hope to push across horizontally. Narrowly missing the head there. And oh no, Slayer, that's a little bit windy as Salim wins out that gunfight there, giving Turks LFO a man advantage. Shox is moving in towards the objective, but does he know that Boldov's waiting for him with a shotgun?
It does not seem to be the case, but Warden now getting the refrag, coming back for the rotate. Oh, tidying it up, but Ace gets swung by the smoke just inside. Now it's a 1v3 situation.
Yep, 1v3 for Falcon and make it a num v3 as Turks claim another round with 5-5. Yet again, another incredibly tense game here in playoffs. So close between these two sides right now. Not a whole lot separating them, but of course it is going to be the side of, well, Turks. They get that round, and this is one of my favorite rounds in Siege. One of these teams going to get an opportunity for a regulation win. One of these teams is going to be having to fight for overtime after this round. And I don't know about you, Drago, but there's not a lot separating it right now.
No, there's not. As you said, looking at these teams, I'm wondering how much is like the same two people just controlling one PC? Because at the moment it seems like, all right, we use this brain strat. I've got this brain strat. And it's just like, it is chess or checkers. It's not the same game. This is not Rainbow Six. This is chess. And as you can see, they're planning on hopefully bringing the Solus this time. Similar to how Wild did, and causing a little bit more havoc with it.
Yeah, that's it. They're going to try, and they've won this before, Turks, with a similar strategy. I think they'd be fairly confident to give it another go here for Wild. A bit of a different attempt, right? Because last time the clock faltered them, the roam clear above really was a big issue. That's what needs to change from the attack this second time around on this objective.
I do believe you're right, but I'm also now extremely worried looking at that. Having the entire attacking lineup changed to just having only Ace as the hard breacher tells me that they're planning to just take upstairs, clear out the Solus, and hopefully go for early picks.
Yeah, I mean, you're doubling down on the vertical. You've got the Flores and the Roterodros to deal with the Vulcan canisters, Frost Mats, Bandit charges. It's a decently landed lineup here from the side of Wild. I don't mind it adapting a little bit to how they want to play it. And as you say, Drago, it's probably going to lean towards more that vertical play style, like how they can hop in and really start to deal with these things, of course. But before they can really apply that vertical, they've got to clear it out first. And as you can see, there's quite a few players, in fact, 4 of the 5 from Turks, going to be holding this top floor and trying to deny the attackers their entry.
Try and push them back as much as they can out of Fountain as well. Making sure that if anyone tries to run, they'll hopefully get picked off. But Buck might just decide, you know what, I'm going to walk in, maybe swing this bandit. But he's got to drone it out first. He doesn't have time to waste. But both of his drones are upstairs. And all he has is a pixel peek with Bidoof, hopefully going to be able to get this ace. Salim just keeps dodging the Flores drones, making it a bit more painful for them, wasting this utility.
Yeah, and that's it. It's making these things incredibly difficult right now. You can see Wild, they're a little bit perplexed sitting outside the map, exactly how on they make their entry in, because we've burnt half the round, but I don't really feel Wild right now. I've got a lot to show for it on the attack. Starting to apply pressure towards the Armory player, but only going to really be able to just deal with the shield, gets taken out here. But it's still a very difficult spot right now for the attack to be in. Defense holding on strong and not really giving anything up so far.
Thing is, this has become a 5v5 with a minute left. They're not even attacking site, which is the biggest problem they're going to have. Means that they're just going to have to swing and get the kill, but he gets shot through the floor by the bandit as well, which is not what they wanted.
And they
don't even see the Frost with Trigger discipline, just waiting for the Flores to hopefully peek. But no, she gets swung first by Flores. Flores gets the kill. 4v3 situation. Pass back to you for
3Bs. Freebies for the Falcons here. Falcon, not the Falcons. Falcon, singular. Falcon, freebie there for the side of them, and it brings down Turks 3. Could have been some absolute easy kills there for Bodolf, but unfortunately just waits a little bit too long to pull the trigger there, and it puts the defense now in a difficult spot where the attack, sure, it was a slow start, but they have a man advantage right now, but they still don't have a lot of time, and if Gutter can keep holding them off, as well as Fiza up here on the top floor, this one could be very difficult for the final little bit of this attack to crack through. As you can see the time, it's going away, 20 seconds left to go. The Logic Bomb's going to come on through, and they're pushing in blindly here. They're trying to find what they can, but Hodka on their lonesome up here towards Ark, coming into security, blinded by the teammate, unfortunately. Going to eventually take down Fiza. 2 versus 3, man advantage goes to Wild, but the Turks, they can just hide, they can just play the clock, they can just hold on. Hidden behind the desk, Gutter goes prone, hides it, all the remaining players focusing on him, and he's actually going to stay alive. The future's going down, no choice but to stick it, and Gutter, masterful play, little rat spot below the desk, and gets it, and gets Turks Celifo a map point.
I've got to say, that's got to be painful.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's like, you know where he is. You know he's just tucked into the corner thinking, oh, okay, he can't kill me. But that's not how Siege works. His legs can now poke through the desk, and you've just got to try and hopefully get a shot on him, but he's going to be able to block it with his body. Painful to see.
Yeah, that is, I mean, you saw it in the chat, right? I think the Turks were particularly amused with that one. That was the kind of silliness, I suppose, that perhaps we don't get a lot of here at this high, sort of, you know, as these games get more tense, as we get further in the competition. The silliness like that, hiding under a desk to save a round, I mean, not something you see every single day, but really great stuff there from the player of Turks to really get that over the line. And now they find themselves a map point, right, Drago? This is the thing they needed most. The question is, can they convert it on through? We're seeing the Ossa come in here from Wild, which likely indicates we're going to see in a bit of an archives plant, but my question really is Turks prepared for it?
I don't think Turks are going to let it go. After the first round where it happened, this is them deciding, we know what to do, we know how to clear it. We know they've not brought a smoke again, they've brought the Maestro this time. So how do we want to play this? Do we want to play it with using our Goyo canisters? Do we want to play it with just detonate their stuff, go in, plant?
There's a lot of options here on how you want to try and get this one across the line. I feel like, first, of course, you do need to clear the security side of the map, right? Prevent a retake coming across from defense. So that's going to be the focal point of attention here. Wild, they've been a bit on and off the shields this half. Going to be committing through it this time. Falcon on the Monty. See what that one can do. And for a horizontal push like this, I do like his inclusion in this.
I do believe you're right in this, but the concern of still having Mozzie there just always puts on more pressure, because now they have to clear him out, because as you said, don't want the refrag, but also the fact that he's going to keep taking all of their drones. Him being able to drive them causes a big amount of intel. Luckily not, or unluckily not being able to land the shot, but still being able
in this round, if you can just time this C4 correctly, however, frag grenade going to force him out of position. Gutter's going to lose his life elsewhere. Early advantage for this one is going to be going the way of Wild.
I am worried about this now that it's around with 4v5 and Gore's half health, but Asami has still got enough free roam space on East there, so it looks like they're planning to go for a regular plant, which Buck can get that lower half of that wall, but they still have to worry about the guy in closet, which is now going to become even more of a problem with Asami and Felton just picking off another player's sledge going down.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big difficult spot here. 4 versus 4 now. And keep in mind here, Turks have a Maestro on the board. They can very much just deny the plan off of those utilities, similarly to how we saw it in round 1. However, Fiza sticks his head up, gets immediately taken off. Shoxel trades one back, but the players of Turks, they just keep falling, and Wild are taking themselves an advantage. Bodolf tucked in here. Here's the defuse going down, but can't quite find the player in time in the face of the Montaigne, but can't deny it. And this is going to be a very, very difficult post-plant retake here for the defensive side with the shield, with the repels. I've got a feeling, Drago, this one's going to be going all the way through into an overtime.
Ooh, with a 1v3 situation, Monty and THP in the dream, where, Maestro and THP in the dream getting taken out by the Buck from the repel. I thought the monster was going to come up and slap him, but that was not the case. He just danced around with him a little bit, enjoyed his food.
That one was, honestly, I think that was a bit unfortunate there, I think, from the side of Turks, just letting it slip a little bit in the early round, and that cost them dearly because, yet again, we're now in overtime, Drago, and I still think this one, there needs to be some difference maker in here right now, right? Because it's consistently across the team. You've got the 3 players sort of towards the top of the game, stepping things up. A couple players at the bottom not really doing it. Something needs to change because right now it's just blow for blow for blow for blow, and neither team can really get, I feel, a comfortable lead right now.
I do believe you're right, with a little bit of a difference between Falcon and Teaser. But having that Valkyrie ban means not enough intel can get brought out. While Turks do still have their tactical timeout in their pocket, they're going to use this one, I'm sure, as well, to talk about what strategies they're going to do, how they're going to play this out. My concern becomes that they decide, all right, you know what? We lost upstairs, let's go back to that same side again, which could end up biting them again. It's now 2 rounds left. Let's see who wins this.
Yeah, and that's it as well. And I think that timeout there is going to be a bit of double-edged sword. Obviously, Wild were the ones to call that tactical timeout, but it was actually Turks who ended up, they probably benefited from it just as much, I feel, calling it at the start of an overtime. It's a chance to reset the nerves, and should things go awry, they've still got their timeout to burn, as you mentioned, Drago. So, be a bit of an interesting one, and we're going to head to a workshop ventilation here. See how this one's going to be panning on through here. Back onto the Solis strategy. We've seen it before from this defending lineup. Really, it's on the attack to see how they deal with it.
I do believe you're right. And the concern comes out that now this time they've changed their lineup. They brought the Kaid, they brought the Mozzie. But I'm thinking that since they're planning to hold it downstairs, which is, yes, they've won before, I'm hoping Wild realize that they do need a Twitcher. They need somebody to help clear out that ability, clear the Goryos early enough, and maybe go for the plant while somebody clears upstairs quickly.
Yeah, very valid way of doing it there, right? Clear it out, get it done, push them down. I like the inclusion of the gridlock here, actually. Going to be able to provide that sort of flank watch utility here. Obviously, we've seen the Nomad a handful of times, yet to see the gridlock, but I like her as an operator. I don't know about you, but I really appreciate the fact that she's got that soft destruction potential with the secondary shotgun and the frag grenades. I personally think in some situations she is better than the Nomad.
I do agree with this, especially the fact of how many stack tuners she brings out and the fact that you have to destroy them. You can't just be like, all right, well, I'm going to slowly shoot this or just have it gone, and that's it. Somebody can quietly just pull out a secondary that will have silenced for once, maybe. But not in this case. You have to destroy every last one of them, and they make such a noise when they're destroyed that you easily hear it. Ooh, yeah. The Cillian trying to go for the peak, but is unable to get it.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a shame there. Early aggressive peaks. Surprisingly, not seen too many of them so far this border. It's actually been quite a slow border, all things considered. Normally, border's a really, really fast map, but so many of these rounds coming down to the clock, really. Here, of course, as normally this map's as close as we get to a TDM in Siege, but still, just over half the round to go. 5 versus 5. All 10 players still standing. One of these teams will obviously get a chance at map point yet again, and sides have been even, so there's not really a favoured side right now either, Drago, and I don't know how this one's going to go.
Well, I wouldn't completely agree with the favoured side part. The defence seems pretty favoured for Wild, while Turks seem pretty favoured on the... Sorry, Perk seems very favoured on the defence, while Wild seems very favoured on the attack. But they're not letting this go either, and there we go, Sledge getting the first pick off the Warden. That's somebody you do not want to lose before the post-spawn situation.
Yeah, and that is it. The one operator you want in the execute is the one operator who's not going to be brought to it. However, Wild, they're making a top execute here, making it work. Shox with 3, and it's Gutter left up to try and pick up the pieces here, but already feeling the pressure, has to retreat away. Slayer takes down Fiza, and Gutter left on their lonesome. Throws the C4, but doesn't even have the time to detonate it, and it's a wild, absolutely nuclear there as they go massive. And we're going to head to a little bit of a tech pause here, and look at that. Little bit of a replay here on the top floor here. But you can see here, look at Shox going absolutely nuclear. And now, overtime match point for Wild as we just head into a little brief tech pause here.
Pausing out the match. Painful as it is to see. Having somebody get that glitch in the last final seconds. I'm pretty sure it was a flashbang that triggered it this time. He was unable to stay alive and just had to run for it. Even if he wanted to detonate the C4, I don't think the FPS was going to let him. So... No. It's the final round, of course, for Wild. Or it's the final round for Tox if they lose. But it's their attack. Tox have done quite a good attack. They've been quite strong for it. How do you think this is going to play out for them?
I mean, it's difficult to say right now. Sure, I think Turks are more comfortable on the attack, certainly the way they play it, but the sides technically have been even. We have seen a 3-3 split from both of these teams, so I think a comfortability thing comes into it. I think that's where you're highlighting the right things there. It's all about the comfortability of it right now. Turks, they like this attack a bit more. I think that's where they feel more comfortable. It might not be where they're better, but it is where they feel comfortable. And I think that vibe, almost, as silly as it sounds, the vibe is really important right now in an overtime as this game goes on, as the pressure sort of dials up a little bit here, because, you've played 13 rounds of Siege now. If you lose this next round and you're Turks, all of that 13 rounds was for nothing. You go into Clubhouse with nothing. You lose your own map pick going into the enemies with nothing. And that is going to be a massive hit to the team.
I do believe you're right. But now having a second player disconnect as well is not what we want. Oh, it looks like we'll probably have to come back into the match very quickly. We're just waiting for that one player to come back. He's probably going to have to do a full PC restart if it didn't work for the game.
Yeah. We'll be back in that one. Sure. Yeah, look, we're alive. We're still here, alive and kicking. I mean, I think you could... There we go. We've just literally, just as you see our faces, we're not going to be on them for long. Lobby is back. Lobby is ready, and the game will be underway very, very shortly here. Of course, 7-6 right now in favour of Wild multi-gaming. One more round for Wild, and they will take themselves the win here. For Turks, 2 rounds are needed in a row, and it's important. It's so important. So we're just going to keep on waffling a little bit here, as we're told to just keep on waffling. Drago, predictions for this one. How are you feeling?
My prediction is I believe in Wild, and I believe they're going to show us how they can win this match.
Okay.
If not, it's going to become a 2-0 situation because Wild are probably going to show us something surprising on Clubhouse. But this is only the first map. You got to remember that. Border is very, very much. It was supposed to be Turk's map, but it's not going to be playing out that way so far.
Yeah, that's it. You feel like we've been in this series a while, but in reality, we've not been in the series all that long. As you say, map number 1. This is the first map. We've still got 2 more maps of this left to go. We've still got a ridiculous amount of time here. We could be here for a couple more hours, really. And Stamina's going to have to drain on these players. And obviously, we did talk about Wild have played a map previously in another elsewhere before this, so they're already having quite a long evening. And the longer this drags on, I do have to question their what's the word I'm looking for here?
Endurance. Okay,
that's the one. Endurance. Yeah, I do have to question that a little bit. I know they're a great side, but how many maps in the Siege can you play, especially when they're as close as this, without starting to lose your composure a little bit? Because I know I'd be struggling.
Well, I think you might end up being right about this, about them struggling, because it does look like Turks is bringing the Monty out, bringing the Ash, bringing the Ram. So I'm thinking that they're planning to play this fast at least, but we may not be sure. Because you know who's still on the board? Smoke. The counter to Monty's plant, the counter to anything that they might have if they try to rush. But then they've got the Goyo as well. Wild isn't playing this safely. They're wanting to make sure that they can completely lock it out now.
Yeah, that's it. Wild, they're just going to look to try and take it. I mean, they've got a round to buffer with, right? Why not? Why not play it a bit aggressive? Why not give something a go, take a gamble? Because if you can make a statement, end round 14 with a bang, that really sets the mental and destroys it a little bit for Turks going into map number 2. Have to wait and see how that one pans out, of course, as the attack. Well, they're just going to do the standard. Look for that control. Look to try and force these players away, as Mirror Window's pressured up by Hodka now, but still going to hold on to the position.
The mirror might be gone, but you know the rules. Swing or be swung. The Legion's going to hopefully go downstairs and try and maybe cause a bit of hassle from below. But for now, it's how do you want to hold the site? The 5v5, Castle's all in half health. They know they're attacking you from Armory side. Smoke's going to have to try and help as much as he can.
Yeah, going to have to be a very tough one here for the Smoke. I mean, look at that. Security side's already over in the control of Turks, and as you say, Armory side is the next lineup. Here, Mirror Window on the wall taken out, and just going to be seeing the straight hopping coming through from Gutter any second now. The players that remain up here for the side of Wild, they're going to quickly falter away as they can feel the pressure mounting up, but doesn't stop the utility flow slowly going upstairs. Ooh, Falcon narrowly escaping death there, but minutes still to go, and Slayer might be going for a little bit of a retake up towards the top floor.
That might be the case, but it's time to turtle back. Everyone's getting ready to run away. That was the Legion bind that was just thrown. You have to be even more careful now of the fact that they know no one's upstairs. They've cleared it out. It's perfect. But at any point, somebody go up the staircase. But these are... Ash gets the mirror. Big pick off the board. That's C4 gone.
Yeah, and that's going to be really, really essential here for giving Turks the breathing room to try and force the defuse down, because they've now downstairs. They're now 1 room away from getting over this objective. They just need to dislodge these final few wild players. Hotcut going to be taking a lot of pressure on their way, but PTU's got the hold from the long angle. Toxic Babe going to be thrown caught on the wall, so not quite going to be able to have the impact it wanted, but will still be available there should they want it. And look at that, the Montaigne gets the Goomon in the foot, goes to pull it out. PTU takes advantage of that, but it's a 5 versus 4, and look at the clock right now, and it's Wild coming up huge here. Turks LFO, they lose 2 players, they lose the plant, and they just have to push in, and they're just getting ripped apart as they do. Salim trying to do it all on his shoulders here, but with a Toxic Babe over his head, no choice but to try and force the diffuser down right now. And Wild, they just need to find the player, just need to find the kills, but they can't do that. Hodka gonna be the one left, has to drop the bathroom hatch, has to go huge here, gets one, can find the second as well, and a triple for Hodka. Gonna be taking Border over the line for Wild multi-gaming here as they shut down Turks on their own map pick, and they will be winning it 8-6.
That was painful to see, but beautiful plays. I'm a wee bit concerned about the fact that the smoke just stopped working, but I have a feeling that it probably dissipated and just didn't leave yet for the observer.
Yeah.
But we have to go on to the next map, Clubhouse. It's going to be so painful, but so beautiful to see.
Yeah, Clubhouse, I'm really excited for it, right? I mean, it's a total opposite to what we've seen from Border, right? Border's that frag-heavy map, not a lot, not much beyond the surface level of strategy for it. Clubhouse is the total opposite. Very intricate strategies, a lot of precision play required. Really curious to see if the dynamics between these two change at all, because on that frag-heavy map of Border, was there any really separating them? Going to the end, we had to go to overtime, and sure, it was Wild to get it, but throughout most of that game, Turks were constantly competing, and they were never too far behind.
I do believe you're right about that. It's probably still going to be a really close game for the next match, but it's Clubhouse, the basics tester. So this is where every part of your map knowledge, your intel, every map that came up on later, even Nighthaven Labs, has had a little bit of Clubhouse in it. So, what I'm hoping is that since this was the initial map that got reworked at the very start of Siege, what are we going to see? Are we going to see some old strats come out with that, or are we going to see only new ones? Because I'm hoping that the Two-Barrel doesn't get banned, gets played, and gets to show us something that I've not seen yet.
Yeah, I think this map's going to be put everything on the table, right, for Turks, because this is a really, really important one here. I mean, I would argue we had a little bit of an upset with Team VIP winning game number 1, and Wild certainly looking to cause an upset of their own here if they can win game number 2. For Turks, it's now a do-or-die position, and they must do. They're going to be going on to their opponent's map pick of Clubhouse. That one's going to be coming your way in just a few, but while the players have a break, we're going to have a little break of our own, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Map number 2 of our final series of the day.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. We could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Oh, to keep me now. Giving
Welcome back, everyone. I'm one of your casters again. We're going on to round 2. I cannot wait. Oh, I'm so energized for this. Trav, tell me about what you talked about at the break with me.
So we were talking about a little bit about how exciting this game's been so far, right? So we've had a real great one, and we're now finally ready to head in towards a map number 2 here. Border's been done, dusted here. 8-6 victory going the way of Wild Multigaming. Now Clubhouse comes up. The pick of Wild as well, but the question is, can they make the wins happen here? That's, I suppose, the real one. It's a totally different battleground, right, Drago? We've been saying it quite a bit. 2 very different maps from each other, from a ground level all the way up. Totally different. Border and Clubhouse. So really excited to see how this agrees, and yeah, I can't wait for this one.
As I was saying, I completely agree. Looking at these 2 teams, deciding, you know what, we're going to fight this out. This isn't going to be something as simple as Titan versus Titan. This is going to be, you know what, it's not David and Goliath. It's David versus David. It's 2 gladiators wanting to just bash it out. And what makes me so much happy about this is the fact that we do get to go back to Clubhouse and we can compare it to the last match. Looking at these, looking at all 4 teams, I'm just ready to go into this match right now and see how it goes.
Oh yeah,
but
I can't wait.
As I say, we do have one small thing to mention. For anyone looking out for Smart 6 credits, make sure to stay to the end of the stream. If you want to give them a small hint to what we're talking about, go
Small
for it.
hint,
Then we'll head into the match.
Of course, you know what? I'm going to drop it off right off the bat while everyone is still here in between games. Monday's semi-final games, of course. Monday, if you're unaware, is going to be our 2 semi-final best of 3s here for the Voltage League playoffs. And of course, we do have a little bit of something here for the community provided by Ubisoft themselves. We have 2 sets of 2,670 Rainbow Six credits to be given away to you guys, the community. All you need to do is tune into Monday's stream and we'll give you more details on how you can enter with a chance to win those there. So come along Monday, same time, same place, twitch.tv/voltage_league. It'll be around the same time on Monday, 1600 CEST. And with that being said, out and done the way, let's get into Clubhouse and see what map number 2 of this banger of a series has to offer us.
Looking at how Clubhouse has played out so far in the past, I'm thinking whoever's on defense is going to have a lot more, just a couple more issues to do with it. I'm not sure how they're going to plan this out, but let's see with the bans. I'm going to go with Blackbeard as a standard for, and then maybe a Ying.
Yeah, I can see that one happening. Well, you're right on the Blackbeard front. Ying certainly could be a possible follow-up here. I mean, I'm thinking to what Wild struggled with right before on their attacks, because I think it was a wide, despite having a decent attack enough, it was a bit of a range of problems. There wasn't really one consistent outlier here, which puts them in, I suppose, a better position to ban anything they want. It's actually going to be the Blitz coming on Fruit, doubling down on the shield bans.
So no shields. Maybe Clash will go then on defense.
Nope,
no,
it's going to be Cade. Oh, I mean, you know what? I respect the Cade ban here on Border. It makes getting into that basement bomb site so much easier for the side of the attack. It can really simplify the process, can really make things a lot easier, not having to deal with those electrified hatches. So I get the value of the ban here. The question lies in what Turks themselves are going to ban. We've been seeing Tubbs banned a lot today, but it's not going to be the case. Instead, it's actually going to be the Azami taking it on out here. And right now, well, it couldn't be a bit of a tighter game. As you said, 8-6, map number 1 and map number 2. I'm hoping it's going to be just as close.
I'm thinking it's going to be much closer than we're expecting, having the smoke and mute brought back out again. But Valkyrie still being on the board means that it's time for callouts. It's time for C4s. It's time for all of the destruction coming from the bottom floor upwards.
Yeah, so much potential here. I kind of view Clubhouse and maybe a lot of the maps in Siege also as a blank canvas, right? You have the same idea of how you want to paint a landscape, but exactly how you make it look, the finer details in it, that is under your control. And I think it's a great way of looking at sort of Clubhouse and the game as a whole, really. You have that idea, you know what the landscape you want to paint is. It's just, wow, do you change out the little minute details to make sure it's that perfect picturesque win that all of these teams will be going in for this one. For the side of Turks LFO, well, it's going to be a fairly standard basement hold here, but I like the addition of this Valkyrie. Combine it with the C4s, and they're going to be using that intel provided by the cameras to likely be sending some opponents out of the lobby in a, let's say, an explosive fashion.
No, but it might be a spawn killing fashion if the smoke can hopefully get a pick early onto somebody who's running outside, but they're going to try and hold kitchen, or at least try and use it as a way to get an easy early pick. Actually, I have a question for you now, because I've wanted to know this. Have you ever played Rainbow Six where you've never used a reinforcement or a shield? Only the things that the person can actually carry?
Yes. I have done that before. Casual games, that was an interesting one, to say the least. Depends on the map. Sometimes it actually, I mean, don't get me wrong, I play at a much lower level than these guys. I'm going to put that force on 4 a minute, just as Salim gets taken down here. Top floor control established now for Wild, as they should be able to press on downwards here. Vodov, the only one remaining on the first floor. So we get a little bit of a breather here. Vodov certainly not going to get one of his own. Feeling the pressure, going to drop down the hatch back into sight, safely retreating away. Almost caught on the vertical there by Hodka, but still going to be alive.
Everything just kind of went off at once for him. Unlucky, but he did survive. That is a 4v5 situation with a Ram on the board, meaning that nothing's going to be open for long. He's going to have to hopefully get a pick, or Valkyrie's going to have to shoot her up through the floor. It's not going to be an easy game. Ooh, trying to pick with a mirror, but almost getting tagged.
I mean, we saw the danger of this spot in the last game, right? I believe it was RWO getting a little bit RWO actually being able to come up huge here over on the previous matchup. So it's a difficult spot to peak, but it doesn't seem to want to stop Shoxall from swinging at it. And not quite well, actually, right now, right? Turks LFO, they're not giving the positions away. Gutter still on the main stairs looking to contest. It's still a winnable and a good position here for Turks despite the man disadvantage.
You see the game just jittering out of excitement right now. Gutters could go up and or hopefully get an early pick, but no, they're decided to drone him, but they're not going to be able to get him in time. He's going to get out of there safely. All 3 drones just going into the mid jammer. Mid does get taken out, though, before he can get back into sight, so it's a 3v5, and sight is all they have left to defend themselves.
Yeah, and a dwindling man count as well there. Reduced to just 2 now. Shoxall and Vodov going to need to come huge. The latter of which goes to swing out on towards the breach. Try and take down the Selma charges, but going to be costly on the HP department to do so. Flashbang's coming. Hot drop through the objective, but no, can't quite catch them all here. Diffuser's going to be stuck down now. Wild in a very good position to close this round out here, unless the players of Vodov and Shoxall can go massive, but it's just down to Vodov. Has already gotten one, has to try and ace clutch this. Downs another here. So it's definitely bringing it back slightly closer here, but he has zero idea on where these remaining attackers are. Not really sure where to look, and with a time ticking against you on the defuse, it's only a matter of time. Shox rather, closes it out and takes an early round here for Wild Multi-Gaming, starting off their attack of Clubhouse with a very successful win.
Looking at how this went, that's very indicative of how that break was used. It was used by Wilds to strategize, be prepared, go over whatever ideas they might have. But I'm worried more for Turks now. They're going back up. They're going up to Jim Bredon for the first time. I want to see how they play this out, how they defend it, and maybe they can capitalize on just a different idea. They're not bringing castles, so I'm thinking that they're expecting walls are going to get opened. We're going to have to fight this out. We've picked our guns for a reason.
Yeah. That's it. They're going to have to really sort of fight their way through this one. It's going to be a battle through the trenches, right? For Turks, you're down a map. You lost your own map pick. You have to take your opponent's own map pick and then out the side or a chalet to round it out should we get there. It's going to be a tough one for them. Wild, I think they'll be incredibly happy with that early win. And I think it's really shown that Wild can bring the momentum across maps, because that's something we do see teams sometimes struggle with a little bit, I think, where they bring their momentum into a game, they win a match, it's great, it's a massive result, and then they lose that momentum carrying it through in towards the second map. Wild, they've picked up right where they've left it off, and it's obviously going to give them an early advantage here, and really, as you say, it's the omen on Turks right now to pick the pace up.
Having those Goyo chops in gym, you can't now. You just can't run in and go for a rush plant. But there's only one in there, so there's still 2 left somewhere. And I don't think Goyo has any in pocket, so this is going to be planned out to hopefully waste enough time, or make sure wall gets breached. Maybe. Oh no, it's a Maverick. They used the EMP just to mess with the bandit a little to hopefully push him off.
Yeah, when you look at that there, that is actually going to mean the wall is going to eventually be able to get opened up fairly freely here for the side of Wild. Going all the way down there. C4's thrown, not going to be able to find its mark. The hunt is on towards Bodolf, but no one really able to capitalize from that one right now. And below, entry is going to be made by Hodka, trying to see if they can find a way through, but they know the player's in the basement. The question is where, and do they know about the player on the top of main stairs? I can see his feet behind the scope. Question is, do Wild have any idea about, of course, Fiza?
So they'd have to decide to peek Fenrir, who's holding the upstairs, or they've got to worry about the vault coming from below, which is both even more dangerous while the bandit's holding construction. But
oh my god,
if the ace would just peek slightly further, he might be able to get the Fenrir off guard, which is already devastating enough. Oh, Valk is now being Deimos tracked as well.
Go! Shoo! Find him! Thank you! Finally! There you go, Hodka gets the kill. But it does mean that elsewhere one of Wild has fallen. It took a little while, but the ace eventually gets there, gets the job done. Fiza's taken off the board, Bodolf as well, and Wild building up a little bit of an advantage in this round here as they're starting to eye up their pressure towards the objective now, trying to see if they can find their way over and get it across. 3 versus 4 now. Turks LFO in a yet another man disadvantage here, but Gutter's fighting back, takes down Hodka, takes down the ace, and that is Diffuser cold, closer towards the spawn. Going to waste a little bit of time recovering that one, and it sets Turks LFO up here in a decent spot to the end of this round.
You're right about that. And a 3v3 with Slayer on half health, that puts them in an even more disadvantageous position. But they haven't even cleared out construction. Bandit's still hiding in that corner that they droned him in earlier, meaning that if somebody just pops the windows, they could probably kill him. But that's not going to be the case. Bandit's going to come out swinging, get it down on 2 of them. Now it's a 2v1 while Gutters is now going for the ace, but his ace is shut down by Capital in a 1v2 situation now versus a Mute in Logitech office and a Goyo in bathroom. He's got to be even more careful now. Pass to you.
1 versus 2. It's already made it a 1 versus 3. Has some utility to work with here to try and force these engagements. You've got to take them on your own, one at a time. But with 15 seconds to go, you can find one. Question is, do you know where the other is? Not at all. You're going to have to swing for something. You're going to have to find it. And with the asphyxiating bolt in hand, you're caught. You're taken out. And Shoxall keeps it alive for Turks LFO. And they get around on the board here. 1-1, tying us up yet again. And I just don't see a world in where one of these teams takes a massive lead right now. This series is going to be so incredibly close all the way through.
We actually might have an upset where it could become Turks take this map and it just goes down to the decider, but we're going to have to wait and see. The defensive side of Clubhouse is a lot easier to defend than it is the attacking, but they're not letting it go. It's always come down to the wire, and the fact that we have a Scopus being brought out again means you might be right to see some forward back and forth play maybe.
A bit more aggressive. Like, I think the one thing Turks, surprisingly for a border, they were lacking the aggression, I think, a little bit. There were quite a few early rounds, especially in that previous map, where Turks, we felt like they could have dialed up their aggression. They could have gone a bit faster, could have gotten a bit more aggressive. Seems like they're trying it on border. Clubhouse here, of all places, really, to be getting uber aggressive here. They're going to, as you say, that Scopus allowing that quick rotation means Turks can be a bit more free, a bit more in your face without having to worry so heavily about consequences. While multi-gaming, though, they're going to be fairly happy, I think, with the 1-1 split right now. And of course, as we head back to the basement, going to be seeing if they can crack it a second time running.
You just gotta see the fact that Dirt Wall is still not reinforced. If Habana had breach charges right now, she'd be able to open that no problem, but she does not. She has flashbangs. So we're gonna have to be even more careful about the fact that they're planning to hold stock. No coming into blue, no going upstairs, which that's massive oversight in my opinion. But we're just gonna have to see how this plays out for them.
Yeah, it is Going to be certainly an interesting one. I mean, 30 seconds in so far, the players of Wild, they're just assessing right now, right? But I think the key is there. You've got the ping on towards the Skopas. The one player that really is going to be on that roaming in your face, you're going to be able to identify her quite easily on and make things at least doable here for the side of Wild. Of course, Fiza going to be in a tough position right now. Almost sees the Capital, can't quite find it though, and his top floor hug needs to be shaken sooner rather than later.
Oh, they have to be very careful here, but Gutters does get a pick onto Habana. That's a hard breach off the table. Hatches are open, yes, but you still a lot of utility gone.
Yeah, and that's it. And look at that, Fiza. As soon as it gets a little too hot for comfort, just switches onto the other shell and gets away completely scot-free. And as you said, Habana gone. That's going to make things very difficult for this attack there. Shell is going to be dropped away there, meaning that the Skopas has gotten away scot-free, done his job, and escaped away with his life, burning quite a lot of time here, because look at the clock, halfway through the round here, and quite a few players of Wild are still outside the building, considering the fact that, you know, they're sitting away and waiting it through, making things difficult. Hoppin's going to come in through the kitchen now finally, but getting these hatches open going to be quite difficult, especially considering that Shox was waiting below with the impact, and one impact trick, and they're not getting this hatch open at all.
He's trying to bait it out with his body movement, trying to make sure they think the noise is coming, but I'm pretty sure there's a camera being able to ping him. Or they're just going to wait until they're already halfway through the breach charge. But that's already a big enough deterrence. While he's sitting with it holding in hand, Maestro does back off. Luckily, they might actually be able to get the breach now. We're just going to have to find out.
Yeah, that's it. They should be able to do it now. Waiting for that vertical was indeed the right call there. Good little bit of composure. Bodov holding it tight in dirt. Should anyone try and go for a bit of a late round backstab here? Ossa going to be likely used to try and support this late round hop in. Make things very, very difficult for a retake here of the defenders. They're just eyeing it up now. Utilities all in hand. Here it comes, the full dumping. They know there's a player in dirt. He now can't get across. He's isolated. Slayer going to be dropping down in towards main. Takes a lot of damage. Evil Eyes as well. Denying Falcon from being able to get the plant down. Gets the Evil Eyes. Fiza with another over towards Slayer here. And Turks, they're coming alive for this one. Fiza yet again on the Skopos finds one more. It's 2 versus 4 here. Pity you and Vodka with it all to do. And then no time to do it at all. Turks LFO take their first round and take themselves the lead here on Clubhouse.
That was not what I was expecting, having all the Maestro, all the gadgets. It just, the biggest enemy was time.
Yeah. That literally was it there. Just the attack just running out of steam at the end there. Really cost Wild. It was a decent start yet again, but they just ran out of time and steam yet again. And, well, you saw what happened, right? They just ran out of the clock and had to push in and got punished for it.
Looking at how these guys have played this out, I am wondering if this is going to work out in their favor or come out to bite them later. Having being... that is not what you want to see. Having Castle brought, Doc, Mirror, Mute. There's nothing really to stop that wall from getting opened, except for the fact of it looks like they might be planning to mirror trick it with the Mute Jammer, maybe?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I mean... equally interesting lineup from Wild, right? I mean, Pity Who going to be on a Glaz. Going to be seeing a hard breach. They might be trying a rush attempt. When we did see it from Wild before on Border, right? Different map, different scenario, but I'd never say never, right? I wonder if they might be giving it another go. I have to, of course, wait and see.
You might be right, but I'm more worried about two things. Somebody finally explained to me why people try to do this mirror trick. Play place it, have that there. I do not understand it. Yes, you can pop it. It'll get rid of most like thermites. You can't put it down. And Ace is your worst nightmare. So now they're just going to pop it. Ace can now open that completely regardless. He just can't... it's a vaulted instead of a walkthrough. But now Mirror can hopefully make get a shot.
Impact tricks. That's the thing right now for the side of Turks. It's keeping the breach closed, but it's only going to do so for a couple of seconds. As you say, it gets opened and punishes them right back for it. Shox gets one over towards Bodolf there. Early man advantage for the side of Wild. And with the Wamai down so early on, there's not a lot you can do to recover, but it might be a freebie here for the Turk Gutter as he finds one over towards Falcon. Shoxel with another one, and a round swung right back over. It's now Wild in a disadvantageous position.
Castle cannot come close enough to get more. There we go. He finally gets his dog stemmed. Waited for so long, but Ace gets his refrag as well, taking out the Mirror, who's such a trouble. And now they have to be even more careful. Striker gets the castle on the red stairs. 2v3 situation left.
Yep, they have the ping onto one of the players below here. Fiza in a very critical spot right now, holding on to Rafters. He knows there's likely a player to be watching him, but it's the Glaz through the smoke. Pity who finds it, takes down Fiza, and it's Salim currently sitting on a donut, the only player in the lobby. Bar Falcon still to do so in a 1 versus 3. Has to try and find a recovery, has to try and find these 3 remaining players. Half the round to play for, and that's going to be the issue here, right? You do have a C4, so you can deny a plant attempt, but surely there's enough clock and enough members of Wild to see this one through.
Well, he's still got the shotgun in hand if somebody does, but he's going to have to go back upstairs and hopefully get this person on rafters to try and push them out, causing a little bit more trouble and hassle. But here comes the question of a minute left, C4 in hand. Do they plant the default or do they try to plant a breach? Does he know?
Yes.
No C4 landing, so it's only a minute left. And he gets swung with the Glaz. Glaz wins the gunfight.
Beautifully played there from Wild at the end of that one. You've got to give it to them. Just keeping things calm, not getting aggressive, trying to give the freebies over. Just keep it calm, keep it cool, keep it collected. And it sends them through with their second round win this half. And we're back tied up yet again, 2-2 apiece here. Everyone still competing at all full marks. And it feels like this game, yet again, I just feel like we could be seeing the distance here. Going to be going back over to Bedroom Gym. We didn't see this one go too amazingly last time. It was a bit of a troublesome sight for both sides, really. So good to see what this next iteration of it is going to be bringing through for us.
You do seem to be right about that, but looking at how they're setting it up again, the Kapkan. I want to talk about the Kapkan. This isn't somebody's being brought for utility to help them. This is somebody being brought to either be as a crutch to help them or as a trap operator to hopefully shut them down from their last minute plays.
Yeah, that one is interesting. I think that's going to be... I love the Kapkan pick because it can punish these teams that get aggressive, right? Can really punish them. We've seen it a few times. Wild's time management isn't immaculate. And perhaps bringing something like a Kapkan that late round will punish him could be a really, really great play for that.
Only 2 Kapkans on that door, meaning he does have a couple in pocket, which I do believe he's just put all over the backside of construction. Yep, that is the case. So now they just have to worry about it. Site set up differently to how I would set it up. How would you set this up to make it improved, in your opinion?
I personally, I'm much more of a believer. Obviously, the Kaid's normally banned. I do quite like a Kaid. I like a mirror on this objective, facing out towards Jacuzzi's side from the bathroom. That's my play. You can have one playing in gold as well. That's how I like to play it. I'm more of a mirror person on this objective. But I think what they've got here is a very decent attempt. It's a bit different, but sometimes different's what you need right now because the default games from Turks, it's been getting read into quite a bit by Wild.
That is true, and I do have to agree, but that wall won't be as easy for them to open now with Thermite. Let's see. Oh, the nade does not get the window, but they can hopefully clear out maybe one of the Goyos with the second one. But if not, they're going to have a lot more problems to worry about. There's the breach finally opened.
Yep, CC now wide and available, but there's still defenders left here to play it. Fiza and Shoxall over towards that side of the map. Going to be supported by Bodolf down below. A lot of presence over towards this eastern side of the map here coming in from Turks. Leave site a little bit vacant, and while they might not have to read into that just yet, they're just going to continue to do their homework. Get the right breaches open, get the right places done across. Shock's going to be opening up Jacuzzi wall there with the exothermic. Like Selma available to get bathroom open just behind it. And really, really great stuff. I like what I'm seeing so far from the side of Wild.
You do have to be careful now that they know the breach is open. They have the Valkyrie cams to give them the intel. So most people should be trying to rotate back, which means either they can catch them off when they rotate, or they just have to be prepared to shut them down early. A minute left, 5v5. A couple people are tagged, but nothing serious. Do you think they're going to go for the plant and then try to go for the post-plant situation? Or do you think this is all going to come out to, oh, who can get away with what? This Kapkan still trying to hopefully pick this window as well.
Not respecting the players in CCTV. That's so going to cost them for the side of Wild there. Fiza takes down Pityu, and now that's thrown a real spanner in the works here for the side of Wild because they can't make a committal to the objective with this Kapkan still active on their own. They can't commit to anything. And look at the clock, 40 seconds left to go. It's going to make this really, really difficult round here. You can see Ogtka outside of the CC breach here, looking on in, trying to find a player across. But Fiza is giving away nothing, not going to be moving just as of yet. In fact, goes for the swing, does actually find it. And that should be the round for Turks LFO with that one. A 3 versus 5, 20 seconds left to go. All the players of Wild can do is hop in and really, as you said, Drago, try and force that plant down, but wrong angle still being held from the window. You can't hold the cross effectively from the outside. You try and bait him out, but caught reloading. Slayer's going down. Triple for Visa. Diffuser's going down. All the players of Wild need to do is try and hold the cover, but the fire might actually work in their favour here. They're going to be able to get a Diffuser down, and the defenders flurrying towards the objective. This could be winnable here. Wild, all Zox needs to do is hold on outside of Jacuzzi Breach. Now left in what's a 1 versus 2 scenario. The player down below, but it's not going to last long, and the Turks will find it. Slim close it out, and they'll take a lead.
You gotta love a little teabagging for your friends to make sure they understand you did a good job. Nice clutch. But Turks have now shown their hand. They've shown that they can defend this map. They've warmed up now. It's, yes, doing stupid plays by Wild, capitalizing on that, getting the IQ while she's reloading, not showing respect certain times where you having those drone economy probably be better. Wild can win this, but Turks are not going to make it easy.
No. Not at all. Turks are not going to make any of this easy. They've guaranteed themselves the even half. Going to be looking to try and do it the full mile. Get that 4-2 split. These are going to be hopping on that scope post yet again. Similar lineups to what we've seen before from Turks on this objective. Real question is, how do Wild deal with it? Because the first time it went well for them. Second time, not so much. Have to, of course, wait and see on. But defense right now certainly feeling a little bit advantageous here for the side of Turks after that last one.
That does look like it's going to be the case. I am worried about two things, though, now looking at this. The fact that they're not going to play it the same. They're going to play it with a bit more of a turtle aspect to it. Having that scope post, yes, to teleport back and forth between the site, but then also having the fact that they want the Maestro to set up the cameras in sight, facing the same way again, but in different orientation, making sure to make a kill box, it looks like. So, yeah. I'm a wee bit terrified for the side of the attackers here.
Yeah, and that still left as a big question mark going into this round here. I mean, reinforcement is only one available left, to be fair, but still, it is going to be... And I suppose that's probably to facilitate the expansion from Turks that we see all the way up towards the top floor, right? Having those reinforcements taken of Frost Dirt and being applied elsewhere gives them a little bit more breathing room, because, I mean, you could already see 3 of them here applied towards CCTV. Putting more on that top floor is more of a time waster for Turks, and it's a risk-reward sort of mechanism there, really. Of course, there's the committal to it, but then you lose that gunfight, and it's all for nothing, really. So it's a bit of a risk-reward there, but I do like the idea.
I do believe you're right, but there we go. Scopus is now being switched back early. A minute gone. That second body's probably going to get taken out here by the sledge or by the Deimos.
Yeah, one of the others very, very likely to find it any second now, of course. And so there is still an actual human player up on this top floor, of course. There is going to be Bodov playing towards East Stairs there. But before they can do anything of that, Salim's going to fall Fiza in suit. And an early round advantage here taken by Wild. It's 3 versus 5 now for Turks LFO.
Just got to love it when the cap tower is speeding down, hopefully trying to go for a dirt push, maybe? But it doesn't look like that's the case. No, okay, it is going to be a dirt push, but they're also going to be prepared to go for any kills they can. Fenrir goes down from Blue Hatch. Captel just trying to hold Blue Stairs now and maybe just try and rush it and go for the plant. But they know Smoke is probably playing behind that, but they almost got the long angle. The Maestro could not land the shots. A 5v2 left. I'll pass it to you for the last minute because it looks like they're going to execute.
Exactly so. Now you got to look towards this execute here, down below 2 on 5. Not too much utility remaining here for the side of the Turks. However, they do indeed have the hatches still closed, but I don't think that's going to be the case for long here. Impact Grenade of Shock's always been used, so now kitchen hatch going to be wide and opened up here. And I think the idea for Turks now, if you can get aggressive, try and find 1 or 2, you can swing this one back. Kodka is going to be the one to be on the receiving end of that idea, but Bodov, unfortunately, not able to get his own pick. Gets taken down by Pityu, and now Shoxel marked out, death mark. Diffuser should be an easy plant here, but they're just going to go for the kill. Slayer's going to find it in Wild multi-game and going to make us have yet another even half here.
Having the Bravo drone make sure to confirm where he was, just it's a little bit salt in the wounds when you've got that Deimos tracking. Deimos has a constant ping on you, but you only have every, I believe it's half millisecond of a blip.
Oh yeah,
that comes forward from it.
Yeah, you have the idea, but also to be let's be real. The Vendetta is one of the best guns in the game in terms of damage output. Being on the receiving end of that thing is very, very scary.
Everyone just having Vendetta now. Come on. I love
that'll
that
be-
pistol so much.
Speaking of Showdown, the event Showdown is coming back. The Western event. If they don't put the Vendetta in that, what are they doing? The Vendetta has to be in that mode, right?
No, but the Vendetta in that mode's going to be broken. Just being prepared for that. Spawn peeking constantly. Do you remember how bad it was with the Boss G before? It had the ACOG in that game mode?
Yeah.
Having an ACOG on a pistol like that, it's just like, oh, well, one taps, it's fine.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to how many new things we're getting back for CJX.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more excited for what we're coming back and what we're getting back. All the realism, all this like gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
And it actually did dirt. Wild does it for me. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. And speaking of Reload, very briefly, because of course, I haven't really actually asked you yet. How do you feel about the Reload event and CJX obviously as a whole?
I love it. I'm not a big fan of Jinxie's like 1v1 tournament system, but I do love 1v1s. I've been doing it for years since the old days of VSL. But having the ability to bet like bullets and stuff like that, it showed a lot of what CJX could be. It showed what how Siege can grow, not just from a community standpoint, but from a game as its own. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out now.
Yeah, and obviously we'll collapse off Voltage League Season 5, obviously on the regular Siege build here. We know obviously everything will be done by the 7th of June, grand final day. If you haven't got it in your calendar, make sure you go and do so, because it's going to hopefully be a banger of a best of 5. That one will of course be on the old Siege build before the launch of CJX on June 10th. And then you never know what comes next, but of course we're still on the old systems here. And speaking of, let's talk about the game at hand really, because right now Turks, they've got control of this map now. They're starting to force players, impact tricks coming on through to this kitchen hatch, making things difficult for the attack.
Actually, the impact ships seem to just barely be missing. Not enough to open it, but enough to cause trouble wasting impacts. Big problem is going to come out here, though. The Goyo fire. Monty's had to walk through getting burned already.
That is going to be a very, very difficult one. You can see here Falcon redistributing some of these Vulcan canisters to try and adjust for this dirt push that seems to be coming on through Slim and Bodolf here. Duo been together for a while now, forcing up, but stalled out by the fire momentarily. Still more Vulcan canisters to burn through here, and a lot of time can be wasted here by Wild. They're just going to hold the look on for it as the execute starts to be able to get eyed up here for the attack.
Nobody's dead with 1 minute left in the round. 5v5, but first Abana goes down to the Warden. Sorry, my mistake. That's even better because that means there's no smokes on the table that can actually be there to stop them. It's all down to the Monty hopefully pushing down the exit tunnel. And I'll pass back to you.
Yeah, final 40 seconds now. The execute for Turks LFO does need to come through. Of course, Hibana got her job done right before she needed to die, of course. She got the job done before she died. So the hatches will be opened up. There will be options here for the Turks, but with a man disadvantage, a lot of utility used already, it's going to be difficult and even harder with Mfisa's dead on the ground here. Players Shield and the Thinker hop right into sight, but hop right into their demise. Gutters left to try and pick up the pieces, but blinded by an FNAT mine, can't really do a lot. C4 from Slayer and White multi-game and start off their defensive half of the exact opposite of what Turks did, with a bit of a bang and a decent decided win for Clubhouse Basement.
That's what you want, having that upstairs push, having the downstairs push. Now we go back up to gym bedroom. I'm wondering two things. We have a Bandit Mirror, Fenrir. I'm expecting Slayer to bring the Goyo again. But, oh no, I was completely wrong. He brought Doc instead. And I was going to say, I was expecting a little bit more aggressive on the spawn points, which I think the Doc might be the answer to that question of a Doc spawn peak, maybe. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, Doc spawn peak could well be a way into this one. And something else I think as well is a totally valid option. Obviously, if you want to play out a more like Rafters focus position or just anything more aggressive, the Doc can be so good for that. It's that ability that the Scopos brings along, minus the teleportation, obviously. That ability to reset your HP, essentially. You get into a gunfight, you take a lot of damage, you win it. You can then hide, juice yourself back up to full HP and take another gunfight like the first one never happened. That ability to reset, especially on a player like Slayer, who's having quite a good game so far, 7-3 in this map. Really effective bit of utility. And, you know, it's not this selfish operator I think everyone makes him out to be. He can help the team, as we saw in the previous time before, and he has the Bailiff.
I do agree, but one thing you've forgotten is the fact that Capitao can actually out-heal... Sorry. Doc can actually out-heal the Capitao Firebolts.
Yeah.
The asphyxiation though, when it comes down on that rafters, he can out heal it and stay there to keep holding that position longer.
Oh yeah, he can indeed outlast and out-survive, and it's an impressive bit of utility. And speaking of utility as well, an operator who we don't see a lot of is the Aurora here, coming in from Bodolf. LMG actually in hand. It's a bit 50-50 whether teams prefer the LMG or the DMR. I don't know about you, Drago. What do you fancy on her?
Ooh, to be honest with you, I actually do prefer the DMR, but the LMG is just so nice to use when you're just holding an angle, just spray and pray, do not worry about it. But it has to be the DMR just for the killing potential of 2 shots anywhere, even for 3 homers, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's fair enough too. I mean, I'm more of an impartial person, right? I'll just take whatever I think the situation is. A situation like this, Azami's banned, DMR's not going to be as useful because you can't take the keep barricades. So why not go for the LMG, go for the sprays? I mean, 100-odd bullets bought by the M249. We're going to see the power of it now. Pre-fire from Bodolf takes one down. Shock's going to be falling. PU does get one back, makes it a 3 versus 4, but Slayer keeps on slaying. And yet again, as I said, the Doc resets it. Selim and Gutter with it all to do in a 2 versus 4.
Now you've made it a 1 versus 4. You've judged it. Grim locked in a corner tight, gonna get pushed from all angles, downing the mirror, luckily. No, Mirror's not that, she's 1 HP. Fenrir is down though on the staircase. Grim has to fight his way through this. The camera's not pinging him. He's just got to worry about his own anxiety here. He has to be careful because this mirror can watch that. But Doc now goes into cash room, which is going to be a bit of a trouble. They've now got sight. There's nothing to stop them. He's got to push in, hopefully get this kill.
Yeah, and in a way, I feel like these Dom panels are almost working against the player of Turks here, right? Because he's limiting the options he's got into the objective, and while they're aware of that, they're just positioning themselves where they only have to watch the 1 or 2 ways in, and I feel like this is the double-edged sword that Aurora can be. He's had such a great game so far, our only player on double digits in the lobby at the moment, but I feel like this 1v3, even for him, might be a little bit too far-fetched with the HP available to him, time ticking away, Odka closes it out, and Wild Multi Gaming take defenses 2 in a row here, and they're starting to build up something.
Just the absolute pain of it. I could see it in his eyes. He was scared. He wanted to waste as much time so hopefully his team could talk. But he knew he could still win this, so his heart told him to do it. There's the Turks timeout, which had to be used. Oh, maybe there was a ping or something, an FPS ping, or he just wanted to reset mentally. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, whichever it is, I think this is the point where I think for Turks, it's incredibly important to have this tactical timeout right now, because I'm looking at this and I'm going, for the first time, I believe all series, one of these 2 teams has strung together 3 rounds, which means that while we're starting to build a lead, it's been a while since Turks have won something, and they're starting to build up that momentum. And if they don't, Turks can't put a stop to it, this could be the series over, because obviously Wild are already a map up. 2 more rounds go their way of the next 4, and that is Turks eliminated and Wild Multi Gaming moving on to the semi-finals. It's big stakes right now, and it's sort of crept up on us, but definitely I'd be a bit worried if I was a Turks fan right now.
I'd be a bit worried if I was a Turks player. Wild has not let them go with anything they wanted. I support Turks most of the time, but this one match, Wild have shown themselves not as an impressive killing machine, but as a big brain Galaxy player. I was gonna say Galaxy brain player, but there we go. It's gonna be even more careful. Their brains are wrinkly and full molded, so no smooth here.
Yeah, and I think just to sort of grand scheme of it, I suppose, solidified. I think a lot of us, you know, all of our predictions, we all said that this game was going to be a Turks game. All of us, all in production. Obviously, I know you weren't here for the original prediction set, Drago. You may have changed the statistics slightly, but almost everyone went with a Turks pick, right? Because everyone just believed Turks to be, I'm just going to say it, they believe Turks to be the better team, but Wild beat them in group stages. Wild are only 2 rounds away from beating them here. I think some people, maybe myself included, need to put a bit more respect on their name.
Oh, the castle last second putting it down, being extra careful. But there's a mirror downstairs. This castle's holding this lounge. But they destroyed his castle too quickly, sadly. So he's going to have to be a bit more careful when he tries to hold this lounge area.
Yeah, that is going to make it just a little bit more difficult. Going to have to make the retreat away. Elsewhere, though, Bodolf going to start to get the breach open here. The Terror drones getting themselves to work. Fairly standard stuff here. As you say, 30 seconds into the round, all the standard checklist stuff here. I mean, for Turks LFO, we've got to wonder what's been spoken about in that timeout, right? Because they need to change something if they're going to start bringing rounds back. And I suppose a good start would be finishing off Slayer, who's already taken quite a bit of damage, but the Doc's on the board, can stim him back up, and to top it all off, Fiza goes down as well.
You're completely right about that. Looking at how they played this out, there's Doc stemming Slayer back up to full HP. And there's still 3 of them outside. Yes, the wall is opened, but they're not prepared for this. Oh, a couple more seconds earlier could have got the glass. That would have been a huge pick to be removed. But now it's up to Salem, hopefully trying to cause a bit of trouble while they try to drone him out. Oh, yeah, but there's Doc on the rafters getting a pick onto the glass. That smoke won't be able to save him now. And here comes a stim. One, he's got to time it correctly. He's got to do it again. And the last one... He doesn't know.
Just about has it, but then you spoke about it. You called it into existence there, Drago, how useful that utility has been, because all of that utility has been bought and it's not cleared a thing in the world, and Turks are still 3 versus 5. Such a difficult spot right now, and it just gets worse. Shoxall goes down. Bodolf and Salim left with it all to do, the former of which does indeed take down Slayer, making it a 2 versus 4 to 9, at least a flawless, but it's still incredibly difficult. Rafters still not cleared up, still feeling the might of that position, and the other player on the other side might have to try and cook up something here, but Turks, they've got 2 quick kills. They bought themselves a lifeline, but a premature hopping from Salim is punished, and it's all on the Bodolf, stuck on the rafters stairs, and now fighting off a lot of different angles of defenders.
He's got to worry about this bandit, because at any time he gets shut down everything with either a C4 or a lucky swing and a kill. We're going to have to wait and see. He's got to get aggressive here and get electric. He doesn't know where he's going, but he has to play it out, but he's not checked the right corner.
Match, map, series point now for Wild Multi-Gaming. A phenomenal stuff from them, and you said it right, Drago. You said you were so excited to see how the different dynamic would form out in this consulate, and it seems to be it's a dynamic heavily favouring Wild. As soon as they've got the game figured out, 4 rounds chained, and for the first time this entire series, a feel of control from one of these 2 teams. No more grudges, no more push and pull and shove. It's one team who is winning right now, and that is Wild Multi-Gaming. They, as you said, it's Goliath versus Goliath here in this matchup now, but the Goliath of Wild is coming out a lot stronger.
That does seem to be the case, but my heart's a little bit breaking because I know Turks can play better than this.
They can.
It's just the fact that they're being countered not just in gunfights, but only in strats. I'm wondering if there's 2 things that are going on. Whether it's that they haven't warmed up enough to the point where their brains are switching on, or if they've warmed up so much that they're about to burn out. If the anxiety is getting to them and they're tilting each other and they're not communicating correctly now.
And to double all that down, obviously they took the tactical timeout before the previous round, and it just went just as badly as all the last couple have really from Turks. It's unfortunate to see, you know, they take the timeout. That should be the turning point, but it was anything but that really. Wild holding on incredibly strong right now, and they can see it. They've got 3 match points to play with right now for Turks, 3 in a row required for an overtime, and they're going to have to change up the approach. And that's going to involve sending Gutter in quite early.
Here comes the aggression, as you said you wanted, but oh, they actually get 2 early picks. This might be a rush down the blue stairs, maybe go for the plant. But no, they equalize it with a 4v3. Nobody was able to push down the blue that early. Unlucky, but they did get into garage and clear it quickly.
Let's not get overconfident and throw this one away here, Turks. You've just given yourself an opener. That should give you in paper a 3-round. C4's taken down from Zoc. Pihu, the Fenrir, gone, not able to readdress those mines. Don't go getting overconfident, getting over pacey and throwing it away. You've got yourself a bit of rope to play with here. Make sure you use it and don't choke on it. Right now, it's the player towards Boiler here. Slayer forced back here by the Capitaldis, fixating bolts, anticipating hatchshot, but do they know about the one that's already dropped in pits? They do certainly now, as Fiza starting to light up the shots here, aware of the other player. Has to be careful of how they push this one on Frudo. Has to be cautious. Mirror Window's going to drop, forcing them back just a little bit. Wild are doing good with what they've got, but they still got half the round to play for.
Having that mirror now open, meaning that they can now get the long angle into Ash if she tries to push down the stairs. While Monty just has to sit and wait in blue, hopefully getting some support. But that isn't the case because there's still 4 up, so it's 4v3. Everyone's half health and a minute left.
so tense right now, and it's going to require a bit of a clutch up here from one of these players. Bodolf is going to be sending through dirt to try and deal with Hodka as the Montaigne makes the entry in towards the objective. Triple for Fiza in the round. Bodolf for one of their own. Fiza is going to go down, but Slayer now has to try and clutch up here, and in such a difficult position, the 1 versus 3. Doesn't know where the plant's going down, has a C4 to play with, going to use it, going to toss it, but I don't think it's quite going to connect. No, gets caught on the side there. Has to try and clutch this one up here. Do they know about the one on the left? No, they do not. Salim finds it, and Turks LFO, they fight back, keep themselves going. 2 more required to bring us into an overtime.
The aggression worked in their favor this time, getting those 2 early picks. And it even more difficult for Wild to try to solidify it. If that C4 was just a little bit further, a little bit higher, maybe it could have went over the dual boxes and maybe got the sledge. Well, at least getting one of the 2. But for now, it's 4-6. Wild still have a favor, 1 round to win this. And they get to go church again. The most, well, I gotta say, defensive side of the area on this map.
Yeah. That is going to be it. It is a very defender-favoured place here. We've seen it work time and time again. I think this round's going to be the test here for the side of Turks. If they can get this to come back, I'm on the comeback train. The comeback's well and truly on. We go into an overtime. If not, well, the game ends. So we want to see this one go all the distance here. We want to see Turks really start to fight this one back here. Phenomenal stuff from Fiza, who's had a bit of a quiet series so far. Nice to see him finally stepping up to the table here when it matters most for the team. Because keep in mind, this is elimination game here. You lose this, your run here is going to be ended. You're going to be going out in the quarterfinals, which is not where you want to be. I think both Turks and Diavoli from earlier on will have had the expectations to go that bit further. And right now, there is that slight bit, probably, of disappointment from Diavoli, but Turks, they haven't written the book yet. The final chapter is not written. They still have an opportunity to change the course of this story.
God, love the Goyo minefield. Just being prepared. This is probably why they always leave that wall soft if it was Turks. But it's Wilds. Wilds are either baiting them into it or just keeping these in the pocket and making sure that they can use it against the Monty.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one right now, but they just need to, as you say, use that Monty aggressively as they did before, apply that pressure up.
Hatch is open with 2 minutes left. But the mirror is just hiding in Oil Pit, which is already a big enough problem. But she's off-site and just able to hopefully get a little bit of trouble, hopefully coming back. There's Legion, hopefully going to be able to get the ram when she tries to go through the door, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They're droning it, they're taking the time to set this up. Turks have made too many mistakes in the past, and now they're not going to let this slide.
Yeah, and that's it. They're not going to let anything go away from them here. Still even. A minute gone of the round. You can feel the tension rising in this one. You can feel the tension in this lobby pushing up to a boiling point here as Turks poke and prod, get their jobs done, try and find how they can make the entry here. But I have to ask you, Drago, what exactly is the go plan here? Because they're getting the job done right now, but then how do they convert this one through?
Well, looking from how their playstyle's been, I have a feeling that they're planning just go for a drop, have Monty just stay there as a wall and just maybe go for the plant. Minute 20 left, 5 people alive, a lot of smokes on the field. Only problem is the attackers are not going to let this slide. Sorry, the defenders aren't going to let this slide. They're going to wait with the Goomon on the staircase. They've got everything to try and stop this, try and destroy the mirror. Yes, Ash, but she's not going to care. Mirror's going to still play that position and try and hold the angle, try and get the kill. Ooh, Ash slightly being able to tag the mirror, but not going to be able to shut her out.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very difficult end of round here. A 5 versus 5 execute on this objective is impeccably difficult for any team to pull off at any level of Siege, but it seems like that's what's going to have to happen here because, as you say, Wild multi-gaming, they're not letting anything slip through. They're not giving away a thing until now. Salim takes down Hodka. That's going to kick us off for this round here, but with only 40 seconds to go, the attack, they're going to have to move in fast, and fast they will. Gutter gets down another, and Turks slowly extending this man advantage they've built up. A player from the blue stairs keeping the attention distracted elsewhere. It's a split approach. It's coming on, working well here for the side of Turks as the shield gets down, but immediately recovered back up. Pityu has to make the rotate in towards the objective. C4 a bit early there before the players have dropped, and 15 seconds to go. They could play this on time here, but Turks, they have enough numbers. They can just collapse. They can just send this here. Pityu does get one. Slayer with another here. They have to try and hold on, but with such low HP, Diffuser inevitably going to be going down here. 5 seconds to go. All they can do is play the clock, play the time, and with that Diffuser going down, that should be the round done here and dusted for Turks LFO. And yes, it will be. We're going to the brink of regulation yet again, as this series demands one more round.
Oh, my heart breaks for Wild. Everything that could have possibly went wrong did. No, gets the down on the multi but couldn't escape. Fine. Then you have 3 of the teammates trying their best to just try and get the early picks, but getting shut down bit by bit. The Ash on the flank getting an early pick as well. Rams starting everything off as Dominos fell bit by bit, and Goyo unable to put his trap down at the door, has it next to him, which could have been detonated at any point, but the Capito file stopped it.
Tragedy struck, and now we head ourselves with Turks getting a bit of momentum of their own here, and I think that's the real difficult spot right now, right, for Wild. All of that momentum they built, the 4 rounds in a row, that's all gone right now. The Turks, they've got the wind in their sails. They're building it up. They're getting there. One more round, and they'll get themselves to an overtime and get themselves a possibility of keeping this series alive by taking us to Chalet. Can they do it, though? That's the question, because Wild, they're going to put everything they've got into this round, and the last time they played this site, it was a total lockout.
You're right about that. I'm wondering about 2 things that we're looking at this. Are they going to play the mirror aggressively, or are they going to use it passively like we'd seen previously? Because this is the round that needs to be decided. Will it be aggressive or passive? Will you slow down the enemies and wait to that last 5v5 plant again, or are you going to try and go for the early picks?
It's a tough question. I mean, it's so difficult to make the call right, and I think the flexibility of Wild so far has really played into their strengths throughout this entire series, right? They're constantly changing up how they're playing this game, and it's making Turks work for every little thing they take here. Just from the small little things like Slayer here on this like little head hold, because look, they have the idea, takes a lot of damage, but the support's there. Vodka is going to be as well available to support. Selma's going to be opening up CC. Retreat goes away. And yeah, a bit of early aggression, which you sort of predicted from Wild. But look at this. Falcon on a flank. And do the players of Turks have any idea about this Fenrir?
I'm going to say the answer is no. Is that since Sledge still on his drone in the stockroom. But there's Doc now getting revenge onto the Ash. Everyone backs up. Luckily, Ash is now theirs. But Fenrir drops early. I'm wondering how that even happened, because it didn't even look right.
That's just a bit of siege timing, I think, there, unfortunate for Falcon. Crossing underneath the hatch right as it gets opened from above your head. Unfortunate timing there. Good bit of game sense from Gutter to time the retreat and get it spot on the mark. It gives Turks LFO a lifeline into this one. 4 versus 4 now. After round left to play for. CC, eastern side of the map, is under control here. But of course, the question is, how can they then push this across? How can they then convert this into a game win? Because at this point, you know, you still have the rest of the map to clear. Still a lot of utility in the pockets of Wild. They've got 2 C4s to play with, haven't they, Drago? And it's going to make this push across tough.
Those EMPs going to be able to be used already to get rid of the meat jammers to free the drones. So they won't be able to be used to get the wall. So they either have to peek it and shoot the bandits, or just try to keep pushing through construction, maybe getting a pick on to put one of the 2 people in Logi.
Tough calls to make here. Final 50 seconds, and it's a very decisive one. Wild take the next 4 kills. We're done. We're dusted. They go on to semis. Turks LFO win this. We keep the game going with a dream of going to Chalet. Execute's going to be moving in, but Gutter's going to be the first one to fall. Slayer coming alive in this round. A force plant attempt going to be coming in on through from Shoxall. The cover seems good for it. C4 caught in midair. Going to allow it to stick on the way through. The question is, can the players get out of there? No, they cannot. 2 massive kills coming through for Wild, and it leaves it all onto Salim to try and clutch up the 1 versus 3 to keep him and Turks alive in Voltage League. He gets one onto Shox here. The 2 remaining players of Wild, they have to play this together. They have to play this as a team. They have to play this perfectly. Both low HP, and with Doc dead on the clock, There's nothing else they can do. Slim going to make the entry from down below, tried to make the vertical play. The fuse is going to be stuck, but what's this? They're sticking it all the way through, and Slim's just playing the vertical through, doesn't have the shots, doesn't have the angle. They're just going to stick it. Pros do not fake, and Wild do take the series. Unfortunate for Turks LFO to choke it out on the final hurdle there. And with that being said and done, Wild will be taking the series in 2-0 fashion, and Turks LFO will be eliminated from the competition.
I've got to say, that was not what I was expecting. You'll come back to see our lovely faces in a second. Beautiful. There we go. Well, even better when you can't see the reflection.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic gameplay. Wild really proved themselves at the end of that. I've got to say, I was not expecting any of that. How do you feel right now?
I am shocked. If I'm being honest with you, I thought this would be a 2-0 in the other fashion. I have to be honest with you, Drago. I'm not going to coat it. I honestly thought Wild, it was a best of one. It was a fluke. They have proven to me, to all of the other talent here that have predicted against them, to a lot of the community that predicted against them, that best of one against Turks, it was not a fluke. They're here to play with the top teams in Voltage League, and they've made a statement, eliminating, I think, what safe to say, one of the favourites in a pretty strong showing there, 2-0. It's a great going from them. And now Turks are eliminated. Wild will be moving on to the semi-finals, and I know what your words are going to be. It's going to be, I told you so.
No, that is never my words. I have 2 older sisters. I cannot get away with that anymore. I have traumatic history with that phrasing. So I've got to say, I'm very excited to have these players come on, these players win, and then we're going to go for the break, and then we'll come back for the interview. Everyone be prepared. Everyone be excited.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. I'm looking for. Let's get it now. I'm so
with the transitions on you.
And welcome back to Voltage League Season 5 playoffs, everybody. Of course, we've just had our second of the final quarterfinals games come through today. And of course, it was Wild Multigaming taking the victory in that one. I'm here joined by Zoxt here, coming in from Wild Multigaming. And first and foremost, welcome onto the stream. And I want to ask you right off the bat, you've beaten one of the tournament favourites there in Turks LFO. It was a 2-0, pretty strong showing. How are you feeling off of the back of that?
Wait, your audio is not coming through.
Oh,
say something now? I'm not getting your audio on Video Ninja. 1 second.
Just sorting out a couple audio things. We'll be back in a sec, folks. With it, we'll sort it through.
How about now? Hello?
Cool.
So yeah, we feel really good about this.
You feeling good?
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, you've beat Turks twice. They're one of the favourites, I think, both times round in predictions. I will admit that it's been Turks going forwards in the predictions. So what's the difference maker? That's been 2 times now in Season 5. You guys have been able to take the win over Turks.
I don't know. We had some practice in the first match. When it came down to the first match, it was just a gamble because unfortunately we do not have that much opportunity to scream due to real life stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, but in the recent 2 weeks, I would say maybe less than that, 10 days, we could scream more, and we also made some preparations. We checked the VODs and everything, which is it's very unusual for us, especially these days. But we did our homework. Let's just say that this time at least.
Well, I think it's the effort's paid off, I'd certainly say, based off of the back of that result. I want to talk a little bit about Border first. Obviously, that was a map that went in towards an overtime there. 8-6, you guys got that closed over the line. What were the feelings amongst the team? Because obviously that was quite a close map, but it was Turks' map pick, and you guys got away with that one. What were the feelings after that map?
I mean, we had our confidence in ourselves during the whole map. We exactly knew what we're going to do and what they're going to do. So yeah, after the first map, we just, I can only speak, me personally, I felt relieved because Border is not something we are comfortable with currently, at least. So having that small homework we did and also grabbing the W, it just felt amazing, felt good. But we also had to stay focused and still grab the second map, which we fortunately did.
Yeah, you guys did. I mean, you guys crushed it on the second map. Actually, there was a 4-round streak at one point on that second map of Clubhouse where that's the longest throughout the entire series anyone was able to string together rounds. So what kind of changed in your mentality going into that Clubhouse to make sure it was you guys having more of a dominant feeling over that map compared to that Border?
Oh, definitely. We were more confident in Clubhouse. That's a map. It's being said everywhere. Clubhouse is the most fundamental map that you need to know, and I think we are really good at those. I mean, getting better at least. And I mean, the last 3 rounds, I felt a little bit of fatigue from everyone, especially from myself. We made some mistakes, so they could grab some rounds, but eventually we could just finish it, which is a good thing because finishing a game, a map, or a match is also a skill that every team needs to master and just learn.
Yeah, because obviously it's getting that last little bit of pressure over the line. If you feel a bit relieved, it can change things, certainly. And a big part of your successes tonight was in the first map, it was Pichu top fragging and Hodka in the second. How are those two contributing within the team to really bring you guys that success you found tonight?
I mean, that's their role, so I'm glad they did their job very well.
Yeah,
as they're supposed to do their job. But I think the general atmosphere was really good. Therefore, we could just have fun, and when you have fun, you are playing better, and that's what just happened. We just
like
had
that mentality.
Fun. I mean, you have to know about us. We are friends. We are outside the game as well for a long time. So if you're not having fun in the game, we're not gonna win. We have to have fun. Otherwise, I mean, it's a game. That's the purpose of the whole thing. You have to have fun at the end of the day.
Couldn't rain more true. I fully agree with what you're saying there. It is a game. You need to have fun with it. And it obviously shows in the server and obviously the way you guys play as a team as well. I think that friendship you've got probably echoes through in towards that. So let's look ahead a little bit, right? You've got a semi-final game coming up against Next. That's going to be on Monday. What preparations are you guys going to be taking in towards that one? Because obviously it's quite a tough opponent. First seed out of group stages. A lot to do for that. What exactly are you guys going to be doing to prepare for it?
We'll try to replicate what we did today, but I think it's going to be tougher due to, as I said, real life stuff. We are pretty busy outside the game. So, yeah, I think we're going to try to replicate what we did today when it comes to doing our homework. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And for the final bit of the interview, I just want to let you take stage. Is there anything you want to say to the fans, to the audience, to anyone else? Anything else you want to say to anyone?
Thank you everyone who are cheering for us and supporting us in the chat and everywhere, basically on Twitter. And all I can say is Nándor Fehérváron meg lett bosszúva, Dugovics Titus újra győzedelmeskedett, hajrá magyarok! That's all I can say.
Glad to hear it. And one final little thing that I wanted to add on the end of this one is, do you have any words for your opponents on Monday?
I hope they're going to have fun as well, because we will try our best to have fun. I mean, I don't know what to say. They are, I'm pretty sure they put more time in the game. We're just going to try to do the same, as I said, having fun and do some homework. And yeah, we'll see who's come up as winner.
Well, glad to see it. I think that's the main thing. As long as you guys are enjoying yourselves, you know what? I think there's no bigger prize than that myself. Obviously, there's the wins, but a prize of the good fun certainly does help you all. So with that being said, have a wonderful evening, Zox. Thank you for coming along to do this interview. Best of luck in your game on Monday, and hopefully you guys can keep the vibes high.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening as well.
Take care. Oh, there you go, Drago. You heard it from Zox himself. High vibes, high positivity, a good bit of teamwork, and it's what we've got wild multi-gaming the job done.
I gotta say, I love to see it, but I want to see where they stand. Where are they in the standings? Let's have a quick look over there.
Yeah. Ooh, spicy bracket. Spicy bracket.
Next week's going to be painful. Looking at Monday's matches, Psychopaths versus Team VIP, NXT versus Wild, and then the decider on the 7th, 3 days before Siege X happens. So we're probably the last tournament going to be played on the basic version of Siege.
That is going to be exciting. And as well, to top it all off, I'm going to talk on today's results, really. 2 games, and if you ask me, both of them went the way of the upset team, really. Both of them went the way of the teams that, as you can see, the predictions for today. I don't know if it's good. Can we get rid of these? These are embarrassing. Let me hide them, please. I don't know if there's any better way to say it. Day of the underdogs, hasn't it been?
Most likely, I've got to say, I'm expecting even more good plays coming from them just from now on. But I think there's something we're forgetting. We've got to talk about the giveaway. You want to run it too?
Of course, folks. Obviously, with Monday's semi-final games going to be coming up, we do have a little present from Ubisoft there. They're giving away 2 lots of 2,670 credits. All you need to do is tune into the stream on Monday, same time, same place from 1600 CEST. Come along. All of the information on how to exactly to enter yourself in that one will be there, and bag yourself some rainbow credits, because obviously there's all the new R6 share bundles going to be coming out with the new season. There's probably plenty of other cool cosmetics on the way as well. So putting a little bit of extra rainbow credits in the pocket to make sure you can be buying those as soon as they drop. Who's going to say no to that one? And while you're at it, you can come watch some phenomenal Siege here. Of course, with that being said, and I believe that is everything for tonight so far. So I want to thank a massive thank you to you, Drago, of course, for stepping in. Erebos, of course, original caster turned observer, did a phenomenal job here. Zayn as well for running production throughout the whole night. It's been incredibly great job. And of course, Kryphen as well for originally stepping up to observe despite the technical issues. Everyone's put in a great job tonight. It's been some phenomenal games. So we're going to take a little bit of a couple days of rest. But as we said, back here on Monday with the semi-finals of Voltage League Season 5. So have a wonderful rest of your week, and we will see you all then.
Bye-bye.